Hello. Actually, I have to go check on my food. I'm cooking right now. Oh, it's bad. But hi, welcome in. It's day six. Day six of Inktober. Yay. I'm very happy to be here. We're gonna be watching more fnaf 4, but no one's here. Is everyone sleeping? Is that it? Probably actually. Oh, hi, Ricky. Where's Laura? You're already here. Uh, we just need Jay. Watch Jay is sleeping. I need to go get check on my food real quick, and then we can start up the FNAF floor. Hi, Ricky. How are you? Hope you're well. Okay, I'm just gonna be right back real quick. Sorry, sorry. I still need to finish cooking. I'm almost done. Alright, I'm in pasta. I just have to mix the pasta for a little bit longer, and that'll be good. But yeah. And we can start with, where's Jay? You know, I feel like it's a crime to start without Jay. Watch he he can't make it today. Let me go message him. Let me go message Jay. Is he even on? Yay. We'll see if he answers. Pasta? Yeah, pasta's good. I think it's because it's chicken. I usually like to eat pasta whenever uh I have alcohol, because I was having some wine today with my mom. We are trying out a new. My mom does not usually drink wine, but I was like, "Hey, let's try this for wine," and she's like, "Yeah, sure." So we were trying to. They're so easy to make, yeah. And so we are trying out a new wine. I still haven't finished my glass. You know, actually, like, I just have one more sip left. Maybe I'll get another glass, just a little bit. Where's Alex and now Jay? SMH. Bum 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 bum. Everyone's asleep today, yeah. SMH. They promised me they would be here. I waited. I could have finished that video yesterday, but no. They're like, yeah, let's watch it tomorrow. Oh, I'm in here. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm only kidding. I'm gonna go actually get a bowl of my pasta. And then I'm gonna get another glass of wine. And we can I don't know if we'll watch it today, because I feel bad moving on with it. It's like watching without Ricky or something, you know? So we'll see, we'll see. I'm back. What? You're not getting any, puppy. You don't get pasta. It's not meant for dogs. No. Stop trying to steal it. I honestly don't know if we should just start the load. I feel bad. No, we won't. We'll watch something else. How about that? It doesn't feel right not to have Jay here. Actually, did I get a Discord message? Watch him wake up later and be like, oh no. Hi. I always forget, you know, oh, okay. You cannot stand like that on me. Hi, doggy. Ow. Oh my gosh, I'm getting it. Okay, give me a second. Okay. Bum 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 Joe. We could just listen to music, but let me see if I can find another video we can watch while doing this. Mm. What else can we watch while doing this? Maybe we just listen to music today. I message you? Okay. You didn't answer mine, so I don't know. Mm. Mm. This pasta's good, I mean. Mm. Oh, dun da da dun 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 dun. I can put it on a Sea Dog video, maybe. I don't feel like I don't like is there a tub video? Maybe a tub video would be well. I'll put on a tub video for him. If you know who Tub is, he does like a lot of horror themes for his videos. Are you licking my floor? Stop it. He does like a lot of horror themes. Do you know Josh from Let's Game It Out? No, I don't. I don't think so, at the very least. From my knowledge. I was gonna put on a Tub video. Let's hide this. This one I've been wanting to watch for a while, but I haven't yet. So Tub does a lot of horror videos that are actually, you know what, perfect for the spooky season. I guess this is the most recent one. But we can watch it. I don't know. We'll see, Ricky. I'll have to see what it's like. I don't know if I'm This is just a game. Well, this is just a gaming video. Like, I know. I mean, I would, but like, it's just I don't know. I think just watching a video like this doesn't. I don't know. I can't add much to it. I feel like, you know, I don't want to just watch a video. But at least with FNAF, I can yap over it, or even Toe's video, I could potentially yap over it. This one I can't. It's just him playing a game. I'll leave it there for now if I you know. But for now I kind of want to watch this Tub video. Move. Is it? Oh, it is muted for you guys. Sorry. But yeah. I think this video is gonna be very interesting because if you don't know, a lot of missing person cases, especially for children, statistically, like children sadly don't, like if they're kidnapped or whatever it is, they get killed off very soon. So like a lot of times when kids go missing, it's a very high, it should be on police's high list of things to do because kids don't last very long with kidnappers, because the reason why adults are more predictable. Like if you threaten an adult, the adult can understand what the situation is. Like if I do something wrong, I will be murdered. But a child is way more unpredictable. Like kids will do whatever. Like you don't know what they're doing. I'm saying like that's just like the exploration. So
Ages 1 to 100 Unexplained Disappearances. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today the title,
I don't know how spooky this will be, but it's probably more sad than spooky. You don't like this stuff. Yeah, it is very sad.
Extremely mysterious.
But it's important to know about. If we don't talk about it, these people, like, I don't know, one person could be like, hey, I know that person. I've seen them before.
Their nursing home are very different, and it's very interesting seeing how they gradually change scenarios. You know, some part of me does hope that bringing awareness to all these situations, showing these people's faces on this
maybe
video,
not this one.
maybe
You know what?
even
Okay.
one person being found.
Maybe it's too sad. Maybe we can go to one of, well, maybe not lighthearted videos, but I think he has a video about folklore. That might be more lighthearted. You know, he's not gonna only talk about American kids. He doesn't only talk about America. He talks about cases of all around the world. And plus, like, people are internationally trafficked every day, Ricky. You know, you never know. Genuinely, you never know. Hi, puppy. illegal things that you can buy on Amazon. I'm curious. That's much more lighthearted. What
Illegal things you can buy.
Thank you for telling me about all the legal things that I can buy on Amazon. I can't wait to, you know, I'm kidding. You know?
And Amazon
Let's
right
see what
now.
he mentions.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. The way this one's gonna work is I'm gonna show you guys the item and then tell you guys a story of how that item was used in a reported crime. Now, I don't know how smart it would have been to buy some of these items and show it to hundreds of thousands of people, but I will let you guys know I bought one of these items and we'll get to that when the time comes. And I do have to say that some of the items on this list are very actually coded. That doesn't mean I disagree with their purpose though. I don't want to hear, Tuv, do you really disagree with self-defense? No, I don't. I just think it's interesting looking at the legality of some of these
Can you buy an
items and not
EMP online?
portraying it
Probably.
in video format made
You know
for
where you can
children.
go? Go to Alibaba. Go to Alibaba. They probably have an EMP. You can buy anything from Alibaba.
So the views would be nice. And if you aren't subscribed, don't even worry about that. I'll earn your subscription by the end of this
I like how he says
I
that.
also want to say that the day that this
If you
video
aren't
is
subscribed, I'll
uploaded,
earn
we
your
have
subscription.
Our first ever Tuv plushie over on
Oh,
the
that's so
Earl
cute.
website. This is the first time I am portrayed as a piece of merch. I usually do, you know, Earl, my character that I made up. But you know what? Let's switch it up. This is the first time that something about me.
I'll let him do it.
Are foldable, and he could sit
I'm
down
watching his
anywhere and
video.
play
It's only
something.
fair.
Except your hand, apparently. There you go. I'll give you a little 360 of him. Awesome. That's my old haircut. That's the mullet, my old earring right there. But yeah, there's only 300 for sale, and once they're sold out, they're gone forever. You can sleep with him, hang out on the couch with him, play PS5 with him, or play some in a
But
party
you can.
room so he's always
You're gonna
staring
buy
at you.
EMP
But
real
yeah,
quick,
if you're interested,
Ricky, and
head
use
over
it?
to earldoesn'texist.com, and if you add him to your cart, you can also get 20% off a piece of clothing from the Essentials drop. That's really it for the intro, and now let's get
I
started.
wonder if
with the
they're
video.
still available. Probably not. He's pretty popular.
Fake
They're probably sold
firearm
out by now.
projectiles. It is perfectly legal to go on Amazon and buy a non-lethal projectile kinetic launcher, just like this one. In fact, that's what might come up if you look up gun on the search bar. Again, nothing wrong with that product. What has been argued to be illegal though, or at least borderline illegal, are these types of plastic balls that go with the guns. These are the max type of projectiles manufactured by a brand called Birna. Beyond the oleoresin capsicum, aka the pepper ingredient which is legal, they apparently also contain tear gas in powder form which is illegal. And based on a legal analysis I found,
So not only are you buying like fake bullets, they're full of tear gas too? That's crazy, actually. Americans are gonna go wild with that one. Actually, no, you can just buy a real gun. You don't even need to get background checked. You can just go buy a real gun and call it a day.
even if the projectiles were to be made with a reformulated type of tear gas that is legal, they can still inflict great bodily harm when combined with the guns. The analysis draws from the law in Wisconsin, which, for instance, considers pellet rifles with a pump to be dangerous weapons. It also goes on to define great bodily harm as an injury that leads to a significant risk of death, which is something not unheard of in the pellet projectile world. The specific case I have in mind happened in 2004, where while trying to control a rowdy crowd at a football game, this was when the Boston Red Sox defeated the Yankees, a police officer shot a pepper projectile at a bystander, Victoria Snellgrove. The pellet hit her eye and she ended up dying. Now, besides the danger of the projectile launcher and pellets that can inflict on others, they can also easily put one in a crossfire with the police. That's something that actually happened this year after LAPD officers fired at a man in an apartment complex after he had fired at them with a very realistic looking projectile launcher. Thermite.
Why?
When it comes to thermite,
I have a lot of questions. Why would he do that? Why did he think that was a good idea? What did he think was gonna happen? Why did he look so casual about it? Wait, I have so many questions. Why did he do it? Was there like a reasoning? Was he arrested? Like, what happened?
That's something that actually happened this year after LAPD officers fired at a
He looks so casual. Like, he just opens the door like he's opening it for his DoorDash. Like, what do you mean?
Man in an apartment complex after he had fired at them with a very realistic looking projectile launcher. Thermite. When it comes to thermite, I don't know if the quantity matters in
Thermite?
determining if possessing it is legal or illegal, but currently, it looks like the biggest packaging there is this powder version on Amazon going for $24.
Is this
That
like
might
a
not
for
matter though, because I'm
explosions?
pretty sure you could order as much powder as you needed to. You just make multiple orders. What makes thermite illegal for sure, however, is the section of the law. Like Michigan's section
People are just beyond
750-116
stupid. Yeah, I know.
that classifies it as a burglary tool.
I just think it's
why?
okay.
Well,
I won't say
because with the
funny, but sometimes some police videos are so like starking to me. It's like how, like sometimes it's the police officer, sometimes it's the people. It's like how are we that we evolved thousands and thousands of years and we're still this stupid? That's kind of crazy. Like, you know, I think that's more talent than anything else. You know. Also, hi Penguin. How are you?
ability to burn at 1900 to 2000 degrees Celsius, it's one of those few materials that's capable of burning right through things made of steel, like doors or safes. And it also doesn't take too long to burn through such metallic objects if you know what you're doing. Now, being a burglary tool, just like the case of being found with lockpicks or explosives, thermite would count as evidence against you if you get caught with it in an incriminating situation. And the penalty, using Mississippi as an example, could be as high as 40 years in prison. And to give you an example of how criminals might actually use this stuff, there is a weird case I found from last year where a disgruntled fan, Farhan Jami, drove over 600 miles from New York to Ohio to his favorite influencer's home and set her car on
just
fire
chilling
using
today.
thermite. Jami, or Jamie, was apparently heartbroken after finding out that Kylie Carter, aka Just Foxy, who he had been sending money to in her streams, had a boyfriend, and that as a result, she was not going to be with him.
Why is it always Twitch viewers? Oh my gosh, she has a boyfriend. I had to go set her car on fire. I can't believe she would betray me like this. My Twitch streamer. We were supposed to get married. Man, sometimes it's a sad world we live in.
How lethal thermite can be. The car in question completely burned to the ground, and the fire also spread to a nearby fence and part of the house. Jamie got sentenced to 46 months in prison for all of that.
46 months. 46 months for potentially not only burning a whole car, but almost a house. You know what? America's just, I don't know if she's American, but I'm just assuming she is. If it is America, like, man, 46 months. Is that even, how many years is that? I don't know. It just feels like it should be more. I don't know. There's a lot of I don't know.
License plate flipper. Probably nothing on this list so far screams I am up to no good more than this license plate flipper that you can get on Amazon today. Described as easy to install and that it only takes 1.5 seconds, it enables you to flip both front and rear plates at the press of a button. Now, I believe part of its genuine use would be
it was somewhere in America, just shy of 4 years, yeah.
Like at a
I don't know, I feel like
showing off your car.
That is such like an endangerment to not only her, but the whole neighborhood if no one notice quick enough, and that car could, well, actually cars can't explode that quickly, interestingly enough. If you didn't know, even if you set a car on fire, most likely they won't explode because of how or if you shoot I actually don't know, I might be misremembering, but I don't know. I feel like there's so much potential danger there that I swear that you get more years in prison if you just had a little too much weed on you. You would get 10 years in prison if you just had a little too much weed on you. Which I think is crazy. Versus a fire that could kill someone.
After those seconds and people applauding, you go back to your normal license plate and drive away. But that's obviously not how it's used. For the most part, it looks like it's used in illegal ways, like evading tolls, parking tickets, and police chases. Those three are the reason Philadelphia banned the device in April of this year, with the mayor, Sherelle Parker, stating that under the new law, any violators would face a fine of $2,000. The council member who introduced the bill, Mike Driscoll, called these plate flippers 007 devices and argued that they belong in action movies and not in Philadelphia streets. Now, I've used Philadelphia as an example, but that's not the only state where this is banned. Texas and Washington have similar laws in effect, and Tennessee is currently considering doing the same. And that's not to say such devices are only used to commit crimes.
So if you are out of Philadelphia, if you're out of Philadelphia, Washington, Texas, you can get a license plate flipper. Have fun
May,
with that.
there was a case from Appleton,
In America.
Wisconsin, where a 36-year-old man, Pal
Have fun.
Yang, tried to use electronic license plate flippers to evade police and did so successfully, although he ended up in a fatal crash on County Highway G in the town of Lowell. He had been driving a stolen rental car and began fleeing after a license plate reading camera alerted the police about him as he was cruising along the U.S. Highway 151 near County Highway W. He was found to have been driving intoxicated, and several warrants had already been out for his arrest. Pepper spray. Next up is pepper spray, but not your average pepper spray. Don't think this is another...
Actually, you shouldn't be able to use these for self-defense.
That's not what I'm saying. Like I said in the intro, I don't want you guys to get that twisted. There are quite a few options and they all seem great, but then in a bid to stand out, some companies do a little bit too much and end up in illegal territory. So although you can get on there and get yourself the Vexor Outdoorsman 9.2 ounce spray, you would be going against the law in most states. How so? Well, consider this. In North Carolina, which has some of the more liberal pepper spray laws, the max size limit for one unit is 5.29 ounces. States like Hawaii, which are stricter, have a limit as low as 0.5 ounces. So 9.2 ounces, which is what the Vexor Outdoorsman contains, is way above the limit for most of these states in the US. This is something even previous buyers on Amazon acknowledge in the reviews. Now, as to why there's a limit on the size, the direct answer is simply to contain possible damage and limit it to self-defense. You wouldn't want, someone to see this as, oh my god, this is the best, biggest pepper spray can, let me go spray some people in the face. And if you're wondering who would
actually
do such a
happened.
thing, well, with a recent example being a case in Atlanta where a couple used a
no, this is not what I thought he was going to talk about. A different story. There's also another story of this guy. Basically what he would do is he would just basically harass women, and when he would harass women so much, like just push the potential, how do I say it? You just push him past their limit of anger, where it's just legitimately he's a danger to some people. Yeah, the same sleep schedule. Yeah, we do. Isn't that great? Maybe I should just move to Hawaii. That he would he'd push women's limits where he would harass them so much. And if any woman fought back against him, he would just pepper spray them, which is crazy.
of pepper spray and bear spray to rob kitchenware from the Family Dollar store at Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. They
At a
apparently
dollar
first sprayed the, quote,
store?
big guy at the front with bear spray and then used pepper spray on the
Bro.
employees inside. So you can probably see why it would be legal to carry a big version of that. Switchblades. It's one of the many that are listed on Amazon and that you can actually buy right now. Problem though is that they're illegal in many parts of the US. In California, for example, section 21510 of the Penal Code specifically considers them highly effective weapons, and so carrying one, whether in
the
your
analysis
pocket or inside
video
your
of these
car,
characters,
is a criminal
and
offense.
some get
There are stipulations
real
though as to
predatory.
what passes for
Hi,
a
Cyan.
switchblade, with the two most looked at features being the blade of the knife and the operating mechanism. The blade has to be at least 2 or more inches long and should be released automatically by flicking a button, pressuring the handle, or any similar mechanism. Keep in mind also that the rules for what applies to be a switchblade varies from state to state. Some, for example, include blades whose length is shorter than 2 inches. Now, for the most part, this kind of knife is banned due to how easy it is to
self-defense.
conceal. And as recently as 2 months ago, there are cases of robbers trying to use it to commit crimes. I'm specifically referring to an incident in Pasadena where a 19-year-old had their home invaded by a robber using a pocket knife. Although they fought back and stabbed the suspect in the shoulder with it, they also got stabbed in the stomach and arms. Taser. Stun guns are all over Amazon. Most, like this one, promise great results, including the ability to lock up a victim's muscles for 30 seconds from a distance of 15 feet. Now, while most states see them as self-defense devices,
Sorry for being late.
Rhode
You're
Island
fine.
actually thinks otherwise.
We're just watching
Section
about
114742
we're just
of their
watching
general
about
law
all the legal things that you can buy on Amazon
specifically-
casually. No big deal. If you ever want to buy buy something, you're good, Jay. But welcome in. How are you doing? Also, how are you, Cyan? I don't remember if I asked or not. Uranium, probably. Actually, you probably could. For there's a lot of people who sell those oh, this is for a science room if you want to buy uranium. or like elements, the element table. I actually wouldn't be surprised. One potential seller. Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria. Rope dart from Amazon. I think it's like fair to sell those items. I'm gonna be honest, because they're used for like different things, but oftentimes sometimes end up in people using them in crimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. You fell asleep waiting for stream. All good, all good. I know it's later for you, so I appreciate you being here. But yeah. Yeah, FNAF lore now. Wait, where is Ricky here still? Ricky. I was gonna say, I was looking at the results of the anime watch party, and I think Dan is winning. I'm kind of worried watching that with a bunch of people because I know there are some scenes that are kind of more I know what they're depicting, but they can be like uncomfortable to watch. So I'll have to see. I'll just put a warning for it. Ricky! Ricky! When I catch you, Ricky! Ricky! Oh, she left. He left. I am drawing the lovely Punny Bond today. I forgot how to spell her Twitch name, but let me see if I can get them a shout out real quick. Should be like this their name, but let me make sure. Yeah, Punny Bond. They are they are genuinely amazing artists. They have made art for a lot of things. They have made amazing art for Miku Expo and had their art on display for Miku Expo. They made some G Fuel stuff, or not G Fuel, Gamer Subs. They made some art for Gamer Subs too. Amazing artist, amazing person, has a beautiful VTuber model that they're reworking right now, and they're doing an amazing job on that. They also make VTubers. Definitely go check them out. Literally amazing. Highly suggested. Did Ricky really leave? Let me go message him on Discord, or one of us. When's the last time I messaged Ricky? Ricky. Enough. Lore is now. First it was Jay. Not kidding. Now it's Ricky.
So who's baby?
Okay, you're here. I just want to make sure.
Okay, now on to the final game.
There you go. Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria. We got 3 hours left of this video? 3 hours, yes. You started playing
My
Nexus.
final game,
I hope you're having
the start
fun.
of a new trilogy, because the next 3 games all form a narrative combined and finish off the saga that started with FNAF 1, but are all thematically contained as a trilogy. Kind of like how FNAF 1 through 3 were a trilogy, 4 World and Sister Location were a trilogy. The games making up this trilogy are Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Logbook, and Ultimate Custom Night. First, we're going to look at Pizzeria Simulator. In June of 2017, 13 months after Sister Location, and 6 months after the Custom Night update that got our heads spinning about the Afton family and William and Michael and Cece and this girl, it got announced that FNAF 6 had been in development, but was cancelled. He was instead taking time off from serious game development and was developing another FNAF World-style spin-off game, focused around running your own pizzeria. In December, Scott published the game on Steam with the following description. Presenting a fun Five Nights at Freddy's adventure with a lighter touch for the holidays, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator puts you in charge of developing your own restaurant. Design pizzas, feed kids, and get high scores. The game was a free download. It opened with an Atari-style 8-bit minigame, and I think I'll let Dawko, one of the most famous FNAF YouTubers, take it from here.
What the? What the what the frick?
I think he's having fun.
The frick going on? Oh! 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 Oh my god!
Pizzeria Simulator was, in fact, FNAF 6. It was released for free with a misleading title, description, and screenshots to pretend to be a smaller game.
Why is he slapping himself?
But this was FNAF 6, and
I like that
consider it
reaction.
to be the true finale of the series. Pizzeria Simulator, like Sister Location, has full voice acting, and immediately introduces two new characters. Tape Guy is the first voice you hear, explaining how to salvage old animatronics for use in your restaurant.
The purpose of this tape is to test automated response times and reactions from vintage interactive attractions following audio stimuli. If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4. Follow these instructions, document response times, then safely secure the space before leaving. Upon sealing the room, you are not to return.
The other new character is this corporate announcement guy, whose voice is the same as Hand Unit. Together they kinda replaced the role of phone guy, being the people who give you instructions and explain the gameplay.
Aside from the daily risk of lawsuits, there's also the risk that something might be hiding inside whatever you just purchased with that steeply discounted price tag. Of course, that would only be a serious danger if there were something outside that's been trying to get in for months
Good twist, to be honest,
which we are
yeah.
not confirming to be the case. This concludes the amount of help we're legally obligated to provide. Remember, you are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
We're the new face.
Wear that smile with pride, and let's make some money. Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for disappearance.
I would love to do a FNAF marathon,
On top of
but
these new human characters, the game introduces a multitude of new
I don't think I would be able to play through some of the games because I'd just be bad. I'm just gonna be honest. I'd be bad. I'd just be bad. Yeah.
animatronics. For one, Circus Baby is now damaged, and it looks like she has fixed herself up with scrap metal and parts, leading to her now being called Scrap Baby. Springtrap is back, and likewise is called Scrap Trap. Two more animatronics are added, Molten Freddy and Lefty. Molten Freddy
Lefty?
is clearly
Wait, what
the
is-
amalgamation of animatronics. Molten Freddy and Lefty.
Oh, that guy.
Molten Freddy is clearly the amalgamation of animatronics from Sister Location, minus Baby, who has left the group. In fact, this plot point, that Baby was kicked out of Ennard, was only told within the source code of Scott's websites for a limited period of time. Scott's main website and the FNAF World site seemed to be in conversation with each other, with the following alternating lines.
You are crowding us.
Not being
Be
good.
quiet. You can't tell
Well,
us
no,
what to
like
do
actually
anymore.
finishing the games.
Yes, I can.
Some of them,
You will
I think
do
I wouldn't be able to
everything that
finish.
I tell you to do. We outnumber you.
I gotta perfect
That
like
doesn't
timing
matter,
and still mess it up.
dummy. We found a way to eject you. You would be lost without me. Haha, say goodbye to our friend. I can put myself back together.
This explains how Baby was separated from Ennard, and how Ennard became Molten Freddy. It seems very likely to me that this was a result of Mike putting her back together. Once the baby animatronic was all sister, no baby, the other animatronics didn't like that William, their killer's daughter, was telling them what to do, so she became independent again. Basically, Baby wants to do the bidding of her father, while the rest of them hate Afton.
The first,
Then there's Lefty, who is new. It's kind of weird to introduce a new character.
the first FNAF has good jump scares. I think it has decent jump scares. I mean, I think once you, I think the only thing is, I guess it's the same with every other horror game. Once you see it once, it's like, oh, it's not as scary, maybe. Yeah.
Character at the end of the series like this, I wonder if there's a secret about him. These 4 animatronics can be salvaged or scrapped by the player. If they're salvaged, then they must be fought at the end of every night. But if you scrap any of them, you can't get the real ending of the game. During the night, the gameplay is like a normal FNAF game, but during the day, you run a real pizzeria simulation type game. You have to earn money, balance raising your score with the dangers of the attractions that you're bringing in. Among these attractions are normal play area type things, like a ball pit, as well as arcade machines and animatronics. Every day you get 10 tokens to use on the attractions, which can earn you money. Some of the arcade machines let you play mini-games to earn higher scores, and the animatronics add
Under
small
VR.
snippets of new lore
Yeah,
to
the VR
game.
game. I think the
You
VR
can
games are much scarier because you're immersed in it. But your programming team had the idea to do an experiment on how someone's body would physically react to horror games, like FNAF 1 was under VR. Yeah, they do have VR games. FNAF does. I do think the VR games are actually very good.
Order things from different catalogs in the game, including DD Weekly, Stan's Budget Tech, Smiles and Servos, and a Rare Finds auction. The new animatronics from DD Weekly include Bucket Bob, Mr. Can Do, Mr. Hugs, Number 1 Crate, and Pan Stan. Stan's Budget Tech sells you Happy Frog, Mr. Hippo, Ned Bear, and Pig Patch. They also sell you Fruity Maze, Midnight Motorist, and Candy Cadet, which are 3 things that have serious lore relevance. Smiles and Servos sells you Rockstar Freddy, Rockstar Bonnie, Rockstar Chica, and Rockstar Foxy. These are not any of the previous versions of Freddy and the Gang. They're new versions. Maybe. And Rare Finds auction sells you the Security Puppet. Pizzeria Simulator has multiple endings, including running out of money, getting sued a lot, and doing nothing except getting through the week and getting the lame ending.
Congratulations! You've completed a full week on the job, and you've done it in such a lackluster way that no one is proud or disappointed. It's a fine line to walk, but you did it, completing your job with such an efficient level of laziness that we're surprised you're able to dress yourself in the morning. While such a minimalist work ethic is rare, it doesn't mean that we want you back. In fact, it means you should look for employment elsewhere. But before you go, take this certificate of mediocrity. You should be proud. You stood on 2 feet and convinced someone that you could do something, when in fact you couldn't. Now get out.
But there are 2 that are important for our discussion. In order to get the Lore Keeper ending, you need to play and beat some of the mini-games. One of these is Security Puppet, which is the most straightforward. You play as the puppet inside of a Freddy's location. After playing the game several times, you're greeted with an alternate take. You have to protect the girl with the green bracelet, but she's trapped outside.
That as a jump scare. I remember this part of the...
And this is how the puppet becomes possessed by Charlie. The puppet is a security device made to protect Charlie, who was blocked from helping her on the day that William came to murder her. He went outside and found her body, and so she possessed the puppet. This was William's first murder, and by playing this game, you are receiving Henry's message about what happened that day. The next game is Fruity Maze. You play as a girl collecting fruit, kind of like Pac-Man. If you beat the game several times, it begins to glitch. You can see the reflection of the player in the screen. It's a girl with blonde hair who goes from excited to sad. Eventually, the game glitches enough, and the fruit becomes dead, bloody dogs.
Oh.
The game ends, and now you can clearly see Spring Bonnie standing behind the girl.
He's not really dead. He is over here. Follow me.
Then the game ends. This was William, luring one of the MCI kids into the back room by pretending her dog hadn't died, and instead was just in the other room. He took her back there, killed her, and put her in Chica. Based on the books, we know this girl's name is Susie. William found a vulnerable child and lured her to her death. This is one of William's MCI murders. Fun fact tangent, there's a very popular theory that William killed the dog and experimented with it first before experimenting on any kids. And that's how Mangle got possessed, which is why Mangle is active during Save Them. 'Cause he's a dog. There's not really any evidence for this, but I like it, so...
That's an interesting theory.
The final game is Midnight Motorist. There's a lot more debate about the meaning of this game compared to the others, but I think it is actually very simple. You play as a car speeding down the highway, reaching extremely fast and dangerous speeds. There's a hole in the bottom of the map, and if you drive through it, you reach a secret minigame. In this game, you drive a purple car through the rain. People immediately assume that this was William, because it's a purple car. You can park the car at this one specific location, and when you get out, you notice that you're actually playing as an orange person. So not William. Absolutely not William. This is not William. In the top left corner of this clearing is a mound of dirt. If you drive further, you come to a parking lot. The parking lot is for a building, which has a blinking neon sign labeled Juniors. A green man
Just like you
stands
after
outside.
8 beers.
When you walk up to him, he says,
Come on, you know you can't be here. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be.
You drive away further into the woods until you reach a house. This is your house. You get out and walk inside. In the foyer is a person sitting on a chair watching a flickering TV. They say,
Leave him alone tonight. He had a rough day.
If you walk up the hallway, you find a locked door.
I told you not to close your door.
You say with a knock. You take a few steps away and say to yourself,
This is my house. You can't ignore me like that.
Then you walk back.
Open the door.
He doesn't respond.
I'll find a way in from outside.
So you walk outside, around the back of the house, and find an ominous scene. The window to your son's room is broken, completely shattered. Footsteps lead either toward or away from the window. It's very hard to tell which. Very large animal tracks stand next to the bushes. The footprints show 2 feet, each with 3 toes. There's a clearing in the bushes above you. If you walk towards it, you say,
Ran off to that place again. He will be sorry when he gets back.
But he never comes back. The minigame ends. This story depicts Orange Guy, an alcoholic father who went for a very fast and dangerous drive after hitting
Oh
his
no,
limit
he's
at the
drinking and
local bar.
driving!
He drives back home well after midnight and stumbles in on his wife watching TV. She tells him to go easy on their son, indicating a history of abuse. The son takes to locking the door, and the father is so angry that he stomps outside. The son has broken out of his room and has gone to that place again, which everybody agrees is Freddy's. These animatronic footprints indicate that something here was watching him and luring him outside. And the most recent version of Scrap Trap has 3 toes, fitting the description. In one of the future games, we see the fabric, non-springlock mascot suit for Bonnie, and it also has 3 toes. This, like the other 2 minigames, is a story about one of William's victims.
Yeah, I was gonna
He
say
found
one of
a
his
vulnerable
victims.
child who wanted to escape his abusive home life and appeared outside his window in costume to lure him to Freddy's. The newspapers in FNAF 1 say William lured 2 children into the back room of Freddy's in a mascot costume, but later, 5 victims were tied to the disappearances, meaning up to 3 of them were taken in other ways, and I think this is one of them. This is one of William's MCI murders. With that said, this is extremely controversial, simply because people really, really, really want this to be William. They'll go so far as to claim that Junior's is a Freddy's location, for some reason, and that William can't go inside because he's a suspected killer. And also, William is
I think it's
orange
just a
now
bar.
for literally no reason.
Maybe.
And he's an abusive father to his kids, because duh, he's a murderer, so he's evil to everyone. Forgetting the fact that he literally promised to put 2 of them back together. People also try to stretch it and say that this is Mike because he's watching TV, and that the child who ran away is Cece, which is why, after this, William tries to scare him away from Freddy's, and takes his window away.
What happened to the stairs? My parents took them down because I am grounded.
But the timeline doesn't make sense at all, forcing people to say that this is actually a robot boy version of Cece, trying to make it all make sense.
What if the Funtime Freddy animatronic used an illusion disc to make himself look like Fredbear, lured the crying child out of his bedroom into the pizzeria?
That's
then
a
killed
crazy
him?
theory.
I believe that after Crying Child died at the hands of Funtime Freddy, he successfully rebuilt him in the sister location bunker. So when we see the Crying Child again, he's more scared of Fredbear's family diner than ever, due to him remembering witnessing his own death.
People also try to say that the name of this minigame in the files being called Later That Night implies that it was the night that Charlie was killed, which is dumb. There ain't no way that this children's birthday party at Freddy's would be going on past, like, 8 p.m. And this is midnight. Where was William for 4 hours? I don't understand why people think that the only night that this could be the later of was the day Charlie died. I think someone just said that and it's stuck in people's imaginations. There are plenty of significant nights in the Five Nights at Freddy's series, and there is no link to Charlie's
His
death
window.
other than the fact that it's raining. And while
You
I
don't get to look
continue connect
outside.
them,
No,
I think
no
it's
light for
raining
you.
Because in movies,
Alex
bad
would
things
love that.
happens when it rains. Charlie was killed in the rain. This kid was kidnapped in the rain. Because rain is bad. And the main reason that I throw all that out the window is because I think that the night that this is referring to, the night that this is later to, is later in the night from the minigame. This is Midnight Motorist. This is later that night, post-Midnight Motorist. People try to say that this can't be William's footprints, because the spring lock suit would malfunction in the rain. However, it's not raining in Midnight Motorist. We don't know when this rain started, and there's no reason to think it started before the kidnapping. And the whole thing about the water impacting the springlock suits was mostly about the very
It's hardcore.
old costumes, like the one that William was killed in.
Yeah,
There's obviously
Eddie.
a much more high-tech springlock suit at sister location, and we have no idea whether or not those springlocks would be affected by water. It also could be the cloth mascot costume, like I said earlier. Guys, it's just really not that deep. This is one of William's victims, just like the other 2 minigames in Pizzeria Simulator show his murders. It's lore and backstory, not some giant wrench thrown in the plot revealing that Cece is a robot. With that said, I don't know what the mound in the woods is. There's a slightly differently colored dirt patch around it that might indicate that they're starting construction on something vaguely house-shaped. So they might be breaking ground. Or maybe it's Susie's dead dog, I don't know. I don't need to know exactly what it is to claim that it being the sisters' unmarked grave in the woods, a mile from their home, is kind of a leap. Now, in the narrative of Pizzeria Simulator, we, the store owner, are buying these games, and kids are playing them, and we're testing them overnight. But this reflection in the cabinet is depicting something that actually happened decades ago. So either it's a haunted cabinet showing us memories of the past, or the minigames themselves are disconnected from the present gameplay. It's a haunted cabinet showing the memories of the past. The vengeful spirit is playing through the games to learn what happened. The glitches were caused by William. Even in Fruity Maze, his presence in the memory literally leads to the game sprites changing. While these do depict real events, what we're playing is the vengeful spirit learning of these events through these video games created by Henry. Because it's video game theory.
Hi, Alex.
These are also important because they confirm to some extent that Shadow Freddy in FNAF 3 is controlled by
Thank
William.
you.
Or is William. In
Hi,
Fruity
you.
Maze, William has 2 different text
Oh my
colors,
gosh.
which
I'm
might
feeling so
indicate the
sleepy
tone
now.
he
I
was
think
using to speak.
I had a little too
Like
much
one may have been
wine.
in
Just a
character
will
and
too
have
much.
been a wacky,
A
fun
little.
Bonnie voice,
I can't speak
He's
anymore.
not really dead.
whereas the other was actually how he sounded. A British
Whoopsies.
man luring
This is what
people
Bond
from
looks like,
sight.
if you didn't know.
He is
She has a
over
new model
here.
that she's going
This
through,
would
but
mean that the
this
Follow
was
Me
OG
text
Bond.
in Follow Me is
These
the
guys are
same
fixed.
as this Follow Me text in Fruity Maze. Moving on, there are 2 important endings to Pizzeria Simulator, the lore ending and the insanity ending. The insanity ending is easier to get, but also much more obtuse. If you buy the Egg Baby, then during the
Ew,
night this
I don't like
button
that thing.
on the computer turns on, and if you click it, you hear a recording from Tape Guy. Based on the contents of the tape, it seems like he recorded this to himself before the start of the game. In fact, what's on these tapes reveal what led to the start of the game.
It's only now that I understand the depth of the depravity of this creature, this monster that I unwillingly helped to create, as if what he had already done wasn't enough. He found a new way to desecrate, to humiliate, to destroy. As if the suffering wasn't enough. The loss
Yeah.
of innocence.
Bond
the
has
loss
a
of
great model.
everything to so
Made
many
everything
people.
herself.
Small
I would
souls
love to
trapped
commission
in
Bond for a
prisons of
model,
my
but oh
making,
my gosh,
now
I
set
do
to
not
new
have that
purpose,
money.
and used in ways I
Or
never
it's just
thought
too. But
imaginable.
sure, her is like
He
phenomenal.
lured them all back to a familiar place, back with familiar tricks. He brought them
Yeah, I'll
all
show the full
together.
thing too.
Are they still aware?
Really cute.
I hope not. It keeps me
She's
awake
got Crocs
at night.
on.
I could make myself sleep, but not yet. Not until I undo what he has done and heal this wound. A wound first inflicted on me, but then one that I let bleed out to cause all of this. He set some kind of trap. I don't know what it was, but he led them there again. He overpowered them again, and he robbed them of the only thing that they had again. I don't know how those tiny breaths of life came to inhabit those machines, but they will never find rest now, not like this. I have to call them all back, all of them, together in one place.
That's right. Tape Guy made the animatronics. Prisons of my making? Tape Guy is Henry.
Yeah.
William is the monster that Henry helped create. And as if murdering kids wasn't it, William went ahead and desecrated them by doing his experiments. He brought them all back to a familiar place with familiar tricks. Henry could kill himself, which is what he does in the novels, but he's not going to while William is still out there.
Congratulations! You went somewhere you weren't supposed to go, saw something you weren't supposed to see, and prevented a tidy resolution to a messy problem.
Crocs are
Needless to
based,
say,
yep.
you're fired. But before you go, take this certificate of insanity. We're giving it to you to ensure that no one believes you, and to ensure that we can promptly replace you without incident. There is a
The
truck
theme today
waiting
is
for you
masquerade,
outside.
and so I'm trying to
Take
make a
care.
fancy mask that matches her like sea theme with the tentacles, and maybe like I'll
Saying
add like
he lured them
seaweed
all
to it or
back,
something.
and then
I'm trying to
following
figure it
that
out.
line with "It keeps me awake at night" really, to me, invokes FNAF 4. In all the other games, it's not William bringing the animatronics together. FNAF 2, it's not him, it's the company. FNAF 1 is not him, it's the company. FNAF 3, it's not him, he's trapped behind a wall. This can't be referring to Follow Me, because Golden Freddy isn't there. He says he lured them all back to a familiar place, so it can't be that. It really seems that the familiar place he lured them back to was his house, where he originally built them. The games have a habit of jumping between whether they're talking about the kids or the animatronics at random, which is why the puppet is referred to as a he, even though he's possessed by Charlie. This actually becomes more of an important point in the final game we're going to talk about later. So saying he lured them back, them might not be the kids, it might be the animatronics. He brought them back to where he built them. The next line...
This game actually
He
seems
set
pretty
some
fun to
kind of
play.
trap. I don't know what it was, but he led them there again.
Well, that invokes FNAF 3. How could Henry both know that he used familiar tricks to lure them back, but also say it's some kind of trap that he doesn't understand. How could Henry know it was familiar tricks if he doesn't understand what the trap was? I think it's likely that these two events are not linked.
Add shells
In this
to it?
second
That'd be
instance,
cute.
he doesn't say all of them, meaning it's fine that Golden Freddy isn't there, and the use of the word trap relates to Springtrap. I think this part of the speech is referring to Follow Me. Now he's talking about William taking their bodies apart. Then he says he has them all back together in one place.
I have to call them all back, all of them, together in one place.
That line will become important later. We also get the 100% official confirmation that Charlie was William's first victim, because that was the wound
First inflicted on me.
As Henry talks, we see some blueprints appear on the screen. These include RASC, Remote Activated Simulated C, the C clearly standing for child. It must stay connected to a central server and is the same temperature as a normal human body. Notice how it's made by Fazbear Entertainment, not by Afton Robotics, because Henry made this. This will make sense when we watch the Lore Keeper ending. And here's the Scoop blueprint that I cheated with and talked about during Sister Location. The Scooper is actually a remnant injector, explaining how Mike survived. Lefty, the name of the new black bear, stands for lure, encapsulate, fuse, transport, extract. The bear emits a bracelet code and then seals its suit around its prey and plays a lullaby. Well, that's a puppet catcher if I've ever seen one. Yes, I'm cheating a little because there's a screen that shows Lefty with the puppet clearly inside of him, but the bear mimicking the bracelet that attracts the puppet and calming it with a lullaby is everything we need to know that this is a puppet snatcher. It's weird that Henry is talking about how William lured the kids somewhere while displaying the blueprints he himself made for a device that lures the puppet.
He lured them all back to a familiar place, back with
Who
familiar
is S and why does
Even
he
the
see me
lines about the familiar
pee?
tricks, like he's using the bracelet and the song, those are familiar tricks. You would think that his words and what's on screen would relate to each other, but there's really no way that they can. I don't get it. After the slideshow of blueprints, the screen says, playing audio file HRY223. HRY is widely believed to mean Henry. The 223 is a lot more ambiguous. It might just mean that it's his 223rd audio log. But the community has widely adopted the meaning of this indicating the year 2023. Keep in mind, people think that FNAF 1 takes place in 1993, which it does not, and that FNAF 3 takes place 30 years later, which it does not, meaning that they think FNAF 3 takes place in 2023. This game taking place around Halloween, going by this poster that we see, could mean it's the Halloween of 2023. I think it's really silly for a file to be named 223 to get across the information of 2023, when one more character would make it 2023, and one fewer character, just the number 23, would also be understandable as 2023. That's the main reason that I don't think that's what this means at all. I firmly believe that FNAF 3 takes place in 2015, which does not mean it's impossible for Pizzeria Simulator to be in 2023, but I don't take this as evidence. I really just think it's the 223rd recording, and that people are reading way too far into it. Like if I labeled all my files this year GIBI23, I would be able to name exactly one file that, because that's how file naming works. You can't name them all just the year it is and who's talking. I don't know what 223 means, but it ain't that. So that's the insanity ending. But the real ending is the one that actually matters. Like I said earlier, if you choose to salvage all the animatronics, then they attack you at night, making it harder to get your job done. If you salvage all 4 animatronics, and also play the Puppet, Fruity Maze, and Midnight Motorist to find all the secrets, then you get the real ending. You fight for your life throughout the final night, and then this happens. And this is my second favorite moment in all of Five Nights at Freddy's. I literally made this video up to this point to give context for what you're about to hear. To us, at the time, this was the culmination of years of storytelling, years of games, years of speculation. and I hope I summarized the series enough to give you even a fraction of what I felt when I heard this for the first time. When you complete the night, you're congratulated, and then the screen goes black.
You played right into our hands. Did you really think that this job just fell out of the sky for you? No. This was a gift for us. You gathered them all together in one place, just like he asked you to. All of those little souls in one place, just for us. A gift. Now we can do what we were created to do and be complete.
They keep standing out, Rafi.
I will make you proud, Daddy. Watch, listen, and be full.
Connection terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elizabeth. If you still even remember that name.
No, I'm not, EP.
But I'm afraid you've been misinformed. You are not here to receive a gift, nor have you been called here by the individual you assume, although you have indeed been called. You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune.
How was your stream?
A
When you
labyrinth with
streaming?
no exit, a maze with no prize. You don't even realize that you are trapped. Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach. But you will never find them. None of you will. This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. I am remaining as well.
Dev of the game
I am
who also
nearby.
made content.
This
Oh,
place
nice.
will not be remembered, and the memory of everything that started this can finally begin to fade away, as the agony of every tragedy should. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still, and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole, so don't keep the devil waiting, old friend. My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent.
You have two
I'm
devs
sorry
there.
that on that
Nice.
day, the day you were shut out and left to die, no one was there to lift you up into their arms the way you lifted others into yours. And then, what became of you? I should have known you wouldn't be content to disappear. Not my daughter. I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. It's time to rest, for you, and for those you have carried in your arms. This ends, for all of us, in communication.
This wasn't a real restaurant. Well, it was, but it was a trap. Henry created this box to contain the remaining animatronics. Baby, William, the puppet, and Molten Freddy. You are his brave volunteer, although he didn't intend for you to be Michael. But now that everyone is dying, he rightly assumed that Mike would want to go down with them, with his father and sister, whose name is Elizabeth. Henry apologizes to Charlie, his daughter, who did such a good job as the puppet, but now deserves to rest. Heat makes the metal that Remnant latches onto malleable, but too much heat will melt the metal entirely, destroying the Remnant, meaning if they all burn and melt, the Remnant will be no more, and the souls will be freed. Henry, who has been tortured since his daughter's death decades ago, can finally die now, understanding everything and defeating William once and for all. So yes, Scott changed the contents of the FNAF 4 box to this. The box is now a trap for every character. It's the pieces put together. It's everyone, and so now, the memory of all that has happened can start to fade. The box will be forgotten forever. This is the end. If you die during normal gameplay, which obviously is not canon, Michael does not actually die, Baby will say,
I heard your call. You're not who I expected to see.
Because she thought William had brought her here, but instead she finds her brother.
You should have known I'd find you. Did I catch you off guard? It feels like home.
Baby in this game wants to make her daddy proud because she's gained consciousness. She's been put back together. She is no longer Baby. She is Elizabeth. And when Scraptrap kills you, he says,
I always come back.
well, golly gee, Willie, you sure do come back, just like the trailer for FNAF 3 says you do.
You may not recognize me at first, but I assure you, that's still me. What a deceptive calling. I knew it was a lie the moment I heard it, obviously. But it is intriguing nonetheless. Fascinating.
He did.
What they have become.
Despite the fact that literally every character in the series just died, including the ones that were already dead, the game is not over. We get to watch this.
Congratulations on completing your work week. We apologize if your situation wasn't presented to you in a completely honest fashion when you first started.
Get it? Because you, the player, were misled into thinking it was just a fake little game instead of the real one, just like Mike was misled into thinking it was just a normal restaurant and not a place for him to trap his father.
But it was important that your intentions and actions be genuine. Here at Fazbear Entertainment, we value fun, family, and
I don't
food.
like how those
But
kids
more
were drawn.
importantly, we
Look
value
ugly.
our commitment to atoning for past mistakes and tying up loose ends. Thank you for your participation. There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity. Please accept this certificate of completion. Goodbye for now, and thank
Bye.
you for taking this journey with us.
So loose ends are tied up, and Fazbear has been dissolved.
Well, they can't always look the
The
same.
story is literally over.
Over
It
the years,
cannot
they're
be
gonna
any more
deteriorate.
over.
That's why they look different.
no way to move forward from this point.
Remember how I said this is the first game in a new
And
trilogy? Well, don't worry, it'll all make sense in a couple minutes. By completing the Lorekeeper ending, you're greeted with this image. 5 gravestones in the foreground. Labeled
How are you?
Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and this one, obscured by the grass. Its mystery will be solved in the next game. That grave is, of course, the name of the child inside Golden Freddy, the Vengeful Spirit. Up on the hill above them is one grave overlooking the 5.
I'm good.
This
Pretty
is Charlie's
chilled out right now.
grave. I think this scene shows how this is finally the end for the spirits. And I also think
Let me
it
finish
debunks
my
a
wine
couple
real
of
quick.
theories. For one, the people who think the toy animatronics are possessed by the KCI kids. If there were any other children who had been possessing animatronics this whole time, I don't think it would only be the 5 MCI kids we were shown at the end of the game. People also think that the Funtime animatronics may have been kidnapping kids throughout all the years that they were active, with Freddy and Baby snatching kids left and right. But if that was the case, then
Oh
the
my
screen
goodness.
wouldn't
Oof.
just be about the MCI kids. I do think William killed more people, but I think the only ones that led to proper possession were the MCI kids, Charlie, Cece, and Elizabeth. But yes, despite the fact that Mike just burned to death, this is saying that the story isn't over. The Vengeful Spirit,
Yeah, we all
Golden
know that
Freddy,
he always comes
wasn't
back.
even in this game. So now it's time for their finale. Before we go to the next
obsessive
game, we
eraser.
have to go over some Easter eggs. Firstly, this guy. His name is Helpy. I love him.
Helpy.
These are rare screens you can get that show the animatronics in the alleyway at night before you salvage them. Molten Freddy doesn't really show anything. Scraptrap shows some
Can't we
really
just call
long
things how they
documents,
are?
a poster for Spookfest, inviting you to join the spookiest party of the year, and a building that says One Night at the Opera. This might imply it's October, like I said earlier. Scrap Baby has the same legal documents.
how do I
A
wanna
wolf
make
poster
this?
that says, The Legend of the Terrible Something Wolf. Probably Man Wolf. There's also a clown ringmaster, making an elephant dance and laughing. The bottom text says, Don't want to miss it, and the top text says, Hey-T-O. I have no idea. Lefty's screen shows
You
the
excited,
puppet screaming on a
Rafi?
poster.
Are you excited for
I think
your
this is likely the
subathon
puppet
soon?
actually manipulating the poster to show its mental state, which happens in FNAF 1. You can see the puppet inside Lefty, And
How
there's
many days
also
are
the
left
really,
until then?
really annoying fun poster over his shoulder. You have a guy in a purple suit, puppeting a smaller version of himself, with a bear wearing a birthday hat, and a clown. Symbolically, these are clearly the Afton family. William is Purple Guy, duh.
10 more days.
Cece is the bear
Nice.
with the giant jaw, whose birthday it is, which is very cruel. Elizabeth is the clown, because Baby is a clown. And then the puppet is Mike, for some reason. Maybe we're not supposed to get confused between the puppet and the marionette, and maybe this is just calling him a dummy, or saying William was talking through him, like if William told Michael to put Cece and Elizabeth back together, and then Michael told Cece he would put him back together, maybe that was him being puppeted by William, his father. And now we talk about Candy Cadet. This is Candy Cadet.
I have candy all day, every day. Candy, candy, candy.
He's the most
Candy.
annoying thing in this game. If you use one of your 10 nightly tokens on him, he might tell you a story.
I am a candy cadet. Come get your candy here. I have candy all day, every day.
This sounds like a TTS
candy,
pet.
Candy, candy. Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
And he has epic air horn. I love him.
As confusing and obtuse.
Kind of looks
Before
like
puppy
puppy ears,
address
but they're
them,
supposed to
I
be
want to
little,
discuss
little
the
ear
Molten
flaps, like
MCI
Dumbo ear
theory.
flaps.
Molten Freddy in this game is entered without Baby, taking the face and voice of Funtime Freddy. Since he's the amalgamation of the Fun Times, and since we discussed how the Fun Times and Mini-Renas and Stupid Biddy Babs were given life by taking Remnant from the original animatronics between 1985 and
I'm
87,
dying, stream.
that
I'll
makes
close this.
Molten Freddy the amalgamation of the MCI kids. This is mildly controversial, because some people think it would require soul splitting and duplication, which I hope I explained was not required to make the Fun Times out of the MCI kids. Some people think it's actually impossible, because the MCI kids moved on in FNAF 3. For reasons I'll discuss later, I actually think the bad ending is the canon ending of FNAF 3. With all of that
cute,
said,
like, keeping it simple.
even though I do believe in
I
Molten
don't know. Maybe
MCI,
I'll change it
meaning I
around.
think that Molten Freddy is the MCI kids
it should
and
be
not
fine
new
for now.
unheard of victims, I don't think that Candy Cadet stories are about Molten MCI, which is what most people think.
It should be
Candy
fine.
Cadet
I'll
tells
keep it
3
playing.
stories, and all 3 stories involve 5 things, and then
Just
some
clean up
sort
some
of
line
event that would combine 5 things. People think that these stories are just telling the player that Molten MCI is true, that the 5 kids became one entity. And I don't think that's true. For one, the stories don't match up with the events of the children being united as Molten Freddy. And for another, I think the game already told us this, and this is not a big reveal. It's in the books explicitly, and Henry says that the souls are in Molten Freddy. And they're probably the MCI kids given the gravestone ending. I think these Candy Cadet stories are about something else. You have to ask the question, who is Candy Cadet speaking to? None of the other instances in the series where one character is speaking and even giving us lore and background and stuff, in none of those instances is it non-diegetic. It is always one character is telling another character information. The phone guy tutorial is telling the security guard what they need to know. So if Candy Cadet is a product, is a robot that somebody made that you can purchase, that was made to tell somebody stories, then who were those stories meant for? Well, it's clearly the player, Mike. Someone is relaying these stories to Mike, which means they've either been programmed in by Henry, the storyteller, or the animatronic is haunted. And I think it's that second one. I think the vengeful spirit is telling Mike these stories. And with that context, these stories make a lot more sense. So without further ado, let's get into the Candy Cadet stories. The 5 Orphans.
Now I will tell you a story. A
You
story
can't play
about a
SpongeBob
kind
music.
man
That's just
who
gonna
would visit
distract
5
me.
orphans and bring
I
them
wasn't
toys
listening
and
for a second.
gladness.
All I heard was SpongeBob music. You can't put the SpongeBob music in. I won't be able to focus.
Further ado, let's get into the Candy Cadet
I
stories.
hear a word.
The 5 Orphans.
Now I will tell you a story. A story about a kind man who would visit 5 orphans and bring them toys and gladness. The man lived alone. and lived in fear that someone might break into the house of one of the 5 children, so he adopted all 5, and brought them together in one place, in his own home. He promised them to never leave them, and they promised to always come home, and never stay out too late. He left one day to buy food, his heart being filled with gladness, but returned to find that the burglar had chosen his home, and killed all 5 of the children. The man could only afford one coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to make one, and buried the child. That night, there was a knock at the door.
This kind man is Henry, because of the repeated line brought them together in one place, which Henry says during the insanity ending.
I have to call them all back, all of them, together in one place.
He adopted all 5, and brought them together in one place.
Henry is a kind man who makes toys, video games, and animatronics, which is why he brings
toys and gladness.
I think the meaning of Candy Cadet stories isn't to dish out lore metaphorically
I like
to
this.
the player.
It's
to
nice
give
and
information
simple.
To Mike that the
Maybe I'll
Vengeful
add a little bit
Spirit
more
has
to the mask,
learned
but
from
for now
all
I
of
kind of
these
like it just being
mini-games.
simple.
Vengeful Spirit is telling Mike that Henry is a
Yeah,
good
that's
guy,
good.
and that 5 children were killed, and they've now been combined together as Molten Freddy, and have returned. It's telling him what Pizzeria Simulator is about. The guy pulling the strings is the good guy. They were killed by the bad guy, and now they've returned. The 5 Keys.
Now I will tell you a story about a young woman who was sealed in a small room. In the room was a furnace, and 5 keys. She was told that each of the 5 keys would unlock one of 5 doors outside her room. Inside each room was a child that she could take with her as she fled the building. But she was only allowed to leave her own room with 1 key, not all 5. Desperate to find a way to save all 5 children, the woman melted the 5 keys together in the furnace to create a single key, hoping it would unlock all 5 doors. Of course, it did not work that way. Now her key opened none of the doors. Rather than leaving her room with a key to 1 life, she had taken with her the key
I feel like
to
I'm listening
5
to one of those
deaths.
TikTok
This is the Vengeful Spirit
AI
telling
voices.
Mike what she learned in Give Gifts, Give Life. As the puppet Charlie was sealed in a small room, the gift box that she's forced to live in, she had the ability to save the children in the MCI, potentially by taking one and literally taking them away from Freddy's, bringing them physically away from William. But of course that wouldn't stop William. He would just kill someone else. So she chose to remain, to be there for more kids, which of course led to the 5 deaths, and her response was to give them life by having them haunt the animatronics. She was trying to do the right thing, and ended up helping no one. And I think that that's what makes her a compelling character. She had a plan, and she had good intentions, it just didn't work out. I always liked the puppet. It's always thinking. The 5 Kittens.
Now I will tell you a story about a little boy. He had a red snake that he kept in a metal cage, whose hunger could not be satisfied. One day, the boy found 5 baby kittens outside his house. He brought them inside and kept them in a shoebox. He knew that the snake might kill them, but could not bring himself to get rid of the snake. He knew that if he chose 1 kitten to feed to the snake, it might be satisfied, but he could not choose. So, he went to bed, leaving the cage open. The snake went to the shoebox, chose a kitten at random, and ate it. After 5 nights had gone by, the boy was full of regret, and cut snake open. He pieced the remains together, and put the kitten back into the shoebox.
5
Jesus.
baby kittens, you say?
Jesus.
Why would it say baby kittens? When kittens
That was
already
just
means
dark.
baby
Like,
cat. If
like
not
hey, I know this game is
specifically to
dark
use the word
sometimes, but like
baby.
that story is just like
The boy in this story
like,
pieces
man.
the baby kitten back together. Kind of like
Poor
how
kitties.
Mike puts his sister back together. His sister, who's in baby. That would make the kitten Elizabeth, and the snake, who is red and lives in a metal cage and is always looking for things to snatch and chooses one at random, it's baby. Even the 5 nights mentioned reflect on Mike, who spent 5 nights at Circus Babies. It's actually the only place he spends
Children
5
dying,
nights.
yeah. Yeah,
FNAF 2,
just
he
chill.
spends
Like,
1
no
night.
big deal.
FNAF
But like
1, he
kitties?
spends 7 nights.
Oh
FNAF
my
3, he
gosh.
spends 6. FNAF 4, his gameplay section might not even be real. It's a nightmare. meaning the five
Oh yeah,
nights
Jay, do you want to
refers
be
to
in
sister
Alex's
location.
art for
Him being
Inktober?
a
I was
little
thinking of
boy
making you
also
anyways
follows the
in Alex's
pattern of
Inktober art,
Charlie
but
being the
I
only
might as well
female
ask.
in any of the
Yeah.
stories,
You're probably
and
gonna just say
Henry
yes,
being
but
a full-grown man. If there's a boy in the FNAF games, it's either Cece or Mike, and I think it's Mike. This story is hammering home that Elizabeth has been, metaphorically, removed from baby and put back together. That's why in Sister Location she was willing to kill who she thought was William.
I'm drawing Alex for
Except for
Inktober.
her freedom. But in this game, she wants
Do you want to be a part of it?
Proud, Daddy.
because this is baby and this is Elizabeth. But just like you can't put the kitten back together, putting Elizabeth back together didn't bring her back to life. Because, unfortunately for William,
You didn't get it.
that's
I'm
not
gonna
how it
draw
works.
Alex for
You
Inktober.
can
Do you
put them
want to
back
be a part
together
of the
all you
drawing?
want, but you still let the snake eat them. They're still dead. So now Mike knows what the vengeful spirit knows about
You
Henry,
would also like to be a part of
Charlie,
it? Yeah.
and Elizabeth.
Yeah.
And that is what
Yeah.
Candy Cadet is for.
You'll be a part of
Alright,
your
some
own
loose
art.
wrap up now. The Rockstar animatronics are not heavily featured, but it's hinted that they might be built out of the same material as the original animatronics. Why does Rockstar Freddy have purple
Oh, is of course you would
accessories?
be there.
I
Yeah.
don't know. There's a discussion about the Rockstar animatronics being
I should show
important
my
or
ink.
not,
I
and
haven't.
some people say that because they're not required
I always forget to show my
purchase to beat
Inktober
the
stuff,
game,
but
that
I can show
you
my
can't use
list
their
real quick.
presence as canon evidence, but that's
I
very
don't remember
wrong.
what day I'm making you.
Children's drawings of the
Oh,
Rockstar
let's check.
animatronics exist in the office, meaning that regardless of your choices during the playthrough, the canon of the series is clearly that these animatronics are present in the building. It should also be noted
so
that
many
it's
people on this
possible
list,
that
actually.
the box is not the FNAF 6 restaurant.
Oh my gosh, tomorrow
That's
we're
just
making
what most
Hepsi.
people assume. But if you go by my theory that the original intention
Today
for
we're
the
making
box
Vaughn,
was to
tomorrow's
show
Hepsi,
that
and then
Cece and
Flair
Foxy
from
Bro are
Hololive,
brothers, and
Axel.
that Foxy Bro is Mike
Afterwards,
Schmidt.
Meteora,
The
of
reason
course.
that
So
the
I'm gonna
box
be drawing her
changed
cute little
might
Little
simply be
Nightmares
that now the
raincoat.
Schmidts are
And
the
then Hani,
Afghans.
and Apple,
It went from
and
Foxy
Appy.
Bro is Mike Schmidt
Double Apple
to
days.
Foxy Bro is Mike Afton.
And
who
Rafi
changed
will
his
be on the
name to Mike
14th,
Schmidt
and then
at some
Sev,
point. It's also
who wrote my
possible that
lore,
during FNAF 4, there is no
will
intention
be on the
that Purple Guy
15th.
would be
You're not
Foxy
there.
Bro and
Ricky, you want to
Cece's
be at it
father,
somewhere?
thus
I'll do a
leading
bonus
to
day.
a change in the box
I'll do like
as the
a
story
0.5
developed
bonus
over the
day.
years. This is Funtime Chica. There
Did I
was no
skip
Funtime
15
Chica
to
in Sister
19?
Location because she was at Chica's Party World, which has
Am I
led to a
crazy?
fan
Oh.
theory that I personally think is very important.
Well,
and that we
yeah,
will
I see why you
discuss
can't.
now.
You know what?
These
Can I
are
be honest?
mediocre melodies. They are viewed.
I need to replay some of this video. My mind has been other places. But let me show you real quick. Let me hide this. I was like, what do you mean you don't see 15 and 19? Are you guys not counting? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just a tiny bit inebriated. Just tiny bit. He also got distracted. It's okay. And then on the 16th, Usa is my model sibling. They're gonna be my model sibling again with my next model. 4 yeah. Yeah, you Ben. Yeah, I'll draw you in your Lethal Company uniform. Mousy on the 17th, Toa on the 18th. Aiko. I've never drawn Aiko before. I think it would be fun because I really like Aiko's model. And I just never had the opportunity to, so I thought now would be a good one. And Rarora, I love Rarora. This is for Inktober. Every day of October, I draw something different with a certain theme. Rarora, Ben, Irni, Astel, Izuru, Kabu, and Alex, and Iron Mouse, and then Wink. I thought it would be funny to do Wink as a clown because she's always wearing her clown nose. Then Shiro, Axia, and me on the 31st. I will be the last day. Oh. This kid. What? Oh my gosh. I would say I would wanna No, I just thought it'd be cool because I think a mummy thing would just be like, I don't know, it'd be a cool costume for you. Yes. Jesus, yes. Oh. Can't wait to see it. Yeah, I'll do my best. Oh, I always try to tag people on Twitter. I know some people don't have Twitter, but I'll just do my best to tag whoever. At least friends-wise. Bigger people I won't tag, because that'd just be weird. I can't wait to make Pepsi, though, tomorrow. I forgot I was making Pepsi. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think so far I've been having a lot of fun with this. I was very nervous for Inktober. I was like, am I going to actually be able to make art? But yeah, I think it's been going well. I think it's been very fun so far. That's cool. Yeah. That'd be cool to make her in a little FNAF is helping. It's true actually. Once the FNAF video's over, how am I gonna do my art? We need to find another 8-hour video about something. We need to how far? Okay, I remember the kittens.
All right, some loose wrap up.
Okay,
now.
there we go.
The rockstar animatronics are not heavily featured, but
now that you think about it. Oh wait, give me just a second. I need to go grab something real quick, and I'll be right back. Hello. Hi, Queen. Oh, good. It's never too late to be, to put your raid message in. Okay. Pyrocynical released a 8-hour video talking about Darkwood. I'd be actually interested. I think Pyro's videos are pretty good. FNAF makes you not want to miss any art. How are you, Queen? Should I no, never mind. I was gonna ask, should I consume more alcohol? Or should I just stop? I know I shouldn't consume anymore. Petscop theories? Yeah, it's been a while since I watched the Petscop video. Especially Pyrocynical's one. We could. I'm pretty good. I'm a little bit tipsy. Just a little bit. It's not up to date. Oh, okay. What's the newest one? What's the latest one? Did he make 2 of them? Or like another? Like a couple? Am I misremembering? Maybe it's been a while. I'm gonna be honest. I'll ask you for a sec. I thought he made another one, but maybe I saw it. And that he will not release it. Yeah. I see. I see. I'm gonna play the video again. Rewind it just a wee bit.
Hinted that they might be wrap up
This is
now,
the recap.
and that is what Candy Cadet
After the
is
dead
for.
kittens, I remember.
Alright, some loose wrap up now. The Rockstar animatronics are not heavily featured, but it's hinted that they might be built out of the same material as the original animatronics. Why does Rockstar Freddy have purple accessories? I don't know. There's a discussion about the Rockstar animatronics being important or not, and some people say that because they're not required to purchase to beat the game, that you can't use their presence as canon evidence, but that's very wrong.
Rewind 3 hours. True.
Animatronics exist in the office.
Rewind the whole video. Okay, from the top, you guys.
The canon of the series is clearly that these animatronics are
oh yeah,
present in the
Rafi, when do you
building.
need your graphics
It should also
thing?
be
You never
noted
told
that
me
it's
when you need it
possible
by.
that the box is not the FNAF 6
I can probably make it
restaurant.
very
That's
quickly,
just what
but
most
I just
people
need to
assume.
know.
But if you go by my theory that the original intention for the box was to show that Cece and Foxy Bro are brothers and that Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt, the reason that the box changed might simply be that now the Schmidts are the Aftons. It went from Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt to Foxy Bro is Mike Afton, who changed his name to Mike Schmidt at some point. It's also possible that during FNAF 4, there is no intention that Purple Guy would be Foxy Bro and Cece's father, thus leading to
You
a
gotta,
change in the
can you
box
send me
as the
colors
story
and stuff,
developed
like
over the
what you
years.
want? Or if
This
you have
is
an art
Funtime
piece you want to
Chica.
add to it?
There was no Funtime Chica in Sister Location because she
Oh,
was at
Thursday,
Chica's
Friday?
Party World,
Okay,
which has led
sounds
to
good.
a fan theory that I personally think is very important and that we will discuss now.
By the way, you don't have
These are
to
the
pay me
mediocre
for it.
melodies.
Just
They are
think of it
viewed
as
as
a
lesser
lovely
than
birthday
Freddy's
present.
animatronics.
Doing it for you.
Obviously, they are mediocre. And as Matt Pat points out in his video on them, they seem more southern themed than the Freddy's bunch. Pig Patch and Ned Bear specifically have southern accents. Very long story
Chica
short,
looking
it seems
fine.
likely that the mediocre melodies and Chica
You and
were once
Chica.
a restaurant
It's
chain,
either Roxy or
and
Chica
Freddy
with
and
you,
Bonnie
Ricky.
were once a restaurant
Yeah,
chain,
I'm
and
sure.
that those
Don't
two
worry.
restaurants merged together. In real life, Showbiz Pizza Place and Pizza Time Theater merged together to become Showbiz Pizza Time, which is actually a fantastic name. The other name for Showbiz Pizza Time is, of course, Chuck E. Cheese's. That's why these other kids in Happiest Day probably are wearing mediocre melody masks, even if they don't line up perfectly. And in FNAF 3, when Phone Guy says,
You'll be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
he's probably talking about costumes from the mediocre melodies, which Fazbear Entertainment would have recently acquired.
I like the, you
After
know what?
the MCI,
I kind of like the
Freddy's was shut
elephant
down.
dude. You know? I would have loved to see the elephant dude again. I think I just like elephants.
William retained the full
think I
rights
just
to
like
use
elephants.
Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy, his
They're so
creations for
cute.
Freddy's, but Chica and the other mediocres were spun off from the Freddy's brand at least until the gang all got united together again for the FNAF 2 location. William did make Funtime Chica, but it seems like this was a formality, or a contract for him to develop, even though he wasn't in charge of her restaurant. Chica being separate from the other characters will matter more later. And
Never
that
stops
is
yapping,
Pizzeria
Nipple.
Simulator, the surprise ending to Five Nights at Freddy's. Scott promised a custom night update would be on its way, just as he had done for Sister Location, but he ended up changing his mind, and instead made Ultimate Custom Night as its own title, as a small little bonus cap to FNAF. Except we still have one game between Pizzeria Simulator and Ultimate Custom Night.
Yeah, before we start that, actually, I could play it still. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit, because I'm not gonna lie, I usually can just like lock in, focus, but like being a little bit, like consuming a little bit of alcohol, like yeah, it doesn't help. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I didn't put my sounds on. I'm sorry. I was gonna say that second one should always work. But yeah, I'll continue playing this, and I just had some wine, but I had like 3 glasses. It wasn't too bad though. I'm not like completely like wasted. It just I feel it a little bit. So I'm gonna go grab myself some food real quick, and be right back. Alex is full. Oh, why did I drink? I was drinking with my mom. We both we got this new wine. No, Alex didn't do it. Alex didn't do it. I was drinking with my mom. We got this new wine that I wanted to try, and so we tried it together. And yeah, she only had 1 glass because she was like, "Yeah, it's okay." And I had a little bit more. Yeah, I was gonna say that Alex literally did nothing. It wasn't even Alex's fault. Why did you blame Alex? Okay, I'll be right back. That is not true. The wheel would like to say otherwise. I think you're probably the second most person who's redeemed that. You or Ben, one of the two. You guys have redeemed that wheel so many times. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, Spooky Month overlay is very cute. I love this artist who made it. Okay. Got some food and now we should... Nuh-uh. What do you mean, nuh-uh?
It's time to get back to the Five Nights at Freddy's
Oh, the
security
books.
logbook. Yes, this
Head
is a
pats,
game.
thank you.
Yes, this counts.
Where are my head pats? I always lose them.
The
Oh, here.
FNAF security logbook is an activity book, and that makes it a game. This is an in-universe book, meaning everything in it except for the copyright page is canon.
Oh, whoops.
The book launched on March 1st, 2018.
Whoopsies.
The front cover states it is the security logbook, but that's been crossed out, so instead it says the survival logbook. The branding and images used throughout the book are of the FNAF 1 designs, which makes a lot of sense, because this book takes place right before FNAF
canon.
3.
Chica's dabbing.
Each chapter
My
in the
favorite.
book begins with an image of the FNAF 3 office. Why is there dark humor associated with dying on
Jay
your
is
shift
right.
in this book? Why are there
No,
word
he is
searches and puzzles? Because this is a
That is
kid's
the most
book given
laughable
out-
statement I've ever heard. Alex and Purist should not even be near each other in any sentence.
3. Each chapter in the book begins with an image of the FNAF 3 office. Why is there dark humor associated with dying on your shift in this book? Why are there word searches and puzzles? Because this is a kid's book given out at Fazbear Frights. It's meant to play up the horror of the Freddy's legacy. The first page asks us to write our name, but somebody already wrote their name in the book. Someone named Mike. This gives further evidence that the FNAF 3 guard is Mike. So yes, this is able to continue the story
Cry
despite
more.
Mike being dead, because it's an in-between quote.
Cry more.
It's in between FNAF 1 and 3. In FNAF 3, Phone Guy says,
Hey, glad you came back for another night.
he says this on night 1, meaning Mike had been working there for at least one day before the game started. So this book takes place the week before FNAF 3. Fazbear Frights exists, but Springtrap hasn't been found yet. Mike is just
Happiness
sitting
for
in the
no one.
office
I'm not
doing
happy.
nothing.
No one gets
Got
to
it?
be happy. I'm the
The book is
Grinch.
full of blood splatters and stains, which I think are in-universe jokes about the Fazbear Frights horror attraction. But there's a lot of messages and text written in red pen. This red pen writing and drawing is Mike. He writes his name in red pen in the front, and so all red pen markings are from him.
You should have seen my
Scattered throughout
Overwatch
the book
session
are
that I had
tally
before
marks.
stream. It was the
Unless
most.
it's hidden on
I'm
some
just saying.
obscure Reddit thread, and trust me, I
If
read
you want
plenty
to know what
of
true depression is, you should have seen my Overwatch session right before I had to stream. It's like the saddest thing that you could ever see ever. It's my job to spread misery. I don't even think I have potential. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I could actually be mean. I'd feel bad. I don't know. I'd be like, I'm sorry. I mean it. What is this video? This is unironically so good, and the animatronics busting their. You know what? Never mind. I shouldn't have read that. I shouldn't have read that. Anyways.
Unless it's things are Mike. He writes his name
Yeah, you know.
in red pen in the front, and so all red pen markings are from him. Scattered throughout the books are tally marks. Unless it's hidden on some obscure Reddit thread, and trust me, I read plenty of obscure Reddit threads while writing this, but nobody knows what these tally marks are for. It's thought there is some code left to be deciphered in the book, and that the tally marks are the clue. But whatever it is, it has not been worked out yet. At least no theories put forward are to my satisfaction. Besides the tally marks, Mike will also fill out the book by writing in little comments when the book asks for them. Like on page 6, the book asks,
List 10 reasons why applying to Freddy Fazbear's
Boys get
Pizza
free pizza?
seems like a good
Yeah.
idea at the time.
and Mike writes,
I can only be mean to you, Alex. That's a better way to
Mike
phrase
is
it.
also something of a cartoonist, because he draws throughout the book. Like on page 29, he draws what prizes he would want to win at Freddy's as a child, and he draws himself as a child water skiing, holding a bag of money. Now you might notice that this is on page 28 and this is page 52.
But that's only in retaliation to your
We'll get back
meanness.
to that. In case you don't believe that Mike is Michael Afton, on page 30, when asked about what TV character he relates to with his current experiences, he says,
Clara from The Immortal and the Restless, because everything about this place is crazy, and no one seems to notice except me.
And on page 34, he draws casual bongos. He also draws exotic butters on page 92.
Exotic butters!
We're asked to reflect on our happiest day, with an image of the puppet giving a cake to a young girl. If you flip the page, there's some Faz coupons, one of which is labeled Happiest Day.
Reserved party room, 3-tier birthday cake, receive a gift from the puppet, custom party kit with invitations and hats.
Assuming this book takes place
Let's
right
go.
before FNAF 3, this is perhaps the best evidence we have that Mike was aware of some parts of Happiest Day occurring due to his actions. The next insane lore drop comes on page 40 and 41.
Studies show that you forget half of your dreams in the first 5 minutes after waking.
It's
Use
true.
this page and the next page to sketch and write notes about your recent dreams. Reflect on the meaning of your dreams.
And Mike draws Nightmare, the final boss in FNAF 4, meaning that slightly before FNAF 3, recently, he had been dreaming about this animatronic. Mike plays through the nights in FNAF 4. And these segments, while likely based on his actual childhood, were a dream he dreamed right before FNAF 3. Previously, this was all wild speculation based only on the FNAF 1 phone guy call. But now it is confirmed. Mike is the FNAF 4 player, and it's a dream. Speaking of FNAF 3, on page 79 there's more of these Faz coupons. One of them is a $16 coupon for pizza, and Mike writes,
For real value, see page 61.
And guys, I'm so excited, this is where I'm going to be so validated. This is the best part of the video. Page 61 features these comics where you're supposed to draw stuff for Freddy and Foxy to do. On the chalkboard are the numbers 5 plus 4, and then a 3 in the corner. I think any reasonable person would interpret this as 5 plus 4 times 3, which would be 27. So when these coupons were made in 1992, they were worth $16. As of today, Mike writing this book, that's $27. And if you plug in those numbers into the official inflation calculator and check the value of $16 in 1992, it would be worth $27 in 2015, because FNAF 3 takes place in 2015. This book was written in 2017, so anyone who thinks FNAF 3 takes place in 2023 will have to explain how Scott, the author, thinks he knows the math to do to calculate inflation in the future. Well, I think it was easy enough to deduce that FNAF 3 was in 2015 when the game first launched. This is Scott confirming that date. Page 99 has the most important and really only story-relevant thing in this book. As fun as the metagame of hunting for clues is in this series, sometimes we just have to remember that this is a video game series, telling a story about people. And I think page 99 speaks volumes to the ongoing story of Michael Afton.
When a PR disaster strikes, it's always good to have a plan. Think of alternate explanations to these common misunderstandings. My child said Freddy bit him.
He tripped and fell on Freddy's teeth. Not our fault.
Everything in this book, and most things in this series, operate with
kind of right, you know?
Meanings.
Those kids always tripping and falling into his teeth, the teeth, like it's kind of their fault, you know?
The company doesn't care about you or your
Gotta
safety.
go. Okay, bye, Alex.
So while this makes sense as something an employee would say to a parent to diverge any liability,
He's gonna
from
go
an
play
injury,
games with someone,
which is what the prompt is telling you to do.
I think.
The subtext is tragic.
So sad.
You can almost see the scene from FNAF 4 playing out as Mike writes this.
He tripped and fell on Freddy's teeth. Not our fault.
It's denial. And maybe I'm reading too far into these red letters, but I think the denial clearly isn't working. It's like Mike has to repeat, "not our fault," over and over to himself. It's like he's been doing it for decades. And that is every important note that Mike has written in the book. But Mike isn't the only person writing in here.
Oh.
There's another presence in this book. There's somebody writing in very light, faded red ink.
What do you remember? Was your favorite childhood toy a plastic
so hard to
purple
see.
telephone?
There's a faded arrow that reads "My name," pointed
Where?
at the number, which is incorrectly labeled as 52.
How do you see that?
The words "My name" also appear on pages 47 and 79.
Okay.
Page 31 is incorrectly labeled as 39, and it asks the reader to imagine their life in 5 years. Mike draws a gravestone. The faded text writes,
My name.
By using clues hidden throughout the book, we can determine the name of the entity writing these messages. But before we can do that, we have to look at what else they're writing.
Do you remember your name?
This is on the page where the puppet gives the girl the cake.
Say my
the book
name.
asks about recent dreams, and Mike draws Nightmare Fredbear from FNAF 4.
3 different songs
The
just
faded
came into my
text
mind
asks,
when you said say
Do
my name.
you have dreams?
The first one was,
Pages 42
Destiny's
and
Child.
43, it says,
Do any of these toys look
Walter
familiar to
Heisenberg
you?
White.
Did one of these belong to you?
What do you mean?
Alongside the text are images of various
Nah.
toys.
I would ask
your
Alex to
favorite
play
ride the
games, but it's always
carousel?
no. It's so
What
sad.
do you see?
He doesn't even want to play games with
The
me
book
anymore.
asks who would miss you if you were killed by being stuffed into a suit. The faded text asks,
Do you miss them?
And he just says that and
Does
leaves.
He
That's
still
that's
talk
that's
to
so.
you?
on the same page as a picture of Angry Fredbear, the plush carried around by Cece.
Is this
I would
song
want to, of
familiar
course. I always
you?
want to play 2 games with you. Yeah,
The
it's
party
always fun.
was for you.
The line, "Does he still talk to you?" with a picture of the Fredbear plush strongly indicates that this faded entity is talking to Cece. The line, "The party was for you," also backs this up. But you may have noticed that some of the page numbers are wrong throughout the book, and those page numbers aren't the only text that seems to be altered. On page 47, the book asks you to rate your shift according to qualities like fulfillment, health, stress, purpose, hope, existential dread, and overall. The numbers in hope are wrong, going 1, 2, 3, 7, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7 and 2 are out of place. Page 43 is labeled 15.
And there's 2 sevens.
On page 85, the numbers 10 and 11 are in red for some reason. On page 89, it shows the same questionnaire as on page 47, but health has been changed to...
You can't
I can hear
stream. Aw. It's so sad that
and
you can't
existential
stream.
dread says,
It was for me.
this pattern
If I may
repeats on
ask,
page
after you are
109.
done with the
The
military,
text
can you?
changes to
I can't see.
and
I'm
Can't
scared.
see.
these changes of text seem to fall into
Or
two
you
categories.
still can't even afterwards.
Changes in number and hidden messages. The wrong page numbers are 52, 39, 15, and the jumbled numbers are 7, 2, and the red numbers are 10, 11. But those aren't the only strange numbers in the book. That chalkboard from earlier, 5 plus 4, 3, well, that looks a lot like 9,
In
3
8 months.
would be an important code. On page
And
108,
then you
Mike is
maybe
asked
can?
to report any unusual events. On an otherwise blank log, he writes the time 8:11. This gives us 52,
Mm-hmm.
39, 15, 72, 93, 10:11, and 8:11. I neglected
Okay.
to mention one instance of changed text, and that's on page 58. There's a word search, and most of the letters form a repeating pattern. They spell out,
It's me.
the calling card
Okay,
of Golden
sounds
Freddy.
good.
The phrases
Who are you?
and
What is your name?
also appear, as do normal words like Foxy and Play. The only page in the book that has seemingly no relevance to Fazbear Entertainment is the next page, which has a giant mirror on it. The faded text
Do you want to
beneath
play
asks,
Played Up again,
What
or
do
do you want to
you
do
see?
something different?
Some genius put all of this information together and solved the mystery of this book. Reddit user DPowerful1 on the Game Theorist subreddit figured out that if you use these numbers as coordinates on the word search, then you get some
That's
interesting
crazy.
letters. 5 across and 2 down, that's a C. Then an A. S. S. I.
Cassie?
D.
Oh.
Why?
Cassidy.
My name, the name of the person writing in the faded red text, is Cassidy, and she writes my name over a gravestone, thus filling in the final grave from Pizzeria Simulator, giving us the name of Golden Freddy.
You do both?
The name
Oh,
of the
okay,
entity
yeah.
we've been calling the Vengeful
Yeah, we gotta get
Spirit.
5 stars.
Because
with
remember,
the salads.
Golden Freddy can change the image and text on posters. Our secondary protagonist for the series is Cassidy. But that's not everything in this book. Cassidy asks many questions throughout, like,
does he still talk to you? Do you miss them? What do you remember? Do you remember your name? The party was for you.
And the changes in the text in the book add to this list of phrases, with sentences like,
who are you? What is your name? It's me. I can hear sounds. I can't see. It was for me. I'm scared.
The immediate thing that jumps out is the faded text asks,
what do you see?
And the changed text has a statement that says,
I can't see.
This led to the theory that these are two separate entities communicating through the book.
You and Alex on your
with
shoulders.
Cassidy asking a
Are
question.
you guys gonna be drunk while doing it? Is that why?
Answering.
I think you guys will be fine. We did pretty well last time. It's just we have to get the right get lucky with our upgrades, I think.
What do you see?
I can't see.
The party was
I can't
for
believe
you.
you've done this.
It was for me.
Is this song familiar to you?
I can hear sounds.
Does he still talk to you?
I'm scared. Who are you? What is your name?
My name? Cassidy.
This conclusion leaves a few loose ends. For one, we still don't know what the tally marks are for, and it also leaves a lot of Cassidy's questions unanswered. And I would say this is too much of a big loose end to just ignore, but I think there's an alternate explanation. These questions were actually being asked
At least,
of Mike.
yeah, we still haven't been.
Toy?
It's not funny. We still haven't been on VC with you sober. It's kind of crazy. At least I have it.
Purple telephone. Do any of these toys look familiar to you?
Mike had the purple telephone, and one of these toys is
Alex
a dog.
nowhere.
And while Cece might miss his plush friends, it actually makes
I do
more
think
sense to
drunk
me
played up
if she's asking
does sound
Mike
fun.
if he misses
Well,
his
maybe
brother
not next
and
time.
sister.
Maybe another
Do you
time.
miss them?
Due to the fact that Cassidy uses Mike's writing here of 811 to give the final clue to her name, I think this implies that she is in some form of communication with Mike. And if this book happens directly before FNAF 3, then this could be what Mike actually did to trigger Happiest Day. He wasn't touching wall tiles, he was reading and filling in this book, causing ripples in the flip side. This is also why I said before that the yellow eyes in FNAF world are likely talking to Cece.
Everything that happens out there has an
Does
effect
Enna
here.
drink?
Do you understand?
Besides the fact that they're obviously talking to him because of the repetitions of the lines from FNAF 4. The other reason I think is because they're glowing eyes in the darkness.
And it doesn't drink.
Because Cece
And it'll just
can't
take shots
see,
of water or
Because
something.
everything faded as he died in FNAF 4. So all he can see are these bright yellow eyes speaking to him. So was the security logbook important? Yes. It taught us the vengeful spirit's name is Cassidy. It confirms that Michael Afton, Foxy Bro, and Mike Schmidt are the same character, and that FNAF 3 takes place after Sister Location, in 2015 and not in any other year, and that Cece is in communication with Cassidy. That just leaves us with one game left. While Pizzeria Simulator was the ending of Mike's story, this next game is the ending of Cassidy's. Kind of. FNAF Ultimate Custom Night launched on June 27th, 2018. Often abbreviated to UCN, its cover depicts Nightmare Own from the non-canon FNAF 4 Halloween update. Ultimate Custom Night is exactly what it sounds like, a game mode where you can face off against up to 50 different enemies at once, each with an adjustable scale of 1 to 20 in difficulty. The hardest challenge being the 50-20 mode, which is every animatronic on max. Back on April 1st of that year, Scott had made a trolling post introducing 3 of the characters' mechanics in the game. Phone Guy. He will call into your office at random, creating a lot of noise and momentarily increasing the aggressiveness of the animatronics. He cannot call, however, if Springtrap is in the vents, because he can't be in 2 places at the same time. This is obviously making fun of MatPat's theory that Phone Guy is Purple Guy. Foxy. He will run into your office when things are looking dire and offer to help you. You can choose one of 3 ways for him to assist. He can block one door, clear the vents, or add 1% more power to your meter.
Oh, that's nice.
This is based on the old fan theory that Foxy in FNAF 1 isn't trying to kill you.
I think I'm almost done coloring. I just have to then do
he wants to check
some
up
shade.
on you if you don't look at the cameras often enough.
Coloring,
and
matching,
he
and
doesn't
stuff
jump scare
like
you to kill
that.
you. He just casually leans in the room, and then you have a heart attack and die from fright. We talked about this earlier. It's obviously it's silly. It's dumb. And finally, Nightmare Freddy. He appears suddenly in your office, holding an alarm clock. You have only a moment to press the button to activate.
Wait, he looks
the
cool
alarm.
here.
If you press the button in time,
Look at the little Freddies coming out. Oh, that's the little Fredlets or Fredbears little things.
you will awaken in your
Coming out
bed
of
for
him.
10 seconds.
We're kind of
before
opposite, but
falling
have great
asleep,
connection, yeah.
continuing the night. This,
Yep,
of course,
it just works.
is making fun of Dream Theory, specifically MatPat's piece of evidence that the alarm clock in FNAF 4 is the key to proving it.
No hospital has a grandfather clock, but they're all equipped with a generic digital alarm clock. This, to me, was the missing link, the piece of evidence that took this theory from convenient explanation for a lot of the game's weirdness to definitive proof that this is what Scott intended.
But Scott here confirms that Dream Theory was never canon. Scott, who likes to release games early, said he wanted to release the game on June 22nd,
Oh, whoops.
but promised someone he wouldn't release it until the 27th. This is because he had challenged Dawko to beat the 50-20 mode, and Dawko would be out of town until the 27th and be unable to play. To me, this makes it seem like the fact that the final Silver Eyes book, The Fourth Closet, being released the day before on June 26th,
the
was
kitchen
just a
version just
coincidence,
got burned.
and was not meant on purpose.
You know,
to
actually,
coincide with
funnily
GCN.
enough,
Scott said as far
today when I was looking through my recommended, I rarely get recommended game theory videos anymore because I don't watch them at all. But just recently today, they did a new FNAF video. I don't know for what. I think it was for some security breach stuff. They did a recent FNAF video that got recommended to me. I was like, I am not watching that. I'm too worried like how bad it would be. Maybe he's gotten better with his FNAF theories, but I just don't think so. You know?
far back as FNAF 1 that he thought 420 mode in that game was impossible. But this game actually seemed impossible. This is not a difficult challenge to complete, it is literally impossible. So much so that Scott challenged Dawko to beat it, offering him an interview if he could do it. Here's some video of Markiplier trying and failing to play it. Warning, there is going to be a jump scare.
Let me walk you guys through what I'm doing. I know it's too fast too.
You also got recommended after he should
sense out of.
They knew. They're like, what were
I'm
you saying
doing
about my
is, the first
FNAF
step
series?
is turn off fan, open monitor, and hit power generator at the same time. Go to duct, place it here, because if there's only one path, some will get stuck there. And so long as you regularly
I'm sure
turn
someone
on the heater,
beat this once,
you'll
surely,
get
right?
there. Then
Or no?
block the first one just in case. It usually doesn't even go here, but I put it there just in case. Here, look at monitor. Scan around for coins. Every time you pop down, you want to turn on the AC. Now, the most important thing is every time you bring up your monitor, close the side vent. I found that the animatronics in the side vent only come through when you put your monitor down or put your monitor up. And if you do it every time you put your monitor up, then they're never going to be a
little
problem.
thing.
So it contains them really well and it helps you get Faz coins.
I don't like it. I want to punt it.
Rig. And anyway.
What was that bass boost? This doesn't even seem fun. It just like... I know, like, what am I watching? It's just clicking.
I always forget.
Showtimes are on the hour. Not a moment before and not
He's not even like upset. He's just like, ah, I forgot.
That's expected.
Dawko ended up beating the challenge a mere 2 weeks later on July 9th, and
See, that's what I was gonna say. Someone had to have beat it. Like, I feel like even, I guess you can make impossible games, but like, this one, I feel like you can beat it. Just, you have to be so perfect with your time. I'm kind of interested in watching his run of it. I'm very interested. I know it's just gonna be clicking, but I'm interested to see how it went.
I guarantee that the
What
beat
is
of his
that?
heart was jumping through.
Hello? What was that picture of Chica?
Weeks later on July 9th, and I guarantee that the
That's
beat of
in
his
the
heart
game?
was jumping through his shirt when he beat it. Dawko actually started crying when he finally won.
Well,
And
he
while
cried?
He wasn't the
Aw.
first to beat it, he deserves insane props for doing this for the sake of the community. A YouTuber named Remery actually beat it the day before. The video you're watching now is Dawko's victorious attempt.
Oh. Oh my gosh, he's feeling so many emotions right now. Good for you, Dawko.
Dawko ended up interviewing Scott for an hour and a half, and there weren't really any important lore implications. I invite anyone who's interested to watch the entire thing. But really, the only important things of
he
note
jump scared
are
himself.
Scott confirming and reiterating that FNAF World is canon, and him implying that he had games up to Sister Location planned from around the time of FNAF 2. Not the
That's
plot,
interesting.
obviously, but he mentions the color scheme and general aesthetics as something he planned up to the series' 5th entry.
Even at that time, before, as I was working on part 2, I knew that 3 should be a very personal experience. It should be the opposite of what 2 was. You know, part 3 should be kind of one-on-one, and I knew that part 4 should be kind of unique as far as setting and things like that. And I knew that part 5 should be kind of high tech, and I even kind of already had color schemes picked out. Like, I knew that part 5 should kind of be purples and blues.
Yeah.
I knew that 3 should be kind of green, and I knew that 2 should be kind of 2 should be feel kind of industrial, which I think that it does.
As
He
a
got
custom
jump scared
night,
by
the
winning
game
the
does
game.
not have a story, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have lore. Obviously, the presence of Baby and Scrap-a-Baby and multiple of the same character at the same time show that this is not something that's actually happening. But just because it isn't actually happening doesn't mean it's not real. Every time you die, the character who killed you will say a voice line. Some of these lines are mechanics and hints for how to beat them.
Showtimes are on the hour. Not a moment before and not a moment later.
That's supposed to explain that you beat the character by checking on him every hour on the hour. Other lines are just funny, or characterization.
I always come back.
Makes sense.
I bet you weren't expecting me, were ya? Turn your back for 1 second and I'm like, wazoo! Ninja skills.
You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
But many of them exist to tell you a story.
I like that. That's kind of cute.
What a gift to relish, a victim that can't perish.
Oh my gosh, why is his voice so deep? Corpse Husband is finally back, man. Oh, you're okay. Jesus. They're like in my ears. Discord. That shit. That's so cute.
I always come back. I always
Kitty.
come back.
Oh my gosh, it was going in. It was getting that food. Still, that Chica emote takes me out. I'm never gonna get used to it.
Let's taste death again and again and again.
His
You
voice
won't
is
die,
the scariest.
but you'll wish you could.
Come spend eternity inside with me.
I don't like that one.
Is it me drop or is it you? Perhaps it's us both.
They're cool
These
voice
all
lines
seem
though.
to indicate that you're dead, that this is your eternal punishment. This is a real canon game that is actually happening, where somebody is being punished by these animatronics. But who?
Seeing you powerless is like music to me. I recognize you, but I'm not afraid of you. Not anymore.
I have always been hiding in your shadow. I am given flesh to be your tormentor.
We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
You are not my friend anymore.
I am a burning reminder of your misdeeds.
Is this supposed to be?
This time, death cannot save you.
It won't make sense though if this was supposed to be William's hell. Let's do
It's
hair
William.
now.
Death can't save him this
Okay,
time.
well I guess so,
Fredbear, who is speaking
but he's
almost
also
as Cece,
Spring Chap too?
is saying, "You're not one of our friends." The bad.
So he's
animatronics
haunted by himself? That's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
are given life by his misdeeds. It's William. And once you piece that all together, the game becomes really epic. And you can also start piecing together what some of the other voice lines mean. Let's go over some new lore implications.
Where's
I
my
forgot
pin?
her hair clips.
Lodged in your forehead, of course.
This is obviously a meta reference to Scott saying Toy Chica was missing her beak. So he's still drawing our attention not back to any specific game, like the "you won't get tired of my voice" line draws you back to FNAF world, but this is instead him saying something about the game's lore. He's bringing us back to something he himself posted, which I think means it still might be important.
The others are like animals, but I am very aware.
The community is not in agreement what being put back together means. As I've said for this whole video, I think it means having your memories reassembled after death, giving you control over your animatronic. It's why I think the puppet, Golden Freddy, and Baby
Thank
are
you for the
aware.
follow.
Baby goes
Ni-
from
is it
speaking as
Naomi
Baby
Cat?
in Sister Location to speaking as Elizabeth
Thank you
in
for
Pizzeria
following.
Simulator because she was put back together, as Mike says at the end of Sister Location. This means, and I think this is important, that every line a character
Hello.
speaks
Welcome
is
in.
coming
How are
from
you?
the perspective of the character, not the spirit inhabiting them. The puppet,
Just something like that.
William, Scrap Baby,
I like
and
that.
Fredbear are the
Okay,
only
let's get the colors
spirits
real
who
quick.
talk as themselves. Keep that in mind for the next section.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
The community almost universally agrees that this means that Susie, the girl with the dog who possessed Chica, was the first MCI victim. Except we know that Charlie died before any of the MCI kids, and Cece died before the MCI kids. So Susie was not the first, and has not seen everything. But people still assume that that is what this means. That's not what this means. This is Chica speaking, not Susie. We went over this a while ago, but it's likely that Chica predated Freddy Fazbear's Pizza by a long while, by being part of this second company that went on to merge with Freddy's.
Oh, really?
Which is what happened with the real Chuck E. Cheese. I think this is saying that Chica was the first animatronic character that was built among this
Oh,
cast.
I want to be.
Chica, from Chica's
Oh.
Party World, predates Fredbear's Family Diner, and Fredbear and
Hmm.
Spring Bonnie
I
as
would say
characters.
bunny.
Telling
Give me
us
just
the
a second. I think I would want to be a bunny. Because I do have a little toggle here. Can I take off my coat real quick? Let me hang up my coat real quick. Take this off real quick. Here. Where is it? There it is. I got my little bun with me. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. I'm guessing you stream too. I should give you a follow back. If you do stream, if you don't mind. Yeah, let me give you a follow. Yeah, and let's give you a shout out too. How about that? Bam. Follow. I hope your Inktober is going well so far. Put this back on. Make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Let me go back to my corner. You're behind. No, that's all good. It happens. I get it. I get it. I think you can never be late to something. Always take your time with it. Spam a few nights. I wish you luck. I wish you luck. I'll definitely have to try to... Do you post your art on Twitter usually? I'll have to try to see it. Okay, I'm gonna rewind just a little bit. Because I got a little lost there. Okay, yeah, I'll have to go check out your Twitter too. Okay, let's go.
What this means. This is Chica speaking, not Susie. We went over this a while ago, but it's likely that Chica predated Freddy Fazbear's Pizza by a long while.
I have my character I do have my character Reshi on Twitter on my pinned message, I believe, but will you need that? Do you want that? I could somehow send it to you if you need it. Civil drawings. Okay, all good.
By being part of this second company that went on to merge with Freddy's.
Money was all you need. Okay,
I
got you.
The real Chuck E. Cheese. I think this is saying that Chica was the first animatronic character that was built among this cast. Chica, from Chica's Party
wrong layer.
World,
I forgot to clip it.
Fredbear's Family Diner. And
there we go.
Fredbear and Spring Bonnie
still wrong layer. I forgot. Oh, I didn't make a new layer.
Telling us that Susie died first is meaningless. Telling us that Chica is older than Freddy points us in the direction of this being inspired by the real-life Showbiz Pizza Time story. And I think that that's what Scott intended the entire time.
I am given flesh to be your tormentor.
This implies that Nightmare Freddy did not have flesh in FNAF 4, either because he was a manifestation of fear in Mike's dream, or...
This time, there is more than an illusion to fear.
This strongly hints that the FNAF 4 animatronics were in fact using illusion discs, which is the theory that I've been going with. These events were real to an extent, and then later in life, Mike had nightmares about it, adding in details like the IV bag, the FNAF 1 phone calls, and allowing him to draw Nightmare in the logbook, because he had dreamt about it recently. But this line confirms that William actually had animatronics with illusion discs walking around his house when Mike was a child.
I assure you, I am very real.
Once again, this is implying that previously he wasn't real, but that this version attacking William now in the afterlife is actually a possessed animatronic. In this case, it's literally his son, Cece.
Let me put you back together.
Gosh, the voices are so good, but like, Jesus, right in my ear.
Fredbear is obviously the same suit as Golden Freddy. They are both the yellow Springlock interpretation of Freddy, although Golden Freddy has black accessories and Fredbear has purple. but Fredbear / Golden Freddy is obviously Cece. So this is Cece referencing being told he would be put back together, which really, really reinforces that William is the one who said this line in FNAF 4. William said it to Cece here.
I will put you back together.
Cece said it to William here.
Let me put you back together, then take you apart all over again. We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
I like how it sounds.
Once
His voice is very
reinforcing
layered.
That this is Cece
Cool.
speaking, and that the person who said, "We are still your friends, do you believe that?" was William. But then there's this wrench in everything.
I always come back.
That's what I'm saying.
Why would William be fighting off himself and hear himself say, "I always come back"? Obviously, for game purposes, you gotta have a Springtrap in your ultimate custom night everyone is here game. And it does kinda make sense that William would have to face off against Springtrap because he tormented other people with Springtrap in the past. But I don't know why this is his voice line. It could have been something like,
Now you know what it feels like.
This is just mildly confusing, and it adds in room for contrarians to claim that instead of William being tortured here, it's Michael being tortured, which I just strongly disagree with.
Yeah, I don't think
now,
so.
you may remember that I said that this
He
is
always comes.
Cassidy's
That's
game.
why
This
he's
is
in the
her
game, because he always
finale.
comes back
And
no
it
matter what.
is. Multiple
Even in his own
animatronics
hell.
reference a being known as the one that you should not have killed. Let's take a listen.
He's here and always watching. The one you shouldn't have killed. I have seen him. The one you shouldn't have killed.
I am remade, but not by you. By the one you should not have killed.
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you
Gosh, that one. Some of them throw me off because I'm like kind of
If
focused
there's
on
one you
Tron.
shouldn't have killed, it's either Charlie or Cassidy. We know it's not Charlie, because the puppet explicitly says she's not afraid of William anymore, meaning Cassidy is the one you shouldn't have killed. But they refer
But
to
who is
Cassidy
Cassidy?
as male. He's here and always watching. I have seen him. This has one of three explanations. One, the one you shouldn't have killed is not Cassidy. That's the least likely in my opinion. Two, Cassidy is a boy. Cassidy is a gender
It makes
neutral
sense.
name,
Yeah.
and therefore it could just be a boy. I do think that this is unlikely though, because, spoiler alert, this is not actually Cassidy's last appearance in a FNAF game, and in a future game she will be depicted as a girl. And three, the one I believe, is that because Freddy is male, and Cassidy is Golden Freddy, they're referring to Golden Freddy as the one William shouldn't have killed. The same way that they call the puppet he, even though he's possessed by
Yeah, I know
Charlie,
Cassie's Golden
they might
Freddy.
now be referring to Golden Freddy as he, even though he's possessed by Cassidy. I think that the male pronoun usage here is an unfortunate choice because it confuses people, but I really just think it means that they're talking
Scott
about
just wanted
Golden
to throw
Freddy.
people off,
The
you know?
one you should not have killed
Probably,
is
I don't know.
very cool, but there's another entity in the game
But
that
I'm
people
wondering
call the
why
Vengeful
I don't
Spirit. When Scott
remember
did a
this part,
casting call
so
for voice actors, he labeled one character as a Vengeful Spirit. This face appears in the game as an Easter egg, and the Vengeful Spirit actually has lines. Some people think that the Vengeful Spirit is Cassidy, and that the one you shouldn't have killed is somebody else, but I think that they're both Cassidy. Three characters.
Golden Freddy, I hope nothing bad happens to you. What do you want? I always come back. Any last words before you die?
Can I at least say goodbye to Cassidy?
Cassidy? Who's Cassidy? Oh, the Vengeful Spirit! Now that Afton is dead, we can finally be free.
good video. Cat. Kitty's just scared. Aw, look how nice it is. It's so nice now. Spicy kid. Oh, look how much that's so cute. It's like I hate this, and it actually happens. It's like, oh wait, this feels nice. This feels nice, actually. I like that. Oh, it's so cute. This makes me want to get another cat, but I know I could not take care of another cat. Oh, kitty. Okay, that was we got so off topic there.
Characters have voice lines that get surprisingly serious, and underneath them, you can hear a female voice whispering. And yes, I know that the casting call for the voice should be of ambiguous gender, but women are perfectly capable of voicing young boys and having them sound like boys.
You wish that would cat.
Bart Simpson or Gregory from this very series, and it definitely sounds like the whispering.
Are you gonna maybe adopt a cat after your military? Oh, but military. I was gonna say after, maybe. Yeah. You have to send cat pictures whenever you get one.
Voice is clearly intending to be
I require
female.
them.
Here are some lines from the Vengeful Spirit.
We've only just begun. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest.
This is how it feels, and you get to experience it over and over and over again, forever. I will never let you leave.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
So, the Vengeful Spirit, the one you should not have killed, Cassidy, is creating this torment for William in the afterlife, refusing to let his spirit fully pass on. And she's trapping the others there too. This is literally the puppet. This is Charlie. And this is Bonnie.
What is this new prison? Is it me trapped, or is it you? Perhaps it's us both.
All the kids are trapped here, tormenting William, because Cassidy is concocting this scheme. And I think the puppet is trying to stop her.
I don't hate you.
Thank you.
But you need to stay out of my way.
I don't hate you.
She doesn't care about getting revenge for William. He's dead. But she does want to free the spirits. She's actually after Cassidy. Lefty, the robot that captured the puppet in Pizzeria Simulator, also has some interesting lines.
It will all be over soon. There is room for one more.
I think the room for one more and all be over soon lines are actually about Cassidy, not William. Remember, Lefty lured the puppet to trap it, and I think it would also want to lure and trap Cassidy. There's room for one more, the other one being Charlie, and it will all be over soon means William's torment will be over soon because Charlie is going to stop Cassidy. There's two more references to this in the game that I think back up this interpretation. For one, when you beat the final challenge, which again is not 50-20 mode, again, Scott thought that was impossible, but when you beat the hardest official challenge, you get to see this cutscene. Golden Freddy is twitching, fading slowly into the background. If we interpret this as us, the viewer, walking backwards away from Golden Freddy, that means that she is staying put to continue to torture William forever. We're saying, enough, I'm done, I'm leaving. It's like movie shorthand, or it's like if a book ends with a ... It's saying things will continue this way forever. Or, if it's supposed to be interpreted as Cassidy moving away from us, the viewer, and her fading away, then it's her losing control over William. I think it's open-ended, but I personally think it's the second one, because this happens once you beat the game. William has beaten her hardest challenge, so she's abandoning this attempt and moving on to the next one in the next game. The other piece of evidence that this is Cassidy torturing William and that Charlie is trying to stop her is Old Man Consequences. Old Man Consequences from FNAF World is one of the enemies that you can set up in this game. He pops up on your screen and you have to catch a fish to make him go away. But if you set him to
That's
be the
so
only
good.
enemy and you play his little game, you glitch into the clearing from FNAF World. You're back to playing as tiny little Freddy boy, and he's sitting at the lake, just like he was in FNAF World.
Come and sit with me for a while. Leave the demon to his demons. Rest your own soul. There is nothing else.
If Old Man Consequences is Henry, and Freddy Boy is Cassidy, then this is Henry overtly telling her to stop torturing William, the demon. Leave the demon to his demons. Rest your own soul. Once you've entered this screen, there's only one way out, and that's to glitch into the lake, just like in FNAF World. But instead of reaching a secret ending of people happily watching TV, the game crashes, which, of course, is Golden Freddy's thing, because this is Cassidy, who is Golden Freddy. Earlier I said that Henry's speech at the end of Pizzeria Simulator was my second favorite moment in FNAF. This is my first. This is my favorite moment in the series. Old Man Consequences telling Cassidy that revenge isn't the answer, and one last time having to plead for the release of all of the innocent souls, including his daughter, who are once again being taken away from him, not by William, not by the villain, but by Cassidy. It's really powerful, but the thing that makes it the best moment in the series for me is the noise that you hear in the background.
What the hell? Is that a dinosaur?
This seemingly ambient noise is actually a human voice. It's very distorted, but if you slow it down and change the pitch, then you can hear what it's saying. Take a listen.
Damn. Hello, I'm under the water.
Obviously, this is a video game. This is FNAF. This is funny jump scare bear game. We're talking about Purple Guy from FNAF. It's a voice actor who recorded lines in a booth for a video game.
So that voice actor was putting their everything into that.
Distortions to sound creepy as ambiance in a challenge mode in a bonus-free video game. But there's something so raw and intimately and intensely and eternally and inherently and terrifying. This is a child killer who defiled corpses, all for his own personal benefit, to elongate his own life and to serve himself. He attempted to cheat death and succeeded for a long time, but now it has finally caught up to him. The end of his life, he was still so arrogant. One of the death lines he said in Pizzeria Simulator was this:
"What a deceptive calling. I knew it was a lie the moment I heard it, obviously, but it is intriguing nonetheless."
And now he is in so much agony that his arrogance is gone, his pride is gone, and he's just screaming for help. And the people he's asking for help from are Henry and Mike, the two people he blamed for.
Did he say Henry? I thought he was only on Mike.
Fear for his son, who he basically tortured, and for his old best friend, whose daughter he killed. These people should hate him eternally and have no sympathy for him. And yet, in this moment, he's asking for that sympathy. In the last game, Henry said,
"Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole, so don't keep the devil waiting, old friend."
And now we are witnessing that moment, but it's not the triumph of Henry's speech at the climax of the series. It is pitiful. William is pathetic, and his torment is eternal. And even though William is the worst person in this story, again, a child killer, you still take pity on him. Just like in real life, how you take pity on those who hurt others, because they will never know what it's like to love, or what it's like to feel the release of forgiveness. They're casting their own soul aside for nothing but worldly gain. They will never reach whatever version of heaven you believe in, whether that's actual literal pearly gates or a state of enlightenment and nirvana, or just the inner peace of knowing that you've made the world a better place in your lifetime. Even as it's depicted in an 8-bit Easter egg in a video game, hell is real.
Yeah, I am drawing Bond.
And with that, now we're going to talk
Hi,
about
B, how
Toy
are you?
Chica's high school years. Yes, this is real, and it is also scary. After playing each challenge in the game, you unlock a new cutscene. These cutscenes belong to one of two narratives depicted throughout the game. Both of them are satirical or absurdist. I don't know, just watch this.
Oh, are you braiding your hair or doing something with it? Or unbraiding? I know you braided your hair recently, by the way.
Dear Diary.
What is this
Yesterday
about?
was so amazing.
Chica in high school? What? Taking him down? Ah. Mushy luck, it's been too long.
Or absurdist? I don't know, just watch this.
Dear Diary. Yesterday was so amazing, and I met such a wonderful guy. But I don't think it was meant to last. For my heart belongs to another. He's so amazing and strong and so cute. I've been thinking about him all day, and I think he's really into me too. He's the only one for me. I just know it. And I know just how to get him. Look at that top hat. That amazing top hat. He'll be mine by
He's like, who the hell's staring at me right now?
I just know it. I told him that I needed help with my homework, but once he's there, I'll have him. And once I have him, he'll be mine forever. There is only one thing that could possibly go wrong.
So this is a metaphor, an analogy, an allegory. Toy Chica is William. There are several of these short little episodes, and they all go the same way. Chica sees a character, points out something she likes about them, states in a sadistic way that she's going to get them, and then says,
There is only one thing that could possibly go wrong.
Each time the next episode starts and we see the next victim,
Oh,
she's
wolf.
holding a treasure from the previous victim in her bag. Foxy's hook, Freddy's hat, etc. Two things to note right off the bat. The animatronics in the story are not representations of the actual MCI kids. It's not like the Freddy kid, who she asks for help with her homework, correlates to the child who is stuffed into Freddy. The presence of the puppet and Pig Patch and this completely random wolf completely disprove that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who's this wolf?
When the day starts, she already has Foxy's hook in her bag. In fact, the first thing she says is that yesterday she met an amazing guy, but it didn't last.
Yesterday was so amazing, and I met such a wonderful guy. But I don't think it was meant to last.
Meaning before this whole thing started, she had already killed one person. I spent so long trying to figure out how Foxy could have been the first victim, like even before Charlie, because Foxy's head is missing in FNAF 4 of the plushes, and because Foxy's claw hook is already in the bag. This is one of the most annoying parts of everything. But I think I figured it out. And I think it's a coincidence. I think Foxy's head is missing in FNAF 4 because Foxy bro Mike was using Foxy to scare Cece, and so he either tore off his head because he didn't want to look at it anymore, or Mike tore off the head, which upset Cece, which is why he then went on to use Foxy's visage to scare him. And I think that Foxy's hook is here because they just chose an animatronic to already be dead to be Charlie, and I don't think it has anything to do with Foxy.
Look at that untamed fur. That amazing silky sheen. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him that someone ran over his dog in front of my house,
Oh.
But once he's there, I'll entice him with warm cookies, lure him inside. I mean, invite him inside. And then I'll have him. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him that my house was on fire. But once he's there, I'll tell him that I threw myself on the flames to put them out. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him that I've taken several live hostages at my house.
What?
But once he's there, I'll tell him that I let them go because I love him. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him to come over later. That should be enough. And if he doesn't show up, I'll just go to his house. And if he doesn't open the door, I'll just find a window. Chimney's always an option. Or I could set the house on fire and wait for him to run out. Then he could run into my arms. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I'll just wait for him after school. Throw a bag over his head. Hit him with a shovel and drag him into the back of my car. Then, when he wakes up, I'll tell him that someone was trying to kidnap and kill him. I don't know, Balloon Boy maybe. And then I'll tell him that I rescued him.
Maybe Balloon Boy or something like that. Balloon Boy's kind of like annoying,
People
so yeah.
try to read really far into these cutscenes, but after the security logbook, I realized that Scott is more than willing to put a lot of effort into something like making an entire book to reveal one piece of lore. And I think this really isn't saying anything more than how William lured his victims. In his Spring Bonnie persona, he asked a kid to come and help him with his homework. He passed an older kid and said, "Oh my god, you have to help me, my house is on fire, come quick." And when the kid ran up to help him, he just snatched him. He told another kid he had hostages who he would hurt if he didn't do what he said, and then just took the kid and killed him. He followed someone home from school, hit them on the head with a shovel, put them in his trunk, drove them to his lab, and killed them there. The other two stories, well, we know what they are. He lured Susie by talking about her dog. And then there's the puppet story. William inviting a child to Freddy's after hours. They don't come, so he goes to their house and breaks a window. Well, that's Midnight Motorist. The end of the series has Toy Chica under a tree, with her backpack full of trophies behind her. She then says that tomorrow is another day.
But tomorrow is another day. And I just know that there's a guy out there that's right for me.
It's William. We get it. I really just think this is explaining the 5 ways she got the 5 victims, and confirming that Charlie died first, and that other things like what characters being used to represent them, it being Freddy's hat and Bonnie's ears, those are just random, unimportant details. The second grouping of cutscenes is significantly more difficult to parse, because what is just a funny random little detail and what is an allegory is impossible to tell. So this series is a parody of anime. The entire thing is spoken in Japanese with subtitles, and its style and tone fit in with very serious anime.
I love FNAF anime.
彼らはものすごく怒っていて、
I have to actually watch this because I
水に放り
cannot.
投げられると同時に彼らは私のために来る。ひどい匂いも。私が最後に過ごした時、私はそこに沈んだ。私がそこにいる間、私はビジョンを持っていたと思う。私は私の先祖にあった。彼らは生きていた時代がどんなに優れていたのか。そして最近は子供たちが権威を尊重せず、ビデオゲームに明け暮れ、ポテトチップスを食べる様子を教えてくれた。尊敬も規律もなし。私は彼らに不平を言うのをやめるように言った。私は人生において先祖のビジョンを探してきた。そしてついに解決できないと思う。それは自ら呼ぶもの。私はそれを
Why do I feel like I've seen this before?
慣れなければならないと思う。
Yeah, I heard potato chip too.
私は少なくとも私の隠れ家の名前を持たなければならない。私は自分の時間と何か関係があるのか？
誰かいないか？ 私はどうしてもトイレに行かなきゃいけないんだ。
私にはキャラクター開発の余地がなく、私の隠れ家という名は少し物を追加するためにできることのほんの一部だ。だから私は一緒に行った。怒りの道場。それは私にはとても恐ろしく聞こえる。しかし私は何を知っている？私は池に浮かぶのが
Tune in next episode.
The story told by these episodes is this ongoing war between Freddy and Foxy. And once again, for this series, there is serious debate about who they stand for. Is the bear Henry and Foxy William? Does that make Mangle Mike? Or is the bear Cece and Foxy Mike? Freddy and Foxy seem to get into scuffles more akin to brotherly wrestling and bullying rather than serious brawls. It also mentions it being Freddy's birthday at one point, and Foxy watches TV. The punishments Freddy has to do also line up really well with stupid brother bets or being grounded. That is, up until he has to dress up like Santa and deliver gifts to children, and Foxy mentions he has little Foxy children, and that Mangle is a dog. He also says he's leaving and going on vacation soon. Freddy celebrates him fleeing, but says it's his destiny to chase him. And that sounds more like Henry chasing William, or Mike chasing William, or Cassidy or Charlie chasing William. Once again, I don't think this is anything important, but I do think it's giving us backstory. That being Cece and Mike, and what their brotherhood feud was like before the Bite of 83. But this last part was just so confusing. Unless it's meant to imply that Golden Freddy following Mike around from location to location is him following Mike until the deed is done. But while Cece might be characterized as a little bratty brother up until FNAF 4, as Golden Freddy, he certainly is not like that. What's interesting is that the Japanese you hear in the background is not saying what the subtitles say.
Yeah.
There's a phenomenal video on YouTube by The Comfy Corner where she had
I'm
this
eating cold
dialogue
breakfast.
translated.
I don't like cornflakes. They're plain good. I figured. I was gonna say, I think what they did, they just had random Japanese. Well, not random. They're probably saying something important. I don't know. But the subtitles don't match what they're saying. That's what I thought.
Something Scott wrote and got professionally translated and voice acted.
Yep.
But it doesn't
Sounds about
actually
right.
mean anything.
Okay,
It tells a
yeah, no,
story about
just
Foxy sending a
random
bird
stuff.
to annoy Freddy, and then they fight, and Foxy rolls Freddy around in some alpaca droppings and takes pictures of him to share with his friends. It's a different story from the one the English subtitles give, but it's very similar in that it's just more examples of Foxy bullying Freddy, and Freddy trying to strike back, and failing. Now, if there are any characters that would be representative of Mike and Cece, it would be Foxy and Freddy, so there is that. But that leaves the question as to why these are TV shows instead of 8-bit minigames. FNAF has showed in the past that even if they don't want a minigame to be playable, they will still show events happening as an 8-bit video game, like Mike walking down the
Ends of
street
her
in his
hair
sister
the
location.
similar color.
So why are these TV shows, and what do they have to do with William being tortured? Well, just like I think the mini-games in the older games were a split narrative, the mini-games being experienced by Cassidy and the night gameplay being experienced by Mike, I now think it's that same concept, but in reverse. The night gameplay is Cassidy's story. The bonus after night stuff, the equivalent of the mini-games, is Mike's story, and it's in the form of TV shows.
Okay, I'm
Because
gonna
if there's
be
literally
right back.
one personality trait we know Mike has, it's watching TV. Between the Immortal and the Restless,
I'm not.
and Sister
I'm just using her colors. I just needed her colors. Yeah, I know it's her old design. I mean, you can. I'm not really using like any. Like whenever I make these, I don't use really. I'm not like copying outfits. I just usually make my own. Yeah, you can send it over. What is with people and sniff? What? We had another person before who did us. What's up with people doing sniffer? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna be right back just real quick. I just have to do something. I have to get more water real quick and maybe another snack and then I'll be good. So I'll just be right back. Everyone take a break. Well, I guess I passed the vibe check. I guess that's good, I guess. Let me check my DMs. Maybe she has more hair color to it. Oh, just on the jacket. Oh, she has a green hair clip. I can add that. Maybe not, but we'll see. Thank you, B. Appreciate it. Alright, for everyone to be like, I'm back. Before I start it. We have an hour left of this, which is actually kind of crazy. The silence is deafening. But it's okay. I'll just yap for a little bit. I haven't done anything with this drawing. It's kind of crazy that it's been 3 hours and I've barely done anything. I think I've just been very distracted. Just one right here. Yeah, I can make it real quick. The green one. Bam, bam, bam. Let me erase whatever's in it real quick. That should be good. You back? Ricky, you back too? Okay.
Location, and this depiction of him with his siblings in FNAF World, I think this being a TV show is really, really strong evidence of my split narrative theory. Mike is now likely dead from the pizzeria simulator fire, and is experiencing the tale of all that has happened as TV shows. His father's murders, his feud with his brother, and how that led to Golden Freddy. It makes sense as an equivalent to the old minigames, but for Michael. Okay, now let's talk about the hippo.
It's hippo time!
Back on page 59 of this script, we're currently on page 109, I said, you can glitch one glitch further by entering the lake. If you rapidly alternate left and right descending into the lake, you will then fall for a while before you see this. This screen has two main interpretations. An angel welcoming you, with its arms spread out and its wings behind it, or the view of three people from behind being lit by a television screen, with all three holding each other in their arms. I think it's that one, but I won't be able to explain why for quite a while. You'll know I'm getting back to talk about this topic when I start an entire section called Mr. Hippo's Wild Ride. And on page 85, I said, so it's in this nebulous time that FNAF World takes place, and I'll explain how I know this and what it has to do with the hippo later. And now is when I prove that, and so many other things. Now is when we talk about the hippo. This is Mr. Hippo. He's one of the mediocre melodies, and he has 4 voice lines in UCN. Those 4 voice lines add up to over 11 minutes of time. He tells 4 stories that are on average 3 minutes long. That's like the length of a normal song. And this happens whenever he kills you. So yes, when you are killed by him, you have to sit there and listen to the entire speech before you can try again. And no, I'm not going to play them all in this video. But I will play part of one so you get an idea as to what they're like.
It seems that...
What collab do you want to do on Wednesday, Alex? I know, I think I know the meme, if I'm not mistaken. I hear it in my head, but I could be, oh my gosh, that's the longest story. But what collab did you want to do, Alex? And also, you can send it, just in case I don't know it. Oh my gosh. You better watch yourself. He has mod powers here. Let me see it. Kabu's live. What was the title of your stream, Alex? Yo, whatever. I will ask. What does that mean? Must be that. Yeah, what does that mean? Try. You know what? I will like. I won't even. You know what? I think it's better I don't know. I think I'm good. Anyways, let's listen to Mr. Hippo's story.
You have met your end. Oh, what a pity. You know, I don't feel too bad about it, though. After all, if it weren't me, it would have just been one of the others, I guess. I'm honestly just glad to be out of those air ducts. You know, it's It's not easy for a hippopotamus to fit up there, and not easy to get down either, and not as young as I used to be.
I'm sure it has a
You
nice,
see,
wholesome
I
meeting.
used to be able to do all the sorts of things. You're young, you're vibrant, you have that sort of pep in your step. It reminds me of a conversation I was having with one of my good friends, Orville. We were having a nice picnic.
So otherwise, yeah.
I believe it was summer. No, perhaps it was... Was it the fall? Yes. It was the fall because the leaves had turned already.
Whoa. Hold the phone. A conspiracy is afoot. I believe it was summer, or perhaps it was fall. Yes, it was fall. That's an overt FNAF
cheating?
2 reference.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy
But why wouldn't you just call it...
Phone guy says it's a summer job.
Is it like a
the location is
different
only open
type of
for 2
cheating?
weeks, and your paycheck is dated November. This is a mistake. Scott made a mistake. He didn't make it as a lore hint. It's legitimately just an error. And that's what Mr. Hippo is referencing. He's an old man telling a story, and he forgot when it took place. Whoops. It's summer or fall or whatever. Yeah, it's fall. This is Scott telling us that FNAF 2 takes place in the fall. That's the canon answer. So does this story have anything else to do with FNAF 2? Well, yeah. Mr. Hippo tells Orville, that's the elephant, that he wants to tell him a story. And Orville asks what it's about. And Hippo says, why is everything gotta be about something? Can't we just talk? And Orville says, like, bro, you're the one who said you had to tell a story. And then Hippo admits that yes, he did say that. And then he says...
Telling someone that you're gonna tell them a story is tantamount to asking them to stop what they're doing and pay attention. You're basically saying, hey,
What's
buddy,
he yapping
stop
about?
everything. Stop what you're thinking. I have a solution to everything.
What color should we
And,
make her
well, I
mask?
didn't really have any story to tell.
Maybe this color.
In hindsight,
Make her
I
dress the same
probably
color as
just
her shirt.
misspoke when I said that I had a story. I think it would have just been better to tell Orville that I wanted to tell him something rather than tell him that I had a story. But you know, even then, it might have put too much importance on the whole thing.
Okay, bye.
If the first part is Scott
he
in a meta
hates me
sense,
so much.
admitting
It's
that he
kind
made
of
a mistake
crazy.
in FNAF 2 with the
He
dates,
hates me.
then I think the rest of the story is Scott also saying that in FNAF 2, he didn't really have a conclusion to his story yet. There was no moral, there was just some stuff that happened. A guy killed a bunch of kids and put them in animatronics. And that's not a story, but that's background plot to a horror game, which at the time is the only thing he was making. But now it's become a story. Later games made it into a story. In the beginning, he didn't have a solution to everything, because it was never supposed to be picked apart and told like a narrative. So if that Mr. Hippo speech is about FNAF 2, then do the other 3 Mr. Hippo speeches have anything to do with the other FNAF games? Yes.
It reminds me of one summer day in the park. I was having just a delightful picnic with my good friend Orville. And I said to him, Orville, I have a story. And he said to me, what's the significance of the story? And I said to him, Orville, not every story has to have significance, you know? Sometimes a story is just a story. If you try to read into every little thing and find meaning in everything anyone says, you'll just drive yourself crazy. I had a friend do it once. Wasn't pretty. We talked about it for years. And not only that, but you'll likely end up believing something you shouldn't believe and thinking something you shouldn't think or assuming something you shouldn't assume, you know?
So Hippo once again says it's summer. Now we know that FNAF 1, 2, and probably 3 take place in the fall. FNAF 3 probably takes place around Halloween. But FNAF 4 doesn't. FNAF 4 takes place in the spring or summer because of the flowers and the green grass. Sister Location does too, to be fair, but I think this speech is about FNAF 4, because he says he has a friend who reads into every little thing. It wasn't pretty. We talked about it for years, and he ended up believing something he shouldn't believe and making assumptions. That's MatPat. This is about dream theory. Scott is saying that MatPat read too literally into FNAF 4 and came away believing in dream theory for years, and that was never the solution. That is what this Mr. Hippo story is saying. But that's not the end of the speech. I think that part is just to prime us that the rest of the speech is about FNAF 4.
I do remember a man who would bring his son to the bakery every Wednesday and then go feed the ducks. He would buy all of the sourdough bread. Of course, you know, you're not supposed to feed the ducks sourdough bread at all. It swells up in their stomach and then they all die.
Oh.
But, at least that's what I've heard. You know, I never saw any ducks die myself, but I did notice a substantial decrease in the duck population over the course of a few years. I just never thought to stop the man and tell him that he was killing the ducks by feeding them sourdough bread.
So a guy is taking his son around and feeding the ducks. This is obviously
Oh,
William.
here comes
the son
Marie.
that he takes with him is either
Same,
Mike,
actually.
if you believe that Mike used to help William kill kids, which is a theory that people believe, but not me. Or it's Cece, because William is bringing him along to feed the ducks, trying to revive him, to put him back together. And the hippo is Henry. He never saw any ducks die, but he did notice a decrease in their population. He wasn't involved with the company by the time of the MCI. He had already stepped out after Charlie died, but he definitely knew something was going wrong. Kids were dying, and he never thought to tell people it might be William. The next story is the one I feel the least confident I have figured out, but I think this story is just telling us, confirming to us, that Ultimate Custom Night is a dream, or William's afterlife. Mr. Hippo and Orville are sitting by a river and they're watching fish, and he thinks that life is pointless and hard. There's just obstacles, and no matter what you do, it leads to the feeling of being in the jaws of a beast. And I think the closest thing that relates to that sentiment is UCN. It's a hard game full of obstacles that you literally cannot beat, or that at least at the time of the game being made, Scott thought was impossible. At the end of the story, he says,
So, you may be asking yourself, how did I go from sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade to being wedged in the air duct? Not only with Orville, but with an entire assortment of fruity-colored friends. Well, there's really no good answer to that, but perhaps I met a demise of my own at some point, and this is my afterlife or my dream, whatever it might mean. I honestly don't know.
This again seems like it's referencing UCN, and is just giving more hints that this is an afterlife or a nightmare. This story is saying, hey guys, listen up, I'm talking about UCN, and then saying, this is the afterlife, or a dream.
Ow.
In the books, UCN is a dream, it's a whole stupid thing, William is in a coma, and UCN's a dream, but then he wakes up and immediately dies, so why bother? That's all that I can interpret from this Mr. Hippo story, but maybe there is more to it that I haven't found. Then, there is the most important story.
It reminds me of a time I was speaking to my good friend Orville. We were sitting on a park bench watching the pigeons. I was on the left, he was on the... Oh wait, was I on the right or left?
Okay, so basing this off of the other stories, it was the summer, no, it was the fall. That's FNAF 2, so now we're looking for an instance in the series in which there's one character, and then another character is talking to them, and it doesn't matter if they're on the left or the right. A point in the series where a conversation is had, and the arrangement of the characters, the speakers, doesn't matter. And that has exactly one answer, one possibility, and that is the conversations that happen in FNAF World, where you can choose which direction you want to face when you're talking to a character. A game that, of course, includes one particular ending. Old Man Consequences, sitting by a pond. This story is being told by Henry, and he's remembering an event that happened in one of the FNAF games. Mr. Hippo continues.
Anyways, it doesn't matter. We were sitting on there watching the pigeons.
And remember, in the other story, the ducks, the birds, were a representation of dead kids.
And I said to Orville, Friend, those birds are frozen. And he kind of looked at me like I'd lost my mind. But I reminded him that it was winter, you know, and often birds will sit in a tree until they freeze. And then they sort of fall to the ground until the sun warms up and they can, move around again. So I said to Orville, you might as well save those breadcrumbs until the birds thaw, because they can't very well enjoy them in the condition they're in.
And this is where I get even more crazy-eyed, because there's exactly one instance in the entire series, besides this one moment, where somebody uses the phrase breadcrumbs. And it is Glitch Bear in FNAF World. If you stay on the screen for long enough, Fredbear will be replaced by a glitching Fredbear, who immediately contradicts what Fredbear is saying.
There is a task for you to complete. You have to leave breadcrumbs for him to help him find his way.
The quest that Glitch Bear sends you on is setting up Happiest Day, and Happiest Day is, of course, for Cece. So that means that you, the player character, are not Cece. You are someone else setting up breadcrumbs for him so that he can find his happiest day. So breadcrumbs lead to happiest day. And as we established in the other story, the birds, the pigeons, are the children, the MCI children, people who died. So then, Mr. Hippo says...
You know, so he took a moment and then threw his last handful onto the ground. I said to him, Orville, why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when I just told you they're frozen? To which he responded, the breadcrumbs are not frozen. Again, misunderstanding my words. I didn't mean to say that the breadcrumbs were frozen when I said I told you they're frozen. I'd been referring to the birds. You know, in hindsight, what I should have said was, and this would make perfect sense, why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when the birds are frozen? He misunderstood upon my correction, stating that he didn't know what else to do with the breadcrumbs and that perhaps, you know, when the birds thawed, they'd still be able to eat the crumbs. So I said to Orville, I said, and this is what I said to him, I said, Orville, the birds may be dead.
Henry is telling someone, Mike, that there's no point leaving the breadcrumbs because the children may be dead. You can't do happiest day, you can't put them back together, it doesn't matter. And he is both right and wrong. He's right that they're dead and that putting them back together does not bring them back. Baby in Pizzeria Simulator is not Elizabeth, but he's wrong in that it still matters.
I know, this hippo's yapping, like what is he talking
about? He doesn't know what else to do with the breadcrumbs. So he does FNAF World anyway, and he does so in hopes that one day the birds will thaw, and it takes almost 30 years. This conversation happens after Sister Location before FNAF 2. Henry tells Mike not to bother, but Mike does it anyway. Like I said, Glitch Bear is William, and he told Mike to go put Elizabeth back together, but Henry is telling Mike it's no use. This conversation happens right after Mike learns that the killer is his father, and after this conversation he goes to track him down in FNAF 2. Mike set up Happiest Day knowing it may not work, not knowing how many decades it would take. That's why the eyes are yellow in a void in FNAF World, because he's talking to Cece, who is still blind, who can't see. The pieces are in place for you. Rest, because it's going to take a long time. Because Mike starts this journey in 1987, and the birds don't thaw until 2015. Like all the best stories, Mike, the hero, the younger generation, is rejecting walking the path of the two warring factions of the generation above him. William, the villain, is trying to achieve a noble goal, the resurrection of his children, but is doing so at the grave and evil cost of murdering other kids. Henry, the reluctant ex-hero who has given up, is telling Mike it's no use and to not even try. But Mike ignores them both. He tries, and
he makes his own
without
path.
hurting anybody. And if that all sounds like fan fiction, well, yeah, it kind of does. But very honestly, that is how I read into all of this information. Like, this is just how I read this text. This is the story that came to me reading it. I wholeheartedly believe that that is what it is saying. That is what Mr. Hippo is about. He is clarifying the lore from the series. FNAF 2 is in the winter. UCN is a dream or the afterlife. Henry didn't see dead kids, but thought William might be involved, but still did nothing. Mike went to Henry to talk about leaving breadcrumbs for the dead kids, and he said, don't bother. Come have a seat and let's fish for a while. You have nowhere else to go. And if Mike had chosen that path of inaction, that would have been the end of his story. When you glitch through the lake in FNAF World, you get this picture of three figures watching TV. Off the screen, above the image, are the words, Happiest Day. This is the result of Mike's other option, the option of inaction, the result of Mike drowning himself in the lake. The big brother and his little brother and little sister are united, doing the thing Mike associates with peace and calm, watching TV. He could take the easy way out to reunite with his siblings. He could watch TV with them in the afterlife. Or he could take the hard route, and instead of watching TV, he could do the inverse, the thing that would cause him the most stress, watching these stupid monitors. And that is the story of Five Nights at Freddy's.
He did not get to security breach. Interesting. Wonder if he has one about security breach. Let's check. He did mention it a little bit, actually. Wait, is he? No, wait, it's over. Okay. Maybe he is gonna get there. I thought it was over, but it wasn't. Yeah, they did.
Or at least most of it. There are some things I still don't know, or at the very least am very apprehensive about spinning to fit into my theories. I have no idea what Shadow Bonnie is. There seem to be all these indications that Henry made Baby, from FNAF World, to the books, to The Immortal and the Restless with Vlad saying Baby isn't his, to a theory by YouTuber fnaf talking about Baby's original hair color being brown, the same color as Charlie's. But if it's supposed to be canon that Henry built Baby, it was never addressed again, and how William came to own her, and use her, and program her to be like a child kidnapping bot is not something that's addressed in the series. In addition to that, in UCN, Toy Chica tells 6 stories about how she's going to get someone. There should only be 5 if this is about the MCI, and even if one of them's about Charlie, that would be odd because Foxy's hook is already accounted for in her bag before the stories start being told. In Pizzeria Simulator, Funtime Chica comes with the posh group, not with the mediocre melodies, although the theory about her being as old as them and originally being part of their restaurant would seem to imply that she should be grouped in with them in some degree. And while I am fairly certain that the person who plays FNAF World is Cassidy, and that the person who visits Old Man Consequences in FNAF World is Mike, given the Easter egg glitch of finding the people watching TV labeled Happiest Day, it is odd to me that every other instance of FNAF World being referenced, like in UCN, the player is again Cassidy. It doesn't make it impossible, it's just kind of weird. When the phrase Happiest Day is used in the Silver Eyes trilogy, William is stating that the children's happiest day was when they possessed the animatronics originally. Nobody ever corrects him, or there's never an indication that he has defiled the concept of happiest day and that he was wrong and it should actually be the opposite of when they finally get to move on. It's just kind of left there as a reference, and I don't know what to make of it. In UCN, you can hear a second voice behind Fredbear that is clearly a male child. It's obvious that this child is meant to be Cece, who is possessing Fredbear, but there's no notable British accent.
We know who our friends are, but you are not one.
I feel like it's kind of hard to tell if it's British or not because of its distorted voice, but...
that he put Baby back together. But then in the source code conversation between Baby and the animatronics that will eventually become Molten Freddy, she says she's going to leave and put herself back together. There's evidence that William is the one who says, "It's me," when having hallucinations in FNAF 1. In Pizzeria Simulator, one of Scrap Trap's jumpscare lines is, "I assure you, it's still me." A book came out this month in October 2023 about FNAF 4 and depicts it as a drug-induced nightmare done on a test subject child by William, and I'm just gonna ignore that. The Fredbear plush being possessed by Cece in reality, being a representation of William in the game, but programmed by Henry to speak to Cassidy, who is playing as Cece, is very confusing. I think it makes perfect sense, but no matter how many times I rewrite this video, I'm not sure how clear I can make that whole situation to you, the audience. Sister Location is in an underground bunker. It's not really important to my telling of the events, but it's a really weird detail that I don't fully understand. I want to clear up my stance on Autobiography of a Yogi. I said in that section that the sound Scott used comes from an audio library, so he didn't choose it. Scott did not intentionally reference Autobiography of a Yogi, but like I said, Scott and the community are like an Ouroboros. The community came up with something, so Scott ran with it. So the community figured out that the Night 5 audio is from a book, and Scott said, "Oh, that's cool, I'll use that reference to create more lore." This is similar to when Mike says, "They thought I was you" in Sister Location to reference the fact that people thought that Mike was Purple Guy. And it's why MatPat gets multiple references within the games themselves. I used the logbook to partially prove
even
that
Scott's
FNAF
making
3
fun of
takes place in
MatPat
2015, but that's
in his
assuming that
games.
the logbook is set during FNAF 3. We know that it takes place after FNAF 1, FNAF 2, FNAF 3, FNAF 4, and Sister Location, but technically I'm making a big assumption to claim it takes place during or slightly before FNAF 3. But it does still disprove any of those games taking place after 2017 when the book was written. And I don't know what the breaker room map is. I don't know why Henry's
Maybe color the
tapes are
shells
labeled
and stuff.
223,
Maybe we'll color it like her
and I'm not fully
clips
convinced on the
or...
Bearer of Vengeance scenes.
I don't know.
And most importantly, I don't understand the paper plate dolls. Scott, what do the paper plate dolls mean? Why do they teleport? Are they possessed? Something that the community argues
Tell
about
us,
a
Scott,
lot
what
is
do they
Happiest Day
mean?
from FNAF 3. We see the spirits being released, but we know that by the latest point so far in the series, they weren't released. So did Happiest Day just not happen yet? In the Scott Dawko interview I brought up earlier, Dawko asks Scott which ending of FNAF 3 is canon. Given that we know that the bad ending of Sister Location is canon, as are all the endings in Pizzeria Simulator that end with Mike being alive, that opens up the possibility of FNAF 3's bad ending being the real one. Well, Scott says something interesting in that interview.
If you can answer this, which ending really happened?
I've given a lot of thought as to whether or not I should answer this question.
Okay.
And I went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And the answer is very interesting.
Okay.
You know? The answer is very interesting. The answer is complex.
Okay.
However, I'm not going to answer it because it's only going to cause strife.
If Scott says the ending is interesting and complex, I think that heavily implies that the bad ending is the true one. In The Twisted Ones, the second Silver Eyes novel, a Shadow Freddy animatronic tells some of the main characters to follow him, and takes them to Charlie, who's being kidnapped at Freddy's. Much like how Shadow Freddy leads the animatronics to William in Follow Me. Springtrap also says Follow Me to Susie in Fruity Maze in his blue text color. This sort of implies that Afton has control over Shadow Freddy, like maybe Shadow Freddy in FNAF 3 is an illusion disc, but that doesn't answer what Shadow Freddy is in FNAF 2. That thing is an entity, it's real, it's there, we see it on the cameras. And it's weird to think that it's the same entity that William controls in FNAF 3, and uses somehow in Fruity Maze. In the security logbook, Cassidy asks Cece if the carousel was his favorite ride. As far as we know, only FNAF 2 had a carousel.
Oh, I need
Maybe
to color the
there's one
seaweed.
somewhere in FNAF 4 in that restaurant, but we never see it, and so this is just a weird inclusion. And finally, I have no idea what Cece saw. This text box is one of the biggest mysteries in FNAF 4, and I have no explanation. Some people think that William killed Charlie before Cece died, and thus he probably saw her death, but that doesn't really make sense to me because William did that murder dressed in normal clothing. So Cece would have seen his father kill his friend, not an animatronic killing his friend. So I really just do not know what that line is about. Before we go back and summarize the events of the series with all of the lore and context crammed into one video, I want to talk about the things I didn't talk about. After the Silver Eyes trilogy, there was a series of books called Fazbear Frights, which are basically FNAF-themed Goosebumps books. Scott said that they weren't canon, except parts of them were canon. Basically, some of the
Into the
stories are
Pit.
canon and some
It's
are
so
not.
interesting
And
to
because
see, like, the little, like, if you don't know, Into the Pit is another fan-made game that has been, I think it's out right now, but, how people take the little bits of lore from the books or whatever and make make their own game.
picking and choosing which ones are canon is an impossible task that everybody has a different opinion on. I'm just going to ignore them completely, with the exception of Coming Home, the story of Chica's ghost. Remember hours ago when I said, the most alarming part, of course, is that the phone guy says the animatronics won't recognize Mike as human after hours, but will think we're a naked endoskeleton. It's very unclear why this is the case, and what about it being night makes them unable to recognize humans. I'll get back to that. Well, now I'm getting back to that. Coming Home is a Fazbear Fright story about a girl who's dead. She doesn't seem to know that in the beginning of the story. She's just hanging out at home with her sister, who's sad for some reason. But at night, Chica comes and collects her and brings her to Freddy's. This seems to be some sort of indication that the spirits take control to some degree at nighttime, and that during the day, they're more
being Scott and watching another lore video about another lore hole, and you leave unattended. I heard that there are some things wrong in the lore of this game. I haven't seen it yet, so I can't tell you. I don't even think it's supposed to be. I think that game isn't really like exactly following lore with how it is. It's just the fan-made game from what I remember, but I could be wrong.
So able to just wander around on their own as ghosts, which might also be why they're free in Follow Me. Either because the animatronic bodies were destroyed, meaning that now they're temporarily freed until they get put back together, or because now it's after 6 a.m. After UCN, there have so far been 3 or 4, depending on how you count it, different new games. Help Wanted was a virtual reality game set after UCN that was later made to be played without VR. FNAF Special Delivery is a phone game that uses augmented reality. It was scrapped by its developer with a lot of cut content and is overall just kind of a garbage fire. And FNAF Security Breach is a full AAA style video game that takes place in basically a new era of the timeline. Alongside Security Breach is another series of Goosebump-like novels called Tales from the Pizzaplex. It's unclear if these are canon, but that series is not over yet. Security Breach also received a pretty hefty DLC called Ruin on July 25th, 2023. And I called that date out specifically to make a point. I'm not covering these games because their story isn't over yet, much like how you can't solve
that's
FNAF
fair.
World and Sister
That's why he
Location
didn't
without
choose
that
to talk
trilogy
about
being
it.
over.
That makes sense.
You can't do this. I need to wait until the books are all out, until this trilogy is over. In the future, I do want to look back on Help Wanted and Security Breach and the books and try to solve them too, but I can't right now. I am recording this at 10 p.m. on July 24th, meaning that Ruin does not come out for another 2 hours. So yeah, I can't really use that in this video. I wrote this whole video without those pieces of the puzzle, and so trying to fit in the entirety of Help Wanted and Tales from the Pizzaplex and Special Delivery and Security Breach and Ruin and all this speculation, like it just doesn't mesh with what this video is about. So I'm not doing that. What I will say though is that there is some lore and information from those games I'm not going to talk about that really does back up some of my claims, especially video game theory. Not to get too into the weeds, but in Help Wanted we play an in-universe VR game that's a retelling of the first 3 FNAF games.
I don't like how their eyes follow you.
In-universe, the first 3 FNAF games
I like
are
that.
made into video games, but they're based on true events. In Pizzeria Simulator, the blueprints are labeled as Fazbear Inc., and at the end of that game we're told that it is no longer a corporate entity, and yet in this game we're told that the game is being created by Fazbear LLC. It has been restructured into a new company. So kind of like how off-screen in the MCU, the main characters have just kind of told everyone what happened in all their movies, because everyone knows about Thanos. They made documentaries about Tony Stark's life. I guess off-screen people just made some FNAF games. So now everybody in-universe knows about the events of these games, but thinks that they're fictional. This also allows things like Springtrap to be canon, in that Fazbear owns their likeness because they were in a video game, even though Springtrap was only ever a real person and not a character, not an intellectual property. Like, they own Spring Bonnie, but they didn't own Springtrap until they made a game about the real events of William wearing the suit. Anyway, the game is haunted and corrupted, potentially by William's ghost, because video games can interact with the real world and the flip side. That is where I was going with all of that. The main character of Help Wanted is a girl named Vanessa. Between Help Wanted and Special Delivery, we learn her email address is Nessie97, and that in
Vanessa.
Special Delivery, she's 23 years old. So if she was born in 1997 and is 23 in Special Delivery, that means Special Delivery takes place in 2020. Special Delivery takes place after Help Wanted, which takes place after Pizzeria Simulator, further proving that FNAF 3 and Pizzeria Simulator do not take place in 2023, they take place in 2015, and then Pizzeria Simulator just takes place between then and 2020. The most important thing from these games is a
wait, they have
mini-game
Princess
called
Quest in here. Oh,
Princess
interesting.
Quest first appeared in the mobile version of Help Wanted before making a comeback in Security Breach. It's a mini-game where you play as this sparkly yellow princess wandering through a dungeon. It is clearly a pastiche of The Legend of Zelda. The princess, the dungeons, the heart containers, it all clearly took inspiration from Zelda, including literally taking the start screen sound effect. This unfortunately makes one piece of lore later mildly confusing, but I'll get to that in a minute. So with your little lantern you wander around, light a torch, and it opens a door with a little Zelda-like jingle. The enemies are black
That is just a Zelda
rabbits,
noise.
because William Afton. Outside in the courtyard are 6 graves, the 5 MCI kids, and Charlie, with 1 torch already lit when you arrive. Did I mention that in the files, the name of the sprite for this princess is Cassidy? So this is Cassidy, and this is her grave. This is what I meant by saying Cassidy, later in the series, will be represented by a girl. When you beat Princess Quest 1, it shows a big purple mass that also is probably Afton, and there's garbled text and audio. The text is written in a cipher that's used elsewhere in the game, and it translates to, "I always come back." And the voice line says...
We actually have I think it is about an hour left. Because this video is 8 hours and 47 minutes. If you have to go, Jay, it's okay. It's okay.
Well, it says this.
Don't stay up.
You start Princess Quest 2 being given a sword by an old man, and this is where the Zelda stuff becomes annoying. In the original Zelda game, you're given your sword by a character named Old Man. He's just an old man. But in FNAF,
you want this
Old Man has a
timestamp? It's at like 7 hours and 24 minutes. And you can go there. Okay, have a good night, Jay. Thank you for being here. Take care.
very different connotation. Old man consequences. And he obviously has a relationship with Cassidy, if this really is them talking in UCN. So is this old man consequences in a new form helping Cassidy? Or is this just a Zelda reference? It's annoying. Later on, there's a puzzle where you split into a shadow version of yourself. Is this symbolism of Cassidy's fall to the dark side of her evil half? Or is this a gameplay mechanic because you do the exact same thing to solve Zelda puzzles? When you light a few torches, the old man tells you to sleep. You then appear in an office. If you were staring at the cameras, then to your left would be a vent and to your right would be a door, which is not the case with any of the previous offices. In Princess Quest 3, you leave the office and walk around a pizzeria. Chico watches you through the floor because...
I was the first. I have seen everything.
You get a glowing green plush trap plush, a Vanny mask, Vanny is the villain of these games now that William is gone, and a glowing foxy chases you, which is a reference to the VR game. There's a big purple door, and you open it, and then there's a scream.
Oh.
Beating all 3 minigames unlocks a different ending in Security Breach, but I'm not going to get into that. Everyone is in agreement that these in-universe arcade cabinets are haunted by Cassidy, and are in some way representative of Vanessa, and that by playing them, you affect what's happening to Vanessa in the real world. So that seemingly makes sense to everybody who played Security Breach, and I don't understand why nobody retroactively applied this to the earlier minigames in the series. I have believed my split narrative thing for years, and Princess Quest just solidified that belief more, and I don't know why other people don't wonder if Mangle's Quest is just as haunted as Princess Quest. I had my Cassidy video game epiphany when Scott posted a big update about the FNAF movie on November 20th, 2020. Granted, this was 20 days after Princess Quest first appeared in the mobile port for Help Wanted, so technically someone could have used that as evidence to figure it out before this post, but I'm gonna be honest, I was completely unaware of a side minigame that only existed in the mobile port of a VR spin-off title. In this Reddit post, Scott says, "Bad news about the FNAF movie, frown face." In this post, Scott lists a bunch of failed pitches he turned down about the FNAF movie, including a plot where teenagers uncover that the government is building animatronics. One of them he called Plushies Take Manhattan, and when he listed the problems, he simply wrote, Plushies Took Manhattan. One is based around Charlie that didn't really follow the story and just took elements from the franchise. One is an adaptation of the Silver Eyes book, which thankfully was thrown out because the Silver Eyes trilogy is both boring and also completely insane. In one, Freddy's animatronic is bought by a pawn shop. Hilarity ensues. In one, a new kid in town stumbles on Freddy's and for some reason cares about this restaurant from the 1980s. And two of them are about ghost hunting. Scott ends the post with the Mike screenplay, which he doesn't give any details on other than it's really good, and that's the one they're filming. The bad news is that he doesn't have any more funny pitches to share with us, because they're going into production with that. I did skip one though. That's the Cassidy screenplay. Basic setup. Diving deep, this screenplay packed a lot of lore, following the story of Cassidy. Problems. Spanning multiple time periods, following multiple characters, and featuring lore from multiple games, this was pretty saturated. Saturated to a fault. It may have been satisfying to the most hardcore fans, but it would have left the majority of people confused and lost. Hey wait, maybe this was the most accurate screenplay. Verdict? Ultimately more of a visual encyclopedia than a movie. This just wasn't satisfying, even to me. Out. This was the first mention of Cassidy being important. Ever. Cassidy was an MCI kid in the Silver
I think I'm almost done. I'll just add a few more shading spots and then be good.
And by this point, the logbook had been solved, telling us Golden Freddy's name was Cassidy. But for years, people were confused about how a movie could be made from the story of Cassidy. Someone who the vast majority of people who play these games would never have heard of. Unless you read the books and decode the logbook, Cassidy isn't a character. And that's how I got to thinking about the dual narrator approach, and the connection between Henry and the founder of Atari. And Princess Quest just cemented in my mind that I had been right. I am very open to being wrong, and if I want one thing to come out of this video, it's for MatPat to notice me and give me a clap and a half, but if I want two things to come out of this video, it's for other people to pick up the pieces from where I've left them, and to try to figure out the story of Cassidy and video game theory. So now let's get to the final section of this video. Starting over and summarizing everything in chronological order, let's begin. And that's a weird thing to say this many hours into a video, but what are you gonna do about it?
Finally, the summer. Ah, I think this is the final part.
In 1972, video game designer and businessman Henry Emily partnered with William Afton, an engineer and roboticist, to open a mascot restaurant called Fredbear's Family Diner. Fredbear's featured two animatronic characters, Fredbear, a play on teddy bear, and Bonnie the bunny. Both were yellow and confined to their stage. Actors wearing mascot suits, often William and Henry themselves, would serve food to guests. It was an all-around, family-friendly atmosphere. Henry had two children, a young girl named Charlie and her twin brother Sam. William had two children, his eldest son, Michael, who was born in 1969, and a young baby named Cece, born a year after opening Fredbear's in 1973. He and his wife were planning on having a third child, and hoped it would be a girl. Fredbear's was successful, but small. Not exactly a booming entrepreneurial achievement, but popular enough in their hometown. Other mascot restaurants existed and predated Fredbear's, like Chica's Party World, which focused on kookier characters like Chica the Hungry Chicken, Orville the Magician Elephant, and Happy Frog, a frog who is happy. What put Fredbear's on the map was one of William's new inventions, Springlock suits. These allowed the same costume to be worn to deliver food to kids by cast members, and also to sing on stage. In order to compensate, rival Chica's Party World introduced Ned Bear to their lineup, overtly copying Fredbear's design. Between the Springlock suits and the video games Henry was developing around their characters, Chica's Party World could not compete. In the mid-70s, the two businesses merged, keeping Chica as a recognizable icon and folding her in with the Fredbear's cast. William and Henry decided to expand, and so, in a different town, they opened up Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Freddy's was a new start now that they had an extended roster of characters, so they decided to slightly alter Fredbear, now going by Freddy, into a brown bear, and Bonnie into a blue bunny. The last addition to the cast was Foxy, the pirate fox. Henry and William continued to run and operate Fredbear's Family Diner for years as their success grew, and they continued to franchise out their characters. In 1978, William had his third child, Elizabeth. When the 80s came around, Henry and William licensed out their characters to a cartoon studio, who produced Fredbear and Friends, which included the cast of Freddy's Pizza, but still kept Fredbear as the headliner, as his own unique character. William's two sons had a mildly adversarial relationship. Mike was a bully, and while Cece wasn't weak, he fought back and tried to prank his brother just as much as he himself got pranked. Mike, as the older brother, always came out on top. In 1983, the Aftons were living large. Freddy's was a huge success, and William was getting even better at honing his craft. Foxy, as the new and least nostalgic of the characters, was under fire for being slightly too scary. Mike definitely thought so, because he used a Foxy mask to scare Cece whenever he could. Cece responded by tearing the head off of his Foxy plush, not bearing to see the face anymore. After more parents complained, William redesigned Foxy to be less scary, making him pink and white, and more like a friendly dog. They rebranded Pirates Cove to Kids Cove. The new rebrand didn't really work out. The toddlers and young kids who were there to play with new Foxy were too rough, and he had to be repaired every single night after closing. The staff started calling the animatronic the Mangle affectionately, due to how badly mangled he'd get by the end of the day. Tired of having to repair him, they just left him in shambles and let kids play with the pieces in a lazy way of still using the character without having to keep fixing him up. They then brought back Foxy, and nobody really cared. Besides restaurants and cartoons, there was also a lot of merchandise. Plushies were made to be offered as prizes at Freddy's to incentivize kids to spend countless quarters on arcade games, and plastic toys were also sold of the characters. This toy line was in development during the period when Foxy temporarily was retired, so they only made toys of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, as well as an eventual Mangle toy that came apart and could be reconstructed. The animatronics at Freddy's had to stay in motion even when the restaurant was closed, so that the servos wouldn't lock up. So at night, they roamed around the building aimlessly, and some guards had some uncomfortable brushes with them when the animatronics detected them as naked endoskeletons and tried to force suits onto them. This mildly scary but harmless and, in hindsight, kind of funny information leaked out of the company, and it became rather common knowledge around town. A playground rumor started that the animatronics actually come to life at night, and if they catch you, they'll make you into an animatronic too. Cece, who naturally spent a lot of time at Fredbear's given that his father was a co-owner, saw a cast member getting into costume in a dark back room. His overactive imagination made him think he was seeing an animatronic that had come to life, and was stuffing the employee into a suit. Cece became scared of the restaurant and of the animatronics, but he still felt like the characters were his friends. His favorite was his Fredbear plush.
I like him.
Cece's 10th birthday was coming up, and his father was preparing to throw him a large party at Fredbear's. Obviously, given that he was a co-owner, and Cece's only friends appeared to be Freddy's characters, everybody thought this would be a good idea. William was too busy to notice that something had changed in his son over the last few days. But Mike noticed, and he kept relentlessly bullying his brother, including locking him in the parts and services room of Fredbear's overnight. On the day of Cece's party, everything came to a head. Every kid in the neighborhood was there, including Mike and his 3 older friends. Cece couldn't help but hide under a table and cry, wishing he was anywhere else on his birthday. Then, Mike's bullying went too far. He and his friends lifted Cece up and walked him close to the animatronic Fredbear. They tried to stuff him in Fredbear's mouth so he could give him a kiss, and then...
Oh. Fight of 87.
Cece was rushed to the hospital, where he lived for a few more days. As he laid in his coma, his brother came to speak to him, apologizing for what he had done. His father sat in agony over his child, placing his favorite Fredbear plush in his arms, trying to comfort the boy, hoping it would somehow seep down into his coma dreams, if he was having any. William sat over the bed with all of Cece's toys, speaking to him in his Bonnie performer voice.
You're broken.
He was trying to downplay the injury. He wasn't hurt, he was broken. Like a toy, or like a machine. A machine that William knew how to fix, that he fixed every day.
We are still your friends. Do you believe that?
Cece's unconscious body didn't seem to be responding positively to William's attempts to reach him. William realized that Cece might associate the 4 plushes of the Freddy's cast with the 4 boys who had harmed him. So William took them off the bed. He waved the Fredbear plush around.
I'm still here. I will put you back together.
But as he spoke, Cece began to flatline. He died in front of his father, with only the Fredbear plush beside him. Little did William know, but in that moment, his son Cece imprinted onto the doll. His memories brought the plush into partial consciousness. His spirit started to possess it. In order to distance themselves from the incident, Fazbear Entertainment changed Fredbear's look. He went from purple accessories to black, and they downplayed his role in the company, looking more toward the untainted Freddy to be the face of the company. William took some time off, letting Henry run the business for a bit. Henry's robotics weren't quite as advanced as William's, but he did excel at making video games. This period in the company led to such amazing titles as Foxy Go Go Go, Take Cake to the Children, Mangle's Quest, Fruity Maze, Midnight Motorist, and 2 games featuring 2 new characters, Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, who was so popular that they made him into a human boy animatronic who handed out balloons, and Give Gifts, a game where you play as the new marionette character, who handed out prizes at the prize corner. William went on to blame Mike for the death of Cece. Where everyone else saw it as a prank that had gone horribly wrong, William thought it was Mike's fault. Mike and Henry, who had built the Fredbear animatronic. It wasn't one of his advanced suits, it was Henry's model. William refused to blame himself, so he blamed Mike and Henry. Henry, whose skill was programming, not robotics, altered the marionette into a security device for his children. They were given bracelets that emitted a specific signal, and the puppet was programmed to always be aware of their locations. That way, Henry could walk around performing as Fredbear and not have to worry about where they were or what they were doing in the restaurant around the dangerous machinery. One day, not too long after Cece's death, fate tragically struck again, but this time it had a little help. While Henry was busy wearing the Fredbear Springlock suit, which was now outfitted with black accessories, some of the cruel children playing in Fredbear's locked Charlie outside. They didn't notice or didn't care about her plight. William was driving by, and just by chance, he noticed that Henry's daughter was locked out of the building, alone, vulnerable. He parked beside her and got out to talk to her. She knew him as her father's best friend, so when he led her away from the door, she followed. Away from the door, away from the windows. William took his opportunity and killed Charlie, taking what Henry had taken from him. He got in his car and sped away, leaving tire tracks in the direction of his house. The puppet was finally able to shove boxes out of the way and float outside. He found Charlie lying on the ground, close to death. The puppet couldn't do anything, so he laid down on top of her to shield her from the rain. She passed on with the puppet, her only friend, her protector, covering her. And just like Cece before her, her death imprinted her memories onto the puppet. With a gruesome, unsolved, cold-blooded murder happening outside the restaurant, Fredbear's Family Diner finally closed down. The owners had both lost children there within the span of a few months, and had it not been for the corporate machine chugging along keeping the franchise going, it all probably would have died right there with Charlie. But it didn't. William, who'd had longer to recover from his child's death and who felt vindicated having gotten even with Henry, had renewed vigor. He jumped back into work at Fazbear Entertainment, no longer as the co-owner of a single restaurant, but as a high-ranking board member and co-founder of a corporation, and the main manufacturer of the animatronics that made them so famous and beloved. After working at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza for a while, he started to notice odd things about the puppet, as if it was protecting children from him, like it knew he had killed Charlie. After Cece's death, William had shoved his beloved Fredbear plush into a box so he didn't have to look at it, along with family photos of himself, his wife, and their 3 children, which were painful reminders of what he had lost. But after noticing the puppet's behavior, he opened the box, took out the plush, and kept it by his desk. It seemed to watch him wherever he went. In his madness and grief, William turned to alternative coping mechanisms and got into yoga. Not stretching, but actual Eastern philosophy and mysticism. That Steve Jobs guy, a competitor of Henry's, loved a book called Autobiography of a Yogi, and anyone who was working against Henry was someone William would listen to. Early on in the book, a brilliant inventor discusses with the young soon-to-be yogi the concept that humans aren't very different from metal. Electrical current runs through metal much like electricity runs through the nervous system of a human body. William didn't know about all that, but in his line of work, robotics, it did kind of seem like circuit boards acted a bit like a human nervous system. Weren't robots and artificial intelligence just that? Mechanized men, intelligence but artificial? Could the human nervous system be overlaid over a robot to give it actual human-level intelligence? Could the human nervous system of a real person be overlaid over a robot to give it their memories? Could that have been what happened to the security puppet? Did some amount of Charlie imprint onto it, giving it the inkling or the memory that William was the killer? He had to test this idea, because if it worked, he might be able to bring his son back to life. Still working as the main robot distributor for Fazbear Entertainment, William came up with a plan. He invented a new character called Circus Baby, who was full of extremely high-tech features, like inflating balloons with a hidden helium tank and serving ice cream out of her stomach. But she had another function. William designed her to keep careful track of how many people were in a room with her. If she was ever alone with a child, she would lure it to her with ice cream, and then a claw would reach out and snatch the child, hiding it in a storage tank until she could bring the child to William. Around this time, a guy named Phone Guy started working at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. He worked in middle management in a training-type role, instructing new employees and sending out memos. He recorded a new training guide about wearing the Springlock suits that had been brought over from Fredbear's. William presented his design ideas for Baby to the board at Fazbear Entertainment, and they rejected him, questioning the hatch and the other strange choices that seemingly served no purpose. So William took his idea for Baby, as well as the characters he had the rights to, Freddy, Bonnie, and Foxy, and planned to open his own restaurant, Circus Baby's Pizza World. Circus Baby's Pizza World would be a massive and impressive complex built near his house, and near the old and abandoned Fredbear's Family Diner. William was convinced that he was on the verge of a breakthrough to bring back his son, but all his wife saw was...
Wasn't Henry the one who created her, and then William modified it? Yeah. I think he kind of messed up there. I think he forgot he even mentioned that earlier, but maybe he just... I don't know. I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure Henry did create it, and then William modified it to fit his needs. That's kind of weird that
Sure, he was Pizza. A named phone guy started working at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. He worked in middle management in a training type role, instructing new employees and sending out memos. He recorded a new training guide about wearing the springlock suit that had been brought over from Fredbear's. William presented his design ideas for Baby to the board at Fazbear Entertainment, and they rejected him, questioning the hatch and the other strange choices that seemingly...
he didn't explain this right. Maybe he just said, like, oh, he pitched it as his own idea, but it was really Henry's at first, but he was pitching it as his own. I think that's what he means, but I could be wrong. Because he did say earlier the same thing, but
so
for some
William
reason he's
for
phrasing
Baby,
it weird here.
As well as the characters he had the rights to, Freddy, Bonnie, and Foxy, and planned to open his own restaurant, Circus Baby's Pizza World. Circus Baby's Pizza World would be a massive and impressive complex built near his house, and near the old and abandoned Fredbear's family diner. William was convinced that he was on the verge of a breakthrough to bring back his son, but all his wife saw was her husband retreating away from their family when they needed him the most. The two separated, and William bought a house not too far from the families. Before he left, he installed a camera in the hallway, pointing at...
No, he did not. He said both. He said he was kind of like confused on the whole. He said early. Well, right now he's saying this, but maybe I have to go back further. But like earlier in the actual like lore video, he did say that he's pretty sure that Henry created Baby, and then William like took it or modified it in some type of way.
Cece's room, thinking that if paranormal activity were to happen anywhere, it would be there. Wanting more than just Baby to have child napping abilities, William designed new versions of Foxy and Freddy to work as a team. Their designs were a huge improvement over his old models, closer to Mangle than the original animatronics from years and years ago. Freddy, like Baby, had a hatch in his stomach to store a captured child. Foxy had the ability to mimic any voices he heard. The two of them could lure a child over to them, where Foxy would use the voice of a parent to get them to come close, and Freddy would snatch them. A fourth animatronic, Ballora, was based on William's newfound disdain for his now ex-wife. She had tried distracting him from his work, so he had Ballora, a vain human-shaped woman whose eyes were closed to his brilliance, act as a distraction, taking the parents' eyes away from their children. When William did have custody of his kids, he kept them away from his new inventions. Elizabeth was enraptured by Baby, which was the point. She was supposed to lure in children, but William had to keep his own daughter away from the robot, knowing how dangerous it was. Alongside the new animatronics, there were, of course, springlock suits, which would be used by employees when the restaurant opened. But these were William's designs, with his signature opening faceplates. In early 1985, Circus Baby's Pizza World opened for a test launch day. William was anxious, observing how things were going on the main floor. Despite having previously thought it was delicious irony that Henry's daughter had died while he was busy working, the same way Cece had died while William was busy working. It didn't cross William's mind that while he was focused on the operation of Circus Babies for launch day, there would be another tragedy. Not heeding her father's warnings, Elizabeth went into Circus Baby's auditorium to see the shiny new animatronic. As Baby sang and danced, her AI kept track of the number of children in the room.
I was in a small room with balloons and a few tables. No one sat at the tables, though. But children would run in and out. Some were afraid of me. Others enjoyed my songs.
Why do the kids look like that?
Count the children. Something happened when there was one. A little girl, standing by herself. I was no longer myself.
Don't tell Daddy that I'm here. I wanted to watch your show too. I don't know why he won't let me come see you. You're wonderful.
Hey, honestly, kind of the kid's fault. Should have just listened to her dad.
Elizabeth did not die immediately, screaming and screaming in Baby's hatch. When everyone had left after a good time at Circus Baby's, William went to check on his glorified lobster trap. When he opened the hatch to see if his invention had caught anything, a body rolled out. The body of his daughter. No one on the outside knew that anything had gone wrong. William told the media a lie that there was an issue with gas leaks, and so the restaurant had to temporarily postpone its launch. But it would never open. William went public about Elizabeth's death, being careful not to link it to Circus Baby's Pizza World in any way. He abandoned his pet project, and did the only thing he could do. He observed Baby to see if there was any sign of possession. And there was. Baby no longer operated only using the AI he had programmed into her. She seemed more alive now. William was determined to test his theory more, and obviously not to use his last kid as bait. So he went back to his old stomping grounds.
Imagine he just kills all his kids to random.
Far enough away from his home to not arouse suspicion.
I did
Around
thank
this
you for the
time,
hydrate.
somebody died in a Springlock suit. Freddy's retired all of the Springlock suits and went and dug out the mediocre Melodies costumes and gave them to their staff. William was determined to test possession on one of the animatronics at Freddy's. He took the Springlock suit, the one at the old Fredbear's, and he went around town searching for victims. His first victim was a good-hearted child he found walking along the street. He came upon the child and told him he needed help. There was a fire, and he needed the kid's help to put it out. He led him into Freddy's after hours, into the
obviously,
safe room in the
you
back,
know, it doesn't work as well when they grow up, so they have to be young children.
which he knew no
It's
cameras
kind of
could
crazy.
see, and killed him. He placed his body into one of the animatronics and waited. He waited a few days, but it didn't seem like there were any signs of possession. William donned his old yellow Spring Bonnie suit, and he walked around the restaurant during the day, looking for victims. He saw a young girl playing the Fruity Maze arcade cabinet. She seemed very sad. Playing in his Bonnie character, he walked up to her and asked her what was wrong. She told him her dog died. Using his best upbeat performer voice, he told her that her dog wasn't dead. He was here, in the back room. He could show her. He brought her to the safe room, hoping her sadness would be enough to have her soul latch onto something. He killed her, waited for the restaurant to close, and then hid her body inside of Chica. He repeated this technique the following day. He knew that even one girl disappearing from Freddy's would likely draw attention, so he had to act quickly. He found a boy who was alone, and asked him if he could help Bonnie with his homework. The boy, wanting to be helpful and aid one of his favorite animatronic characters, followed William into the safe room, and met the same fate as the other children. One day, working at Freddy's, he noticed a child who seemingly loved the restaurant more than anything else. He could tell by the way he interacted with his parents that his father was an abusive drunk, and his mother was apathetic. The kid, seemingly, was only happy when he was playing games at Freddy's. William scouted out where he lived. One night he took his suit out and walked to the child's house. It was raining, but that's okay. He took out his cloth costume that
sorry,
he wore
I didn't
before
know from
he
a
invented
VTuber to sleep.
Springlock suits.
Stop
he walked up to
sleeping.
the child's window and got his attention. He told him he wanted to take him to Freddy's to play. The
Okay,
kid
that
said
might
he
work.
couldn't go outside without his mother seeing him, so William told him to smash the window. He was going to run away from his abusive father and come stay at Freddy's forever.
Oh, that's a
The kid did
smashed
just
window. I thought that was the ground. This is the ground and this is the house. Okay, I see.
that.
I understand.
And he and William walked hand in hand to Freddy's, where William brought him into the safe room, killed him, and put his body into another animatronic. Nothing happened. It was June, and the school year was fastly ending. Soon it would be summer, and Freddy's would be packed every day. It would be too busy for William to get a kid alone. William stood outside the middle school Mike had gone to, the one Cece and Elizabeth would have gone to if they had lived. He picked a girl out that looked like a loner, a bully type with a mad expression on her face. He followed her as she walked home, unsure about how to snatch her. He wasn't in costume, he was just walking. When she got close to where his car was parked, he thought quickly, opened his trunk, took out a shovel, and smashed it against the back of her head. He placed her in the trunk and drove her to Freddy's. He had to keep her alive for his plan to work, so he kept her tied up and kept beating her unconscious every time she woke up, not letting her die. Finally, when night came and the restaurant closed, William brought her into the safe room. He figured the problem with his other failed attempts might have been that the kids didn't die in the suits, just near them. So he placed the girl, Cassidy he found out her name was, alive and conscious, into the old Fredbear Springlock suit. Once he had her inside, he twisted the spring locks so they'd all open at once, skewering and crushing her and stabbing her dozens if not hundreds of times.
Like
it was
the
a brutal
P&G
way to
blood.
die. Her agony was so great, and her anger and hatred for William so strong, that William's plan finally succeeded. Cassidy's soul latched onto Fredbear, but the jig was up. William barely had a day to observe his work before the place was crawling with cops. 5 missing kids in a few weeks, 2 who vanished inside Freddy's, a franchise where 2 kids had died within the last few years. They needed to investigate. They observed security camera footage. For legal reasons, the cameras didn't show the safe room. They saw someone in a spring bunny suit leave the safe room, talk to a kid, and bring them back there with him, then leave again. William had stayed in the suit the entire time, and they couldn't identify him. Management guessed it was William. It made sense, it was his suit. He knew how it worked. So the next day, William was arrested. But not only could the police not find the bodies of the missing kids, but there was actually nothing tying the kidnappings to William. After a few days of investigation, in which the people around town said they saw a rabbit man walking around, and one abusive drunk but mournful father said he found animatronic footprints outside his house the day his son disappeared, the police were able to tie all 5 disappearances to the bunny killer, but not to William. They let him go. Freddy's closed down, and 5 empty graves were placed beside a hill, marked Gabriel,
I finished
Fritz,
it.
Susie,
I posted
Jeremy,
on Discord if you want to
Cassidy.
see.
But little did William know his plan had
So we're just
actually
finishing
worked
this video up.
perfectly, just not the way he'd intended. The puppet, noticing what William had done, knowing there were children in the suits, attempted to help them by giving gifts from the prize counter. That was
I'm
his
gonna turn on
job,
my light, I
to
guess.
give gifts to sad children. When the corpses didn't respond, the puppet did the only thing it thought to do. He passed a little bit of remnant, a little bit of life energy from himself, onto the children to guide them. And one by one, the souls of the children started to inhabit the animatronics. Freddy's closed, and all of William's property, the animatronics mainly, were returned to him. He brought them home and quickly removed the bodies. He hid the evidence, and now he had as much time as he needed. The suits were old and worn out.
How was your sim?
but
Did
the
you finish stream?
endoskeletons were fine. William had been hard at work ever since being let out of jail. Knowing that he had been caught because of the security cameras, he conceived of a device that could block the signal going to a camera. He theorized that emitting certain sounds might scramble the camera, and
How
after
is this
drafting up some ideas in his workshop, he came to the realization that the same principle should work on humans. In fact, if he designed it just right, not only should he be able to block out all sensory information with these sounds, but he should be able to trick the brain into perceiving things that weren't there. He could create illusions. He needed to test his
Did you
theory,
do the
but he was
NTR
under the
thing,
close
or
eyes
whatever
of the
that was?
police now, so he couldn't kidnap any more children. His son would have to do. He
It
rigged
didn't really
his house
count,
with
Dan.
cameras, specifically pointing to Mike's bedroom, and connected them all to his main server in his workshop. He took the ratty, old, withered suits from Freddy's and fitted them with his sound illusion technology, which he was able to turn on and off with a remote. he was able to make them look slightly scarier with the illusion, enough that he could condition Michael, who was almost 16, to fear them. First, he had
But
to
if they
program
don't
in some
find out, it
safety
doesn't matter.
measures. He wanted the animatronics to be stopped by light. That way, he would be able to stop them if they went after him or anybody else, and they wouldn't hurt anyone in broad daylight. He built a small robot plush of Spring Bonnie and played a game with Michael, who he was testing just as much as he was testing his new technology. He told Michael that if he could get the plush to stop exactly on one spot with a flash...
He's a psychopath. Not only did he like basically murder 2 of his kids, he's like, oh, my 3rd kid, let's just test these very killer animatronics real quick with him. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Flashlight.
I mean, we knew he was a psychopath before, but still.
Watching TV. At night, William would watch from his secret office as the animatronics made their way to Michael's room. William had attached illusion discs to all of them. He could make the Foxy animatronic in the closet resemble a cute little plush. He could send Chica and Bonnie down the halls to open the doors to his room. The only thing that would stop them would be the flashlight he had provided Mike. There was also a disc on the Freddy plush on Mike's bed. He wasn't trying to torture his son, he just needed to test his technology, and if Mike was emotionally scarred from the experience, then who cares? Mike is the one who killed Cece anyway.
That's true.
During all of this time, Henry had been
dying
alone.
Stream.
He had
I need to close a few things. Stop dying. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, whoops. Cancel. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close this. And then close this. And then close this. Hopefully that helps.
He basically retired after Charlie had died, unable to keep working. His wife had taken their surviving child, Sam, and had left him, abandoning him with no other family to go to. He heard about the kids disappearing in town, and then heard about how it had been linked to Freddy's, and how William had been arrested. Suddenly it all became so clear to him. In retribution for Cece's death, William had killed Charlie. This had awoken him as some sort of serial killer, and he had gone around murdering more kids dressed as Bonnie. Henry had his suspicions, but he didn't have the energy to do anything about it, and just told himself he was going crazy from grief. Meanwhile, William was going crazy with power. He had created artificial life, but he couldn't fully control it. He took the animatronics from circus babies, the Fun Times, and experimented with ways of controlling rogue artificial light forms. Eventually, discovering that short electric shocks would simmer them down. He also discovered that heating the possessed metal from the haunted endoskeletons allowed it to be malleable enough to retrofit into a new animatronic. But if he heated it too much, the data, the imprint on the metal from the departed soul, would lose its abilities, like a scratched disc. He experimented with taking small parts of the haunted metal from the animatronics and putting them into the Fun Times. He found a way to scale the amount of haunted material up or down in the manufacturing process, allowing animatronics like Ballora to receive a lot of remnant, while smaller models, like her mini Renas, received just enough to become animated, but lacked higher cognitive skills.
Gosh, I wanna,
William had gone
so
mad with power, considering himself a pastiche of Dr. Frankenstein,
So
but he had
relaxed.
reached as far as he could with the remnant he had, so now he needed more of it. He converted Circus Baby's Pizza World into a warehouse, where his animatronics could be stored.
These are some
and
good
created
graphics.
Circus Baby Entertainment and Rental, a service where people could rent out one or more of the animatronics from him, making him a little money on the side. Trying to move away from the bad press associated with Freddy's, Fazbear Entertainment relaunched Chica's Party World with the mediocre melodies. It would shortly fail again. William, who had been kicked off the board of Freddy's by this point, and had also lost a lot of weight from spending countless hours in his office and shop, found out that Freddy's would soon be opening a new location, relaunching 3 years after the previous incident, in October of 1987.
Oh my
He
gosh,
hatched
the
a
real
scheme
bite
that
of
he was sure
87 is
would
gonna
allow him
happen.
to bring his children back once and for all. Fazbear Entertainment contacted William to get the old animatronics back. The now decrepit and withered original animatronics, Balloon Boy and Mangle, the ones William had made while working for Fazbear and that they technically owned, were all taken back by the company. The company outsourced its robotic needs to a different company, who came up with the idea for the toy animatronics. William didn't like this. No other robot manufacturer was as good as him. The mediocre melodies were mediocre, and these new animatronics got their designs from the plastic toys based on his characters.
Those
so
plastic
they were
toys are
hardly
ugly.
original. Fazbear Entertainment hooked them up to a criminal database so they could monitor for criminals, assuring the public that this restaurant would be safe. William hatched a scheme. He would get hired at the restaurant under a new name, act as a night security guard, abduct and kill more children, and, with all of the possessed animatronics under one roof, finally gather enough remnant to bring back his daughter. But this would require a lot of work, so he enlisted the help of his son, Michael. Michael had been left completely in the dark about his father's doings. He was gaslit for years about the nightmare animatronics that roamed his house at night, and he had never been told the truth about his sister. But finally, William came clean. At least, about parts of it. He told Michael that Elizabeth had been killed by the animatronic baby in a freak accident, and that he thought she now possessed the machine. But she was broken, defective. There was something holding her back from being herself. He told Mike that the baby animatronic was still governed by the original AI that had powered the machine before she had killed Elizabeth. But if Mike could remove that AI, then Elizabeth would take full control and be back to her normal self. Mike could help resurrect his sister. He told him she was being kept in the Circus Baby Rental Center, along with the other Funtime animatronics. He got Mike a job working there, giving him a week to put Elizabeth's consciousness back together, while he, William, kidnapped more kids. He would kill them at Freddy's and use their remnant to bring Elizabeth's consciousness back fully. Mike, recently 18, started his first job working at Circus Baby's entertainment and rental. He found Ballora, Foxy, Freddy, and Baby, who seemed to think he was different than the other employees. This assured him enough that his father had been telling the truth, and that his sister was still in there somewhere. On his second day on the job, he had to reset a power breaker. He found a blueprint of the building, and noticed how it was connected, not just to his home, but also to his mother's and to Fredbear's. He started to get the notion that his father maybe wasn't being as truthful as he appeared. As the week continued,
He looks
got
like he's
closer to
doing the
Baby,
actually
trusting her more
constantly.
and more.
Actually.
One night, Funtime Foxy attacked him, some sort of karmic retribution for how Mike had used Foxy's visage to scare Cece. This was the beginning of a long pattern of Foxy being the character to cause Mike the most problems. Baby saved him from Foxy, and Mike was sure he would soon be able to save her. On his last day, he went to repair her and removed her AI from her body, believing he was now freeing his sister, but it was already too late. Baby and the other animatronics, Freddy, Foxy, and Ballora, had hatched a plan. They were able to escape up to the surface. They had done it before, but they knew they couldn't walk around as themselves, so they needed a disguise. They thought they recognized Mike. They thought he was William. The son and father looked very similar. And how great would it be to kill the very person who had murdered them in order to free themselves?
They got the wrong person.
They all ditched their plastic casings and knotted their endoskeletons together to form an amalgamation called Ennard. Baby had already joined with Ennard when she tasked Mike to remove her AI. He was doomed before he even started this task. They tricked him into entering the scooping room. The scoop was a device William had used to inject the animatronics with remnant.
Scoop.
It was what allowed him to scale the amount of remnant per animatronic. Scoop stood for Scalable Creation of Ulterior Presence, but it always left some residue on the end of its massive claw. And gutted Mike. tearing out his insides and allowing room for the giant animatronic to enter his
That
body.
spooked me just a
and
little
walk
bit, not
around
gonna lie,
inside him
because I wasn't
like
expecting a
he
loud
was
noise.
its casing, its costume. But the remnant on the scoop kept him alive, healing him with every bone-breaking move the animatronic made. Michael had no idea that while he was working in Circus Babies, someone else was there with him. The endoskeleton from Fredbear had freed itself from the costume before it was shipped back to the new Freddy's location. It found its way to Circus Babies Entertainment and Rental, following an ethereal cry for help. Years previously, when the Fredbear animatronic had lethally bitten down on Cece, a little of his memory, his agony, had stayed with the animatronic, allowing Cassidy to communicate with him. Cassidy could partially see his memories, at least those that involved his fatal party. Cece didn't seem to remember much of anything, but Cassidy could tell the party was his birthday, and he had died terrified and alone. She followed Cece's pleas and found William's office inside of Circus Babies, which was connected to the house. There on his desk was the possessed Fredbear plush, containing the rest of Cece's remnant, most of his memories. Cassidy took it and left, knowing the only way to recombine all of Cece's memories was to reunite the doll, her endoskeleton, and the Fredbear casing together in one place. So she headed to the new Freddy's location. While Mike's body was being puppeted around by horrific monstrosities of nature, Mike was just kind of relaxing. One property of Remnant that William hadn't really been able to test was its effect on living humans. It's unclear if he knew it had healing abilities, although he probably did, because Baby assured Mike he would not die from the procedure. But it's very unlikely that William knew being injected with someone else's remnant would allow Mike to contact them from beyond the grave. The scoop had held remnant from all of William's previous victims,
So he
taken
saw
from the
everything.
original animatronics and put into the fun times. Mike was able to see and partially contact Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and Cassidy. And, by extension of contacting Cassidy, he was able to speak with his younger brother once again. CC's consciousness was so skewered, his memories so scattered, his being so broken, that Mike was barely able to reach him. He told him something terrible had happened, but that he was going to protect him. He wasn't going to let his soul be used to power a horrific machine to do William's bidding. He spoke to Cassidy, and told her she needed to find a way to save Cece. Eventually, Mike's body was so battered and bruised that Ennard had to flee his meat puppet and go into the sewers to remain hidden. Mike, in horrific pain, whose eyeballs had exploded and who had every bone in his body broken, slowly started to heal. And as he did, his ability to contact the other side vanished. But now he knew what his father had done. In the name of saving Cece and Elizabeth, he had killed multiple children. He was the bunny killer. He had created these machines to kill more kids, and would likely do it again. Mike wanted to save Cece the right way, by letting his spirit go. The animatronics inside Ennard, now wandering the sewer, got into an argument. As the presence of the baby AI slowly left her endoskeleton, Elizabeth's consciousness began to take more control, and she wanted to help her father dutifully. But the other animatronics, who of course were innocent children William had killed, didn't take kindly to that. So they split apart, with Baby left to piece herself back together, and Ennard heading back to Circus Babies to find more parts, eventually becoming the amalgamation known as Molten Freddy. Meanwhile, William had accomplished his life goal. He had found, kidnapped, and tortured new victims, and had slain them in an effort to gather more remnant. But what he had never learned, and hadn't been counting on, was that the puppet wanted vengeance. It sent the Freddy animatronic after William, who realized that the puppet's control over the animatronics was greater than his own. He quickly cleaned up the restaurant and hid the bodies, but realized too late that he had been kicking a hornet's nest by returning there. These animatronics were angry. He demanded of corporate that he be moved to the day staff, so he could keep watching the animatronics during the day when they were less active, and there were plenty of witnesses and lights to stop them from attacking him. Mike recovered over the course of a few days and made a promise to himself to find and stop his father.
Father, it's me, Michael.
We're almost there.
I found it. It was right where you said it would be. They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you. And I found her. I put her back together, just like you asked me to. She's free now. But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not. I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
He started his journey by tracking down Henry. Henry had retired and was spending his days just trying to get by, subconsciously aware of what had happened and what he had allowed to happen. Mike approached him while he was fishing by a lake, and the two sat down to have a long conversation. Mike confirmed to Henry everything William had done, and explained to him that there were trapped spirits possessing the animatronics, and that he had been in contact with them. Henry told him things were too far gone, and that there was nothing they could do. Mike said he had a plan to leave breadcrumbs for Cece to reunite his memories and his consciousness, but Henry said such a plan would take time. While William had been the robotics genius, Henry had always been more focused on the video games. He theorized
he's
that
a
video
gamer.
games might be a possible way to communicate with the spirits
He's just
in a way
built
that
different.
left them, the humans, at no risk. Instead of using Remnant to power animatronic robots, they could use circuit boards and physical arcade cabinets to communicate with the spirits
Used a remnant
through
for video games.
But Henry said it would take a long time, years, to get across even simple messages, and that it would be like the spirits were frozen in time between attempts. Mike couldn't wait that long, so he launched into his plan immediately and left Henry, disappointed and angry that the old man wouldn't help him. Mike headed off to the new Freddy's location to confront his father. After William moved to the day shift, Freddy's needed a new nighttime security guard, so they hired Jeremy Fitzgerald. The animatronics were not too pleased with the security guards because William had just killed more kids in front of them, so they started trying to get at Jeremy. After a few days of investigations, the local police traced these new kidnappings to the new Freddy's. After the new information about the disappearances was entered into the criminal database, the toy animatronics were suddenly on the lookout for a criminal. The small amount of soul imbued into them by the parts taken from the original animatronics that had been used to repair them, on top of their programming, made them significantly more aggressive. William knew that he had been found out, so he fled, going home to discover that Mike had left him a note saying he knew everything and that he was going to come after him. William then disappeared, knowing his son would testify against him, and there was no getting out of it this time. Freddy's was going to be shut down, but they had one last party already pre-planned on the books. For his last day, Jeremy was transferred to the day shift, and told to stand near the animatronics to make sure that things went smoothly. Phone Guy reached out to Henry, knowing he was one of the founders of Fredbear's Family Diner, to talk about the incident. Henry, still reeling from his conversation with Mike, knew now that he had to do something, and if Mike was going to be too brash and stubborn to play the long game, then he would have to do it himself. He started to program games in an attempt to contact the other side, and, eventually, he found Cassidy. Jeremy's last day was not pleasant. During that final party, Mangle decided he wanted to stop this security guard menace once and for all, and so he took a big bite out of his forehead, completely detaching his frontal lobe. Jeremy survived, but lost most forms of higher cognitive function. Had the security guard actually been William, this would have been karmic justice, him being confined to bed forever with his memories scattered, like his victims who were trapped in the machines. But it wasn't. it was an innocent bystander who was caught in the crossfire.
Aww.
That night, after the incident that would become known as the Bite of 87, Mike got hired
It's
at
the true
Freddy's
Bite
using
of
the alias
87.
Fritz Smith. He got through the night by fending off the extremely agitated animatronics, and once day came around, he started searching them for clues and confirmation of his father's misdeeds. The company caught him and fired him that day, setting him loose out into the world with no way of finding his father.
Because he was stinky, he got fired for being
Fazbear Entertainment was
stinky.
not doing so great after the restaurant
And
they had
tampering
just
with
poured a
the
fortune
animatronics,
into
but
was
main
tied
thing, he was
yet again
stinky.
into more disappearances, and had to immediately be closed down after a security guard had his brain bitten off in front of a bunch of children. So they downsized. They scrapped the toy animatronics and moved their equipment back to the first Freddy's location. They scrapped Mangle too, for good measure. Henry took the animatronics and started using their remnant to get a better and faster way of contacting the spirits. He used the remnant in Mangle and slotted it into pre-existing game Mangle's Quest, altering the code to allow contact with one of the child's spirits. He did the same with Toy Chica and even Balloon Boy. Eventually, he started making his own games from scratch to communicate with Cassidy, telling her the story of the Afton family. He started with Cece, and the week leading up to his death, acting as the narrator in the role of the Fredbear plush. He made a game out of Mike's experiences being scooped by Ennard, so Cassidy would understand what Mike had gone through, and he made one for Elizabeth. He made one for Charlie's death, originally trying to hide the fact that the death in question was in fact of Charlie. He didn't want to potentially upset the spirit of his daughter, but eventually he caved in and he told the truth. He used the games to explain how William did his murders, and the games responded back, showing him how the puppet had brought all the spirits back by leading them to possess the animatronics. Then they gave Henry the most important information they would ever give. The old animatronics had been moved back to the original pizzeria, preparing for a low-budget relaunch. The building was run down and in need of repair, and William was easily able to break in. Using his illusion discs, he lured the possessed animatronics back to the safe room and disassembled them. One by one, he destroyed the animatronics that had caused him so much trouble.
Freddy, Bonnie,
This would allow him to harvest their remnant once again, and maybe use it once he found Baby, or take it back to his workshop to get the Fredbear plush, which he didn't realize was missing. But then the unthinkable happened. The spirits, the full ghosts of the children, manifested in front of him. They had been weak, spread out over multiple animatronics and tossed into metal casings. But here, in the back room, where he had brought their endoskeletons to bring home to his office, in the room where they had all been killed, they were able to finally manifest. They had all been brought together, and their agony from dying in this very room to this very man gave them more power. Cassidy, who had arrived in the building to reunite with the Fredbear casing, saw what was going on. She chose to leave her endoskeleton and walk and find William, hiding in the safe room from the other ghosts. She now knew much more about him and who he was, and what he had done. She chased after him, and he spotted his old spring Bonnie suit in the corner. It was the suit he had used to murder most of them, and in the past, he had been able to gain the animatronic's trust by pretending to be Bonnie, not a human, so he thought maybe this would work now too. He got into the suit, pleased by his own genius, and then the mechanism holding back the spring locks snapped. The suit was old, it had gotten wet, hadn't been used in a long time, and he had just rushed to put it on. The suit stabbed, crushed, and mutilated his body, just as he had done to Cassidy all those years ago.
Just deserved, but he always comes back for some reason.
Hunched over on the floor. Cassidy relayed this story to Henry, who rushed to the building to see if it was true. He saw the mass of William's corpse tangled in the suit, and knew that this was a fate befitting such a monster. Killing him and destroying his remnant would be a mercy, and now Henry no longer cared about stopping William. He could focus solely on freeing the spirits. He had Fazbear Entertainment board up the room with William still inside, and went back to making his games. When the third iteration of Freddy's finally launched, they had to salvage what William had left of the old animatronics. They made new casings, and created the new Freddy's characters. For several years, Phone Guy acted as the nighttime security guard, until it came time for him to retire toward the end of 1992. Mike had, of course, searched the restaurant during the day and found nothing. He knew they really only became active at night, but had no way of being in the building after hours. He resigned himself to giving up on his quest, his trail of breadcrumbs doing nothing to help Cece, and having no idea where his father went. That was until Phone Guy retired in November of '92, and the nighttime security guard job opened up again. Mike immediately applied, changing his last name to Schmidt to hide his association with his criminal father. Little did he know, but Phone Guy had been killed on his last shift, 1 day away from retirement. Mike worked at Freddy's for several days, feeling the place out, until something happened that changed him forever. The Fredbear Springlock suit appeared to him, almost as a hallucination. Posters on the walls and the sign outside Pirate Cove would sometimes change to the text, "It's me." Mike realized that this vision of Fredbear was Cece trying to communicate. He had regained enough of his memory to recognize Mike, and was trying to find him. Mike immediately volunteered to work overtime, even after finding out Phone Guy had died, and used these last days to investigate the animatronics.
Oh, sorry, stream is dying.
Until he was found.
I'm sorry, I don't know why it's dying. I closed like everything possible to close. Maybe I turn off my VTuber. We'll just let stream relax for a second. How you guys feeling? I'm so tired right now. I'm not even kidding you. We're almost there though. We're almost there.
Out again.
You
by
got
the company,
fired for
and
stinkiness
fired
again.
The location closed down a month later, and the animatronics
Whoa, why is
scattered
that?
to the wind.
I hate that. I hate these animatronics, and also that.
The location.
What? Oh, I accidentally pressed the reload button. Whoopsies.
Again.
It's so
the
close to being
closed
over.
Down
It
a month
is.
later, and the animatronics.
Why? It has a booty. Like they added a booty to that animatronic.
The location closed down a month later.
Wow.
And the animatronics scattered to the wind, being sold off.
They look so
lost,
scary.
Destroyed.
I hate
or
that.
simply
Stop showing me.
forgotten about.
Stop showing me real
Mike
pictures of
had failed his
animatronics. I don't
task.
want to see that.
It had been 9 years since he had accidentally gotten his brother killed, and he had lost his last chance to help him. Cassidy, meanwhile, was on a quest of her own. She was finding the other spirits in their animatronic forms digitally, uniting them, speaking to them, working on a way to combine all of their memories and getting them all together to finally give Cece one happy day to remember everything, and to allow himself to move on. They were almost there. Time, of course, was little matter to Cassidy or any of the spirits, who were not bound to reality the same way that the others were. 20 years passed, and the world moved on from the murders and disappearances at the Freddy's locations. Fazbear Entertainment had become a thing of the past.
It's kind of crazy that people just move past the murders.
Learning about that past. Henry was experimenting with robotics, circuit boards, and Remnant, and Mike was beating himself up over failing to achieve his most crucial life goal. Then, in 2015, Freddy Fazbear's came back in a big way.
And he
a
comes
small
back.
horror attraction gained the rights to the Fazbear name and trademarks.
It'd be kind of sick to have an actual like
funhouse named Fazbear's Frights.
It
It
would
would
be
be stocked
Freddy's
with as much
theme
memorabilia as they could
park or
salvage,
something.
along
I think it'd
with
be sick.
original arcade cabinets, animatronic pieces, and an authentic security office. They needed a real security guard to watch the place, but also wanted him to be part of the show, playing the role of the Freddy security guard. The night guard at Fazbear's Frights would have the inverse role of the night guard at a real Freddy's. Nighttime would be when people were visiting the horror attraction, and so the guard's job would be to make sure people weren't taking or breaking anything. When this position opened up after so many years, Mike leapt at the opportunity to investigate Freddy's again. Bringing all those Freddy artifacts together might help him communicate again with the lost souls. Mike was brought on and hired before the location opened. For the first few days, he acted as an actual security guard, just monitoring the empty building. One of the props the company had crafted was an activity book themed around the classic animatronics. Mike, bored in the empty office, flipped through the book, jotting down notes, jokes, and sketching out small cartoons. He didn't notice that the text of the book was changing, just like the posters and signs from the old Freddy's locations, indicating the presence of a strong spiritual force, indicating the presence of Fredbear, of Cassidy, and his brother Cece. Being back in a Freddy's location brought back unwanted thoughts and feelings that he had been repressing for many years. He tried to tell himself that Cece's death wasn't his fault, but he knew deep down he didn't believe that. He started having nightmares about the way William tested his technology on him as a kid. These culminated in a dream about an animatronic that looked like a grotesque Fredbear, but had a mouth in its stomach, mimicking both animatronics that had killed his siblings. The owners and operators of Fazbear Frights were on a mission to recover lost Freddy's artifacts, and while they thought that they had cleared out the old restaurant of everything it contained, they found out that there was actually a secret, boarded-up room. The Frights crew broke through the false wall that had been built to hide the safe room.
And they found Springtrap.
After several decades, William Afton was free.
You're telling me that they found that Springtrap
Springtrap was free.
They didn't smell how nasty it smelled? They just they were just like, yeah, let's add this to the attraction. The smell will add to the ambience, you know?
When Spring Bonnie was in suit mode, it was just a costume being worn by a performer. When it was in animatronic mode, it was programmed to follow the sound of children, so it would always be in the main party area. William had been killed when the suit's animatronic mode was activated, meaning he was bound by the AI to follow the sound of children with limited free will. Inside the previously sealed safe room were also some of Phone Guy's recordings from back in the days of the first Freddy's location. Basically, anything to do with Springlock suits were tossed back there to hide them from lawyers. The operator of Fazbear Frights thought it would add to the ambiance to play these recordings during operation hours, not even giving them a listen first. With the opening of the attraction still at least a week away, the owner contacted Mike to tell him what they had found.
We found one. A real one.
Mike, who had no idea what the fate of his father had been, didn't know at first that the animatronic that had been brought into the building contained his father's corpse, yearning to be free. Phone Guy's familiar voice played in the office as Mike sat and watched Spring Bonnie walk around aimlessly. Mike had a button that could simulate child speech by playing lines from Balloon Boy's voice box in any room he wanted, and he used this to continually lure Springtrap away from him. But as the days passed by, and he heard more and more of Phone Guy's messages, the picture became very clear. The Springlock suits were death traps that Fazbear Entertainment tried to sweep under the rug. They knew that one had been used in the missing children's incident. This suit had been found behind a false wall in the original Freddy's location, where Mike had spent a week of his life over 20 years ago. Suddenly it all made sense. His father hadn't vanished, starting a new life somewhere, having gotten away with his crimes. He had been hoisted upon his own petard, killed by a Springlock suit, trapped at Freddy's. When Spring Bonnie got close to Mike's office, he could see the rotting flesh inside the fur casing. He could see his father's skull behind the mask. Mike did the only thing he thought sensible to do. He lit a match and burned the entire building to the ground. He knew it would be blamed on faulty wiring, and he ran away with his life, watching the building burn, thinking there was no way his father would escape this time. But escape he did. Henry, of course, heard about the attraction and the fire, but had no idea Mike was involved. The parallel path the two had set out on after their initial argument all those years ago had never crossed again. They hadn't communicated, hadn't been able to plan together, were both working alone toward the same goal. The surviving items from Fazbear Frights were put up for auction, and Henry jumped in and scooped them all up. After the fire, Mike's annotated notebook was also salvaged, untouched by the fire in an almost supernatural way. The new Fazbear Entertainment bought it, and intended to distribute it to the next guard hired at their new location, crossing out and censoring sections about Springlock suits. Henry devised a plan to end everything once and for all. His decision to leave William rotting in his own suit had backfired. Now he was free. He had learned of the existence of Ennard from his communications with Cassidy, and, of course, his daughter was still out there somewhere. He built a robot named Lefty, which stood for Lure, Encapsulate, Fuse, Transport, Extract. It emitted the same signal as Charlie's bracelet, which he knew would attract the puppet. Lefty would then open and trap the puppet within, physically fusing to its body to prevent escape. It would administer small shocks, and constantly play the puppet's soothing music box song to keep him docile. Then it would bring the puppet back to Henry. But Henry still had to find the others. William was out there, Baby was out there, Molten Freddy was out there, and Henry thought of a scheme to bring them all back together in one place. He bought the old Fredbear's Family Diner building from whoever its last owner had been decades after Henry had last run the place. He converted it to a Freddy's location, advertising it as the big Freddy's comeback. Inside, he built a labyrinth of sound and smells, of misdirection, with no exit, a maze, a trap. Endless circles of fake child laughter and the smells of a Freddy's restaurant, luring William, Elizabeth, and Molten Freddy toward new victims that they would never reach. Henry put up a help-wanted ad to hire someone to run the building. They would run the day shift, buy new equipment, schedule parties, manage the floor, and do some end-of-night tasks. Henry left recorded messages for them, teaching them how to salvage old animatronics that might turn up on their doorstep. Of course he knew Lefty, William, Elizabeth, and Molten Freddy would show their faces, and they had to be brought inside and locked away. Once they had all been gathered, Henry would implement his plan. He knew that melting the imprinted metal would destroy Remnant, and so he devised a way to ensure that the animatronics would burn and melt, and every soul would be free, including his daughters. He took the remains of the original animatronics and the toys, and reconstructed them into Rockstar animatronics.
Rockstar.
He also took the arcade cabinets he had built over the years.
My YouTuber isn't following my tracking well. I'm sorry.
He made sure that they were inside the building too.
Apologies.
But he didn't count on one thing.
Maybe I'll
he
put my light
discovered,
more towards
after
my
not
face.
too long, that the man who had applied to run the new pizzeria was Michael Afton. Henry stared at his trap, his box, and realized he had accomplished more than he had hoped. He had gathered together all the Aftons, himself and his daughter, and all that was left of the remnant from the missing children, and they were inside a furnace, ready to be destroyed. Henry, waiting inside the building for the moment of truth, called Mike, his voice ringing throughout the building so that every animatronic, every soul, could hear him.
You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize. You don't even realize that you are trapped. Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach. But you will never find them. None of you will. This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. I am remaining as well. I am nearby.
Getting a little hot.
This place will not be remembered,
Just a
and the
little hot.
memory of
100
everything
degrees.
that started this can
200
finally
degrees.
begin to fade away, as the agony of every tragedy should. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole, so don't keep the devil waiting, old friend. My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I'm sorry that on that day, the day you were shut out and left to die, no one was there to lift you up into their arms the way you lifted others into yours. And then, what became of you? I should have known you wouldn't be content to disappear. Not my daughter. I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. It's time to rest, for you and for those you have carried in your arms. This ends For all of us.
The restaurant burned down, destroying everything inside. Henry had written a will to make sure that Fazbear Entertainment would be dissolved upon his death, and the entire history of the company, beginning with William's jealousy of Henry and the accidental death of Cece, all the way to this last, desperate sacrifice, would be forgotten. But Henry forgot one thing. Cassidy was still out there. Her rage unmatched, her hatred eternal, Cassidy refused to let William die. He couldn't get off the hook that easily. She devised a perfect form of torment for him, making him sit in a room, fending off every single threat he had created. She trapped the souls of the children to further torment William. Even Henry was forced to continue this punishment for William, although for Henry, he was in his own form of torture. His plan had failed. The souls had not moved on. He was stuck in the same place he had been all those years ago, sitting idly by a pond, not helping, not doing anything. But he had learned from his past mistake. When Cassidy came to him, meeting him for the first time after their years of spiritual communication, Henry didn't take on the passive role he had had when Mike came asking for help. He told Cassidy what she must do.
Leave the demon to his demons. Rest your own soul. There is nothing else.
Cassidy had the choice to stay and let William fade away, or to symbolically harm herself in order to return to his torment, as if guiding her back to him, like the sounds of children that guided the animatronics there against their will. Cassidy could hear William's screams.
Me too,
But
I'll
she
scream.
chose the latter. She joined him once again, and continued to torment him, trapping everyone there against their wills. But Charlie had a plan. The souls of the missing children were finally reunited, along with Cece and Charlie. They were reunited in the place that looked and felt like a Freddy's location, the perfect place for them all to move past their trauma, especially Cece. Charlie was finally able to throw Cece the birthday party he never had. They had all been put back together, and Cece's fright at the thought of the Freddy's characters, the visage of the bullies who had killed him, finally faded. He donned his Fredbear mask, finally making amends with the character that had killed him, and the souls all finally moved on. Cassidy no longer had leverage over William, no longer had her unwilling accomplices, and William finally escaped them, heading for death, or whatever came next for him. But Cassidy still could not move on. She had defeated William, but she still had to defeat the idea of him. Mike, Cece, and Elizabeth were finally reunited, together and whole. And while the memory of his family
I think so. I think he's just gonna do some outro stuff
fade,
now. Maybe like some conclusion
of their
stuff.
Tragedy has.
Yay!
Have you ever heard of Among Us, Gregory? You need to vent.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting that. There's like 7 minutes left. I guess I'll finish it, you know, and then I'll head off. I need to go play some
Of course,
Overwatch.
the story of Freddy Fazbear isn't over.
I need to go play
After
Overwatch.
Fazbear Entertainment dissolved, Fazbear LLC took its place. This new company and its shady CEO hired an indie game developer to make horror games about the legends of Freddy's in order to discredit them as creepypastas and rumors, as well as to now legally own concepts.
It was,
such as
I don't know.
Springtrap.
We just went from like a nice wholesome ending, and then it was like, Gregory. Have you heard of Among Us, Gregory? I forgot the game
Know that
exists.
Fazbear
Overwatch.
Entertainment has developed something of a bad reputation over the last few decades. And while it's true that some stories associated with our name were loosely based on actual events, the majority of them were total fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic. Lawsuits pending.
They then killed this developer and pretended that he was some crazy guy. They began construction of a mega pizzaplex, covering the location of the original Fredbear Diner, Circus Baby Entertainment and Rental, and even the old Afton House.
Oh,
They
the newest
released a virtual
FNAF
reality
stuff,
video
yeah.
game, started their own animatronic rental service, and successfully ran the Pizzaplex for many years. The good name of Freddy's was safe. They had rebooted the concept and given it a glossy coat of paint.
I do too. Because you know what happened when I first booted up stream and put FNAF in the title? I just saw that twerking emote there.
But that's all for next time. Fun fact, 2 aspects of this video
How's the lore
came to
holding
me
up?
in dreams.
We
Midnight
finished
Motorist,
it.
being about an MCI kid, came to me in a dream.
It was a lot.
I then googled it and found out that this was actually a very common theory, but that's how I came to that conclusion. That problem was entirely solved by my subconscious. And then the solution to what's in the box also came to me in a dream. In my bedroom, I have multiple trunks that kinda look like the box in FNAF 4, and in my dream, I got up and I opened the box, and inside was a picture frame of like a stereotypical white suburban family from like a sitcom. And when I woke up, I was like, that's what's in the FNAF box! As I hinted throughout this...
Yeah, the FNAF lore came to him in a dream.
I don't know how long it's going to end up being, but it's currently 141 pages, and the audio is over 7 hours long, so that's great. But as I hinted through this extremely long video, I do intend to cover the Pizzaplex era of the FNAF series once it concludes.
That means we got more lore to watch.
Movie as well.
Eventually.
I'm going to get to see it a day or two before the general public, so if you want my non-spoiler take on that, make sure you follow me on Twitter at GIBI_.
I should watch the movie.
I love FNAF. And
Should we
I
do
have
a
ever
watch
since
along?
It came out. I remember I read some headlines about it back in August of 2014, but my first real introduction to it was watching my favorite YouTuber do a live stream of it. So I want to give a shout out to Any Austin, because technically this video would not exist if he
could
did
do
not
it on
decide
like
to stream Five Nights at Freddy's 9 years
I don't know
ago,
what's a good day
while
for
I was
people.
bored
I could do it
one
Monday,
night in my
Tuesday.
dorm room.
Monday or
I
Tuesday.
literally
Probably
remember typing in the
wait.
chat saying, "This isn't scary. I don't get it."
When's the
And then
wait?
Bonnie
When's the 15th? I'm getting. Well, how soon is the 15th? It's next week. Wait, or on Friday? No. Not next week, but the week after. Whatever, I'll figure it out. I can do it next week. Probably on
jump scared
Tuesday.
the screen, and I said, "What was that? I didn't know this was a jump scare game." And of course, I want to thank every YouTuber whose videos I watched while I was researching this monstrosity. Now, a lot of ideas I put forward in this video are very controversial, so I do not want you to go to your favorite FNAF tuber and say, "You don't believe in Molten MCI, but Gibby said it was real." I don't want to imply that those people agree with my points. But I do hope anyone that stuck around this long through the video is now interested in the topic and will go and check these people's channels out. There are multiple channels that are phenomenal that just cover FNAF lore. Of course, I have to start with MatPat,
Yes,
the
guys.
originator of the entire
Scary stuff.
internet subculture that is the Funny Bear jump scare game. But it's not just Matt over on their team who does the research and the writing and the editing. He has a whole group of people. So not just MatPat, but the entire game theory team. On top of him, I want to thank everybody whose channels I have listed in the description. FNAF, ID's Fantasy, Ozone, Rye Toast, and Sire Squawks. As well as my personal favorites, Not Real Name Not At All, and Impulse Evan 37. I would especially like to thank my patrons who have stuck by me for
Good
the
for
last
you.
5
Thank you,
months of me not uploading any
Gibby.
content. So thank
You made a wonderful lore timeline for us, and I really appreciate it. Let's hop over here. Oh my goodness. We now know all the FNAF lore. I'll have to watch his other stuff on other days. Maybe we'll watch his other stuff on like when I'm doing art and stuff, just as background noise. It'd be interesting. 'Cause he has a ton more videos. So yeah. That's it for today. Let's see who's live right now. Who we can raid. Who are we gonna go bother? Mousie's still live. I think Mousie's still doing her like marathon thing. Cabo's live. Glubs is live. I actually never got to raid Glubs, but how far is she into her stream? Vomited thoughts. Who's building? Oh yeah, I've seen so many people who build the. What do you guys want to go into? Wait, never mind. Should we see? Never mind. Is he being kind of crazy? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Because Glubs raided us before and we never got a chance to raid her. So yeah, let's raid Glubs. I can't wait to play Overwatch. I can't wait to cry for after stream. Anyways, thank you for being here. I had a lot of fun. FNAF lore is always good. You know, our Inktober is going well. We'll have to figure out. We'll actually have to play something next week because I just threw out most of my days of gaming, and I was like, I just wanna watch FNAF lore and draw. So we'll have to see. Comp wait time is long. It's usually long. I'm used to it, Kilo. It's average 5 minutes for me, but it's okay. But that's it. Have a lovely day, night, or whatever time it is for you guys. See you guys next week. And yeah, thank you. Bye.